Oh my gosh. Low key, I don't know if I don't think he even noticed I got a Chernobog on here. I don't know. He probably just thinks it's the bot system, the anti aircraft robotic cannons or whatever that shit is. Dude, what? Dude, he has an Akula. Oh my god. You know what? No, I got you, bro. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, oh my, this is too good. Look at him! Is that him flying up in the air? Phase Clickbot left. Must be the latest Phase member.
What the hell? Oh my god!
Was that him? Bro, I see like specks of dirt or like leaves flying in the air, and I keep thinking they're heli. Dude, I wonder. Bro, what is this guy doing? Oh, dude, he got... Come on, come on. He's panicking. Yeah, it would actually be so terrifying. I mean, not terrifying. I can't even speak right now, so I gotta focus. I was gonna say it would have been so tragic if I snipe him before he can enter his submarine. What the bloody? Oh my... I think I know what he's gonna do. Oh, I might be in some trouble right now. Or actually, hold on. Let me try. I think he's gonna use the guided missiles. Oh my god, I can lock on! Oh my gosh, I can lock on. Dude, he is! I thought he was gonna call a heli or something. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up! No! If y'all watch movies and TV shows, highly recommend using my VPN. You'll get 3 free months, 50% off, and a 30 days money back guarantee. If y'all don't believe me, go on unogs.com. It basically shows you every movie and TV show around the world and which country it's located in. So you can just switch your connection over there with ExpressVPN and voila. Like, I've been using them for over 10 years with GT Online alone. ExpressVPN.com/putter. Bro. Oh my, I should have just spammed it. Oh my gosh. No, no, no. Oh, brother. Okay. It's gonna be one of these fights, huh? Oh my gosh. The good thing is he just destroyed that. I gotta do this ASAP. This guy's a certified sweat when it comes to using guided missiles. He can swap in between both. No, 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 no. He's turning around. Hurry up! Oh no, she's going on! Oh, dumbass! Oh. I'm not gonna lie, that felt like a boss battle. That actually felt like a legitimate boss battle right there. Oh. Bloody! Bro, his ass hairs must have evaporated, like 100%, dude. Oh gosh!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Carter, the red dot. You know, there is a bounty right there. There are 2 bounties. Well, so much for that bounty. Where'd this guy go? Oh, he's right there at the airport. We're gonna try doing a little flyover drive-by with pre-aim missiles, indubitably. Oh my god, bro. Close those damn bridges. Oh my god, he left! So I don't... Fish and Frog and him left. I don't know if that was a disconnect or a timeout. Yeah, you get no women. I'm gonna go... Bro, he's the one who came to me first! But more importantly, he was the one that blew up 2 people. The cargo bomb and the gun running. Oh my god. Okay, yo, guys, if you enjoyed my Chernobog on a yacht series, let me know. Give me some more suggestions below. Hold on. There's a bounty here. Between a sea of... Oh my god, what is going on? Alright, guys. The video ends when I die. bro. There's 3 oppressors coming after me. Oh, I got one. I got the Deluxo. I think one crashed. What can I say? I had a little bad aim. And we got the bounty. Oh! The cop shot my sticky bomb. Hold on, guys. I think these oppressors are a little upset. Oh, goodness. Bro, this oppressor guy really wants some revenge on me, huh? Alright, I'm gonna wrap up the video here, guys. Peace. Oh, you mad man. Bro, everyone's trying to freaking kill me. Uh-oh. No!
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Ground News. It's human nature to keep secrets. Throughout history, we've made complex codes to hide our secrets. Most codes are eventually cracked, but not all of them. The Voynich manuscript is a book filled with drawings and symbols nobody can read. The Beale ciphers point to hidden treasure, if someone could decode them. There are entire ancient languages we can't understand because they're encrypted. Encryption can be simple or very complicated. Either way, it's just running a message through a series of mathematical rules. And for decades, even centuries, some codes use mathematical rules that remain unbreakable. But they're about to be challenged by something new. Machines that don't care about math and don't follow any rules. If he doesn't pick up this time, I am replacing his vodka with gutter water. Or Smirnoff.
Yeah, human. If you're calling about the drones, I'm already on it.
I'm calling because you haven't shown up to work for a week.
Work? I'm busy saving the planet. These drones aren't just watching, they're planning. First they'll take the skies, and then they'll take us.
Let me guess, you're the only one who can stop them?
Someone has to stand up and say, we will not go quietly into that good night.
Just come into the studio.
I would, but I got the living room barricaded. The beavers are out fortifying the window, and Gertie's on spit duty. You can never be too careful.
Spit duty?
Oh yeah, she spits at anything that moves. She can hit a passing satellite. Don't ask how.
Is that why the cable's been out?
Forget the cable. These drones are organizing. If we don't act now, they'll be controlling us by sundown. You know what we need? A flamethrower. One good blast.
Or you can use Ground News to figure out what's really going on.
Oh, here we go. A news app instead of a flamethrower.
Well, yes, because Ground News is actually helpful. Ground News is a website and app founded by a former NASA engineer to tackle a bigger issue: how we stay informed. It's the ultimate tool for skeptics and truth seekers, cutting through sensationalism by showing how different outlets cover the same story. Take the situation with the drones. Ground News found over 200 sources covering it. Most are highly credible, but you can easily sort the reliable information from clickbait. One outlet says residents are rattled. Another spins it into spy balloon saga, while a top source focuses on the FAA's lack of answers.
So no alien motherships.
Nope. and their blind spot feed shows stories one side of the political spectrum isn't covering. You'd be surprised how much gets left out. It's perfect for bursting your media bubble and seeing the bigger picture. If you want to stay informed, you can even follow your favorite topics. It lets you track the stories you care about so you never miss the very details. And for a limited time, you can try their Vantage plan for 50% off. Just go to ground.news/wifiles or scan the QR code on the screen.
50% off when I go to ground.news/wifiles.
That's right. Ground News helps you compare coverage, think critically, and maybe chill out about the drones.
Fine, but if one of those drones start trapping harvesters, I'm riding dirty to the mountains. You can stay behind and try to upload a virus to the mainframe. Whatever it is you humans do.
So I'll see you in the studio then.
What was that? You're cutting out. Must be drone interference. They're blocking our signal.
Kate Bryce's morning started like any other. Her smart home system woke her at 6 a.m. with her usual playlist. The coffee maker fired up. Her iPhone read her schedule while she brushed her teeth. Normal, routine. She opened her banking app. Something was wrong. Her balance was 0. She blinked and checked again. Her balance was back. Just a temporary error, she thought. She took a sip of coffee and nearly dropped her mug. The smart speaker was playing someone else's conversation. A couple fighting about credit card debt. She unplugged it. Then her smart TV started cycling through her photos. Private photos, intimate photos. She pulled the plug. And then her phone rang. Then she heard the sirens. The oldest code we know of isn't written in complex mathematics. It's carved in stone, in an Egyptian tomb from 4,000 years ago. The scribes simply replaced regular hieroglyphs with ones they made up. They weren't trying to keep secrets, they were showing off. These were prayers carved into tomb walls. The scribes wanted to prove they knew something others didn't.
Oh, those were ancient emojis.
Not exactly.
Let's test that theory. Can humans crack this?
Getting busted out of jail in a perfectly executed heist.
The simple act of substituting one symbol for another unleashed something, the human desire to keep secrets. And for thousands of years, that's how codes worked. You'd replace letters with other letters or symbols. Linear A is a secret writing system created by the Minoans in ancient Crete 3,600 years ago. We can read its descendant, Linear B, but Linear A is still a secret. Every attempt to crack it has failed. The Spartans made practical use of codes.
This is cryptography!
Please don't.
Too late. I already ordered the tunic and the cape. Now I just need the apps.
Can I get back to this?
Go ahead. I need to catch up on my sit-ups anyway.
The Spartans created the skittily. Here's how it works. Picture a wooden rod about as thick as your wrist.
Rod.
Stop it. Now wrap a strip of leather or parchment around it like a spiral. Write your message across the strip, following the spiral. When you unwrap it, the letters scramble. The message is nonsense. But wrap it around another rod exactly the same size, and the message reappears. This is called a transposition cipher. You're not changing the letters, you're just moving them around. Julius Caesar encoded all his military correspondence by shifting each letter in the alphabet by 3 spaces. A becomes D, B becomes E, and so on. When you hit Z, you loop back to A. This is called a shift cipher or Caesar cipher. The key is knowing how many spaces to shift. Caesar used 3, but you can use any number. His enemies never cracked it. In the 1820s, Thomas Beale used a book cipher to hide the location of millions of dollars of buried treasure, and here's how it works. First, pick a book, any book. Then you replace each word in your message with a number. That number tells you which word to use from your chosen book. Count down to the 5th word on page 1, and that's your first word. Maybe the 19th word on page 2 is your second word, and so on. Beale used the Declaration of Independence.
Nicolas Cage has entered the chat.
When someone finally figured that out in 1885, they cracked one of his 3 messages. The treasure is somewhere in Bedford County, Virginia, but the other 2 messages? Still locked, because we don't know which books he used. Every year, thousands of people try to crack the Beale ciphers to find the treasure, and every year they fail. The Zodiac Killer was also ahead of his time. He encoded a message using a homophonic substitution cipher using 408 different symbols. Instead of replacing each letter with just one symbol, you replace it with several different ones. The letter E might become 3 or 7 or some symbol, nobody knows. This makes the code much harder to break because you can't use frequency analysis. In normal English, E is the most common letter, but if you split it between multiple symbols, that pattern disappears. For 51 years, the Zodiac's message stumped the world's best cryptographers. Then in 2020, 3 amateur codebreakers finally solved it.
What'd it say?
Well, it said a bunch of stuff, but it started with, "I like killing people because it's so much fun."
Yeah, for a serial killer, he wasn't much of a poet.
He wasn't. And the Zodiac Killer was never found. But quantum computers are about to change everything. All these ancient methods, substitutions, patterns, and tricks share one weakness: math. This is a weakness quantum computers can exploit. Soon these machines might reveal every secret message ever written, including yours. The quantum computer hissed as liquid helium circulated through the processor. Carl Bishop checked the temperature. Minus 460 degrees Fahrenheit, absolute zero. Quantum bits needed to be that cold to maintain coherence. Stanford's quantum lab was empty at 3 a.m. He'd been running simulations for 12 hours straight. His eyes burned. But C-Tech's grant requirements were clear: demonstrate quantum error correction or lose funding. Quantum computers were terrible at error correction. Quantum states are too fragile, too much noise. If the temperature changes by half a degree, they decohere. If radio waves leak in, they decohere. A truck hits a pothole a mile away, the vibration in the earth makes them decohere. But Carl noticed something strange in the error correction data. The errors weren't random. Then he realized they weren't errors at all. The quantum computer was cracking encryption keys, millions of them. Keys that protect everything from banking passwords to nuclear launch codes. Carl decided to test this. He entered an RSA 4096 security key and ran down the hall for another coffee. He wasn't in a hurry. Even the world's most powerful supercomputers would need billions or trillions of years to break RSA 4096. But when he returned 5 minutes later, he couldn't believe it. The key was cracked. Carl now realized his computer was the most powerful and dangerous weapon on Earth. He started to panic. He tried to delete the data, but it was already uploaded to C-Tech's private servers. By sunrise, 3 intelligence agencies had flagged the data transfer. By 9 a.m., the first bank security system was breached. By noon, every bank went dark. The quantum apocalypse had begun. Your entire digital life depends on 2 prime numbers. That's it, 2 numbers, and they protect everything: your passwords, your messages, your bank accounts, all of it. Modern encryption is based on this simple trick. Take 2 huge prime numbers and multiply them together. That creates your public key, a number anyone can use to send you secret messages. But only someone who knows those original prime numbers can read those messages. Working backward, trying to find those original numbers, would take a computer billions of years, or so we thought. In December 2024, Google unveiled Project Willow. Their quantum computer solved the problem in 5 minutes that would take our fastest supercomputers longer than the age of the universe. Quantum computers do this using superposition.
Hang on. You want to pump the brakes in the nerd chatter and fill me in?
Well, think about flipping a coin. It lands on either heads or tails. Normal computer bits work the same way. Everything is either 1 or 0. It's binary. But quantum computer bits, or qubits, can be 1 and 0 at the same time.
Oh, so qubits are non-binary. But, aren't they?
No, they are, but I need you to stop talking. So instead of flipping that coin, it's a coin spinning on its edge. While it spins, it's not heads or tails, it's both at once. That's superposition. Now imagine trying to crack a safe with a million combinations. A normal computer can only try 1 combination at a time. But a quantum computer, it tries all combinations simultaneously. The NSA has been warning about this moment for years. They call it Y2Q, the year quantum computers become powerful enough to break our current encryption. They thought it would happen between 2030 and 2040, but Willow changed everything. For 30 years, quantum computers suffered one major problem: errors. Reading quantum data is like trying to read a book during an earthquake. It's too unstable to work properly. But Google fixed that with Project Willow.
Go ahead and fix it.
By grouping qubits together. There are groups of qubits handling processing, and groups of qubits that do nothing but track and fix errors. The more qubits you add, the fewer errors you have. It may sound counterintuitive, but it's like building a sandcastle that gets stronger the bigger it gets. Now, with AI's help, quantum computers are on track to break current encryption by the year 2029, way ahead of schedule.
Yes.
In 2024, the Department of Defense accelerated its quantum modernization program. Their latest directive warns that critical systems must be quantum resistant by 2025. But one detail stands out. They're not just protecting future messages. They're racing to protect everything we've ever encrypted. And they're running out of time. When Liz Emery's phone buzzed at 4 a.m., she almost ignored it. After 15 years in cybersecurity, late-night calls usually meant someone at the hospital forgot their password. But caller ID showed Mount Sinai's emergency line. The first report was in. Patient records appeared on digital billboards in Times Square. They included blood test results, psychiatric evaluations, and terminal diagnoses that patients had not yet told their families about. Senators, congressmen, CEOs, their private medical data was all over the internet. She was still coordinating the hospital's response when the news reported that every dating app was breached. Then they came back online. Suddenly, on every device in the city, smartphones, TVs, billboards, was a link to a site where anyone could look up any information that was part of the dating app breach. Direct messages, real names and emails, browser histories, private photos and videos, all revealed. Liz figured the only people celebrating were divorce attorneys. Then an email came into hospital security. Pay $1 billion or every pacemaker control system on Earth will go down. Pay another billion or insulin pumps will go down, starting with diabetic children. The city started to crack. Police dispatch systems were offline. Traffic lights went dark. ATMs were dumping cash into the street. Bank balances were set to zero. Autonomous vehicles became killing machines. Delivery drones crashed into buildings like kamikaze pilots. A fleet of cyber trucks tore through a shopping mall before exploding, all at once. News channels tried to cover the chaos, but their broadcasts were hijacked. CNN anchors watched helplessly as their personal emails were displayed on screen. The White House press secretary's private texts appeared during a briefing about the crisis. Then the NSA made an emergency broadcast that somehow made it through. They said there was a nationwide system compromise. For the safety of every American, martial law was now imposed. Just as the message was covering the mandatory curfews, every phone in the country went dark. Major technology companies are racing to build quantum-resistant encryption. Google, IBM, and Microsoft have teams working around the clock. But there's a big problem. Quantum computers don't just threaten future messages. They threaten everything we've ever encrypted. Every encrypted file, every secure transmission, every protected database becomes vulnerable, even ones from decades ago. Intelligence agencies have been collecting encrypted data since the Cold War. Your old emails, your financial records, your private messages, all sitting in databases waiting to be unlocked. Then there's Bitcoin. Its entire security system depends on the same math quantum computers are about to break. Shadow groups have already collected hundreds of thousands of encrypted Bitcoin wallets. They're just waiting for quantum computers powerful enough to crack them. All that money could vanish in seconds. At current prices, that's billions of dollars.
Total till zero, baby.
Banks know this is coming. JP Morgan started building quantum-resistant vaults in 2023, not for gold or cash, for computers. These facilities will never connect to the internet. They'll use paper records and human couriers. The military's training for quantum dark operations, missions conducted without digital communication. Teams practice using prearranged signals, dead drops, and one-time codebooks, the same methods that kept secrets during World War II. The NSA's latest reports show Project Willow proves something they already knew. The quantum apocalypse isn't coming, it's already here. The NSA isn't trying to stop it, it's preparing for what comes after. Because the race is no longer about building quantum computers. The race is to survive them. The line at Chase Manhattan stretched around the block. Cash only. No cards, no transfers. Just paper money and metal coins. Donald Janik watched from his office window across the street. In his 30 years as a security consultant, he'd seen a lot of changes, but nothing like this. The quantum apocalypse was a race of decades of technological progress. His company now specialized in physical security, armed guards, paper record keeping, mechanical locks, the kind of security you couldn't hack. When the hospital records started appearing online, they shut down their networks and went analog. Now armed guards protected rooms full of paper files. Doctors wrote prescriptions by hand. Old mechanical devices became valuable. Typewriter repair shops reopened. Filing cabinet manufacturers couldn't keep up with demand. Bicycle messengers replaced email. Everyone with skills from the pre-digital age suddenly found themselves in demand. Retired secretaries who could take shorthand. Mechanics who could fix cars without computers. Accountants who knew how to keep books by hand. The younger generation struggled to adapt. They never lived in an analog world. The smart ones saw it coming. They pulled their money out early and bought physical assets. Gold, silver, land, things you could touch. Things that existed in the real world, not just as numbers in a database. The rest had to adapt or lose everything. Back at Stanford, Carl Bishop struggled with depression. He blamed himself. C-Tech, the company supporting his work, no longer took his calls. Still, Carl wouldn't stop digging. He had to find out what went wrong. Then Carl found something buried in the data. Timestamps that didn't make sense. Some encrypted messages were broken months ago. Then he realized the quantum apocalypse didn't start with his mistake. It started months earlier. The first bank breach wasn't at noon the first day. It was 3 months before. But balances weren't touched. Hospital records, websites, smartphone apps, most have been compromised for months. But again, the data wasn't touched. Carl realized the chaos wasn't an accident. It was cover for something else. Something much bigger. Something much worse. Scientists are racing to develop new encryption methods that even quantum computers can't break. They call it post-quantum cryptography. The strategy, find mathematical problems so complex that not even quantum computers can solve them efficiently. But there's a problem. Whenever we think we found an unbreakable code, someone finds a way to break it. The Germans thought Enigma was mathematically impossible to crack. The Japanese believed Purple would keep their World War II communications secret forever. The NSA once claimed RSA encryption would take billions of years to defeat. They were all wrong. Some banks are returning to physical security systems, offline computers, paper records, and in-person verification. Government agencies are reviving Cold War-era methods, one-time pads, dead drops, and bicycle couriers.
Sometimes things don't happen the way you planned. Sometimes you can end up lower than you started.
What?
Quicksilver? Somebody out there gets it.
Quantum dark operations like air-gapped facilities, analog communication, and paper messages could work, but they're temporary solutions. Throughout history, humans have played an endless cat-and-mouse game with secrets. Someone creates an unbreakable code, someone else breaks it, and a more complex code replaces it, and the cycle continues. In the quantum age, there are no more secrets, only information waiting to be revealed. That's why the NSA isn't trying to stop it. They aren't building new code-breaking technology. But you know what they are building? Bunkers. The concrete room in the bunker beneath Fort Meade was cold and quiet. Carl Bishop was in his 5th hour of interrogation by 4 government agents. The NSA building above them had been abandoned when their classified files leaked. But this room, which technically didn't exist, still had power and a working computer. Carl learned the truth over the past few months. C-Tech wasn't a tech company. It was a joint NSA-DARPA program that had been running since 2019. They didn't have just one quantum computer. They had a network of them, hidden in secure facilities nationwide. For years, the network had quietly broken every encryption it touched. Banking records, medical files, private messages, and government secrets. The intelligence agencies had access to everything, but there was a problem. They couldn't act on any of it without revealing their capability. Imagine knowing about every terrorist plot, every corporate crime, every government corruption scandal, but being unable to stop any of it without exposing how you got the information. The agencies were drowning in intelligence they couldn't use. The solution was elegant. Create a world where privacy no longer existed, where every secret was public. If nothing were private, there'd be no need to explain how they obtained their intelligence. No search warrants were necessary. Everything was already exposed. The social chaos was part of the plan. Communities going analog wasn't a problem, it was the goal. Drive the dangerous elements offline, where they could be more easily monitored through traditional surveillance. Let the general public choose between convenience and privacy. They would choose convenience. They always did. But the intelligence agencies had their own solution for secure communication, a return to Cold War tradecraft. Dead drops, one-time pads, face-to-face meetings in soundproof rooms. Their most sensitive operations moved to facilities that never touched a network or used a computer. Buildings that didn't officially exist, staffed by people with no digital footprint. They maintained two separate organizations, the public-facing agency everyone knew about, and the shadow agency that operated completely offline. The public agency would rebuild its security and update its systems. All of it would be theater. The real work happened in places like this concrete bunker, places with no windows, no cameras, no phones. Places where messages were still written by hand and burned after reading. The most important secrets were never digitized, never encrypted, and never stored anywhere except in human memory. The NSA didn't break encryption to destroy society. They destroyed society to hide that they'd broken encryption almost a year ago. Carl was set up. The quantum apocalypse was pinned on him. But what could he do about it? Martial law was still in effect. The NSA wanted him to keep working and keep quiet. He could either agree to cooperate or go to prison. Violation of the Espionage Act, willful communication of national defense information, unauthorized access of classified documents. The list went on and on. He didn't have much of a choice. As Carl left the concrete room, he realized that in a world with no secrets, the most powerful people weren't those who could break encryption. The most powerful people were those who could keep secrets without it. And right now, the only people who could do that worked for the NSA. Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. There's Hecklefish.
My voice is my passport. Verified it.
This has been the Y-Files. If you have fun to learn anything, do him a favor, subscribe, comment, like, share. It's just a small little thing, but it really helps us out. Like most topics we cover on the channel, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. And remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here on the channel, and I post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. It's called the Y-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. If you need more Y-Files in your life, check out our Discord server. There's over 60,000 people on there, so 24/7, something's going on. They're talking about the same weird stuff we do here. It's a great community, it's really supportive, it's a lot of fun, and it's free to join. And if you want to follow what's going on with the Y-Files at any given time, check out our production calendar. It's theyfiles.com/cal. There we post our episode schedule, upcoming podcasts, live streams, all that stuff. And special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible. Every episode of the Y-Files is dedicated to our Patreon members. We know the last 6 months have been rocky, and I couldn't have gotten through it without you, so I can't say thank you enough. And if you'd like to support the channel, keep us going, and join a great community, consider becoming a member on Patreon. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to perks like videos early with no commercials, access to merch only available to members, plus 2 private live streams every week just for you. The whole Y-Files team is on the stream. We've all got our webcams on. And you can turn your webcam on, jump up on stage, ask a question, make a joke, talk about anything you like. Another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Waffle House store.
Grab a Heckler's t-shirt or one of these coffee mugs that are perfectly suited for a gentleman.
Hardware enthusiasts are eating so good right now. 2025 appears to be the year of massive upgrades to all facets of computing. Laptop, desktop, graphics cards, and so much more. So big thanks to Intel for sponsoring this video and our trip to CES this year so that we could see exactly what they're cooking up for this year and beyond. First up, for the mainstream laptop market, they've got their Arrow Lake H processors coming in. That's the part of the market that uses CPUs at 28 to 45 watts. The non-hardcore gamers who still need competent performance will get the Intel Core Ultra 200H series. They're 21% better in performance per watt than their previous gen of Meteor Lake H and handedly beat the competition. They crush it in single-threaded and multi-threaded performance with the Intel Core Ultra 9 285H having 16 cores at up to 5.4 gigahertz. But there's plenty of other options down the stack, going to the Intel Core Ultra 5 255H with 14 cores at up to 4.9 gigahertz.
I guess.
And they also go hard in gaming, with it being up to 22% faster at 1080p with its integrated graphics than the previous generation, and up to 58% faster than others in the market. And while integrated graphics doesn't always wow, these benchmarks show that it's super competent, especially when you add in their support for XeSS2 with lower latency, super resolution, and frame generation. And my favorite thing about the integrated graphics with Arrow Lake H is that they're actually based on Alchemist, not the newest Battlemage architecture. But Intel put in the software work to backport the feature set of XeSS2 to these chips so that you're not missing out. But just because it's Alchemist doesn't mean they didn't make any improvements from the GPU that was in the previous Meteor Lake H setups. They increased the AI throughput with 128 XMX engines, they've doubled the ray tracing with 2 traversal pipelines per ray tracing unit, and they doubled the L2 cache size to 8 megabytes. So a nice combination of hardware improvements with software enhancements. Then you add in the fact that these Intel Core Ultra 200H chips are going into over 100 different notebooks from their partners, and you have a recipe for tons of people having access to some of the best options on the market. But then they had their Arrow Lake HX chips to show off, the gaming-oriented ones, and these make some killer improvements as well. Not only is the Intel Core Ultra 200HX series going to launch with the latest graphics cards on the market, but the CPU performance is also incredible. Single and multi-threaded performance that leads the industry, but that's also partnered with incredible efficiency, with the Intel Core Ultra 9 285HX having wildly good performance per watt. But the big thing there is that these chips scale across a wide range of power profiles, from average power consumption to the extreme. So you can have more efficient laptops, but they also showcase performance numbers from an Intel Core Ultra 9 285HX that ran at 150 watts because the CPU still gives performance gains at that power level. That's 24 cores at up to 5.5 gigahertz, scaling well even at the tippity top of laptop power profiles. But they also scaled down to the Intel Core Ultra 5 235HX with 14 cores at up to 5.1 gigahertz. You combine all those advantages with creator software, and Intel takes a handed lead in creator and productivity applications. And it has the connectivity to boot with Thunderbolt support, fast Intel killer Wi-Fi, plenty of PCI Express lanes, and ton of USB options. As Robert Halleck put it, it's a hilarious amount of USB support on a laptop. And with over 40 designs hitting the market, gamers are going to have tons of options to have incredible performance on the go. But Intel knows that all that good hardware is nothing without the software to match it. And while AI is the buzzword du jour, I absolutely love Intel's philosophy behind how they're implementing it. They understand that the AI performance is nothing if the tops that they're getting from the CPU, NPU, and GPU aren't paired with a great framework and solid applications. They have their OpenVINO toolkit, which is robust and gives tons of supports for developers. They have support for over 400 AI features right now in so many different applications. And they showcase their AI Super Builder software that allows you to download various AI frameworks that match your use case and have them locally running on your device, offline even. We got to speak to one of the engineers who helped put Super Builder together. They also showcased it to us on one of the laptops that they had, which actually had this really neat design in the trackpad, which lights up every single time your NPU is being utilized, which is great because a lot of people don't even know what an NPU is. So if you have a little, like how we had hard drive indicators way back in the day, if you have an NPU indicator, you can see, hey, this process is taking advantage of the NPU that is inside my Intel chip. And yes, AI was said more times than anyone could possibly count at CES in general, but Intel's philosophy is one of giving the user the hardware they need to run everything themselves. The TOPS, all the processors, are there to serve you, not to have you pay for a cloud subscription to some company that takes all your sensitive data and stores it in their own servers. Keeping things local appears to be what Intel is really trying to do with things like their AI Super Builder. And then they showcased their new implementation of Thunderbolt Share, where with one cable you can transmit video and audio across two computers, which if you know anything about sharing Windows audio, that is an impressive software engineering task. But practically, this means that a thin and light laptop, like something that's running Arrow Lake H or otherwise, could stream the gameplay from a gaming PC thanks to Intel's Thunderbolt tech and software development. This one was fun because it's the logical extension of that dual PC that I got to see Intel show off at TwitchCon 2022. That was an Intel NUC paired with a gaming PC to allow for your streaming PC and gaming PC to be fused into one chassis. But even that still required a capture card to be installed. With Intel's updates to Thunderbolt Share, the capture card is eliminated and you can just stream using one cable to the streaming computer. And then looking towards the future, Intel did say that both their 18A production and Panther Lake are progressing well, with them even having functional Panther Lake systems on display. Early testing samples, but still showcasing that it's on its way towards launch. But it wasn't just laptops that Intel wanted to highlight. There's some updates coming to the desktop market as well. Firstly, there's the expansion to the Intel Core Ultra 200S lineup, specifically the non-overclockable or non-K SKUs. So the 35 and 65 watt part chips that will be a more mainstream option for very many office workers and gamers out there, which they are also pairing with two new motherboard platforms, the B860 and the H810, starting at $129 and $99 respectively, with the B860 having a lot of the feature set that most people need, including gamers, Thunderbolt 4 support, 4 DDR5 RAM slot support, Wi-Fi 6, large volume USB support, and PCI Express 5.0. But they also provided a field update on the firmware and software and BIOS updates for the Core Ultra 200S lineup. So that's the overclockable chips that are currently out on the market. Firstly, there's enhancements to Intel's APO, or Application Optimization Software, that now makes some games go up to 14% faster with it turned on. They also work to adjust the power plans within Windows to yield faster performance as well as processor power management adjustments with an up to 37% faster improvement. And then there was also adjustments to CCF Auto GV in the motherboard settings to yield better results as well. And then finally, new BIOS updates that allow for faster gaming performance and lower memory latency overall. So not only is Intel expanding their desktop lineup with the Core Ultra 200S series, but then also showing commitment to the previous promises that they made with the chips that have already been launched. And then lastly, because I know Intel's discrete gaming GPUs are always a hot topic of conversation, number one, it was beautiful getting to see Battle-Mage on full display, all the various partner cards and Intel's limited edition, running games here and there. I actually just got mine delivered right before leaving for CES, so it was giving me envy and made me want to go back home and play with it. But secondly, I want to relay what Intel's co-CEO said about the future of their discrete graphics cards now that they've already launched Battle-Mage. They're going to continue to make strategic investments in discrete graphics, which is encouraging. So there was a lot of good stuff from Intel at CES this year. I'd say that I'm personally most excited for their AI Super Builder and Thunderbolt Share. The practical implications of those is quite high for my workflow. Having my own constructed AI software that's working with my own files and my own details locally, but that's also been fused together to be the best version of the AI for me. Such a good idea. And then Thunderbolt Share for streaming. just one cable to make streaming easier. Such a good idea for us as well. So big thanks to Intel for bringing us out to Vegas this year and sponsoring this video. And then also, you know, on a personal note, I'm appreciative that Intel's event took place over less than a total of 30 hours, including the keynote and then all of the demos that we had to do, so that I could go and get back home to my family with our newborn. It was nice to be there still, and then nice to come back home so quickly. So thanks again, Intel, and I'll see Yins in the next video.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys in the UK understand how sad it is for us in Canada and in the United States to watch what you're doing to yourself.
Anarchy in the UK used to just be a song. Now it would be preferable. Hello there, you awakening wonders. Thank you so much for joining us for this content. If you don't have Rumble Premium yet, get it now. Then you'll get access to all sorts of content, including Break Bread, where I talk to people like Tucker Carlson, Dallas Jenkins, all sorts of folk, and provide a different perspective on global events. My country, the UK, is experiencing some extraordinary shakes and quakes. For a minute, it seemed that Elon Musk's support of Nigel Farage might elevate him suddenly to the forefront of British politics, which is pretty near to where Nigel Farage is anyway, to tell you the truth. But now Farage has withdrawn that support as a result of Farage's comments on the jailed Tommy Robinson. Let's have a look at that story, as well as how the UK is being perceived globally as these new emergent populist powers and forces that appear to be coalescing around the MAGA movement and the X platform of Elon Musk continue to disrupt and reorganize global politics, which was itself, let's face it, an amalgam of bureaucratic interests, commercial interests, state interests that appeared to be centrally controlled in ways that many people were pretty peeved about, to put it lightly. Let me know in the comments and chat what you think about that. Let's have a look at Nigel Farage, first of all, commenting on his recent spat with his temporary patron, Elon Musk.
Many Americans see Tommy Robinson as an absolute hero for free speech. I don't think he's wrong in everything he says, and I do question why he's in prison and being kept in solitary confinement. But I do think that much of what he says is kind of heading towards almost a religious war against the whole of Islam, as opposed to saying there are problems within that religion that we need to deal with. So I wasn't going to budge on that position, and that's why I got the tweet from Musk. But since then, he's retweeted me twice, and who knows, maybe we'll make up.
It's amazing that tweets is now how these alliances are formed. But perhaps once we would have looked wistfully and with bafflement at correspondence being exchanged using them feathery pens. Quilts is what they're called. Let's have a look at Jordan Peterson telling Piers Morgan that the UK is pulling itself apart. And I suppose he may feel somewhat emboldened by the recent resignation of Justin Trudeau. Maybe Canada is moving in a better, less lacquered direction. Let's have a look at Jordan on Piers.
Has put Canada in the doldrums that it's in, and is also responsible for the state of your country, which is dreadful. And it's I don't know if you guys in the UK understand how sad it is for us in Canada and in the United States to watch what you're doing to yourself. I mean, the UK is a great country. When I go there, I go to Oxford, I go to Cambridge, to these remarkable places in London, see your unbelievable deep history, understand how much the world owes the UK in terms of, say, the establishment of common law and decent government everywhere, including places like India. We owe the UK such an immense debt. And to watch you guys like spiral yourselves into the ground for this idiot, weak political correctness that's going so far that you can allow your working class women to be raped en masse sadistically and say nothing about it, and gaslight people who are telling the truth. It's so sickening, it's so demoralizing, it's almost unspeakable. We all pray, hope and pray here in Canada and the US that you get your act together and grow some spine again and put your damn country back together and stand up to these bloody psychopathic bullies and the woke green mob, because it would be a dreadful shame to lose you.
Wow, some pretty potent opinions there from Jordan Peterson. I can't imagine that Piers Morgan remained quiet for long after that clip ended. Let's see, though, how the legacy media are handling a scandal that threatens to engulf the entire government, a government that's already lost much of their power granted by its recent electoral victory and presumed mandate. And I suppose this is what happens when you have wan bureaucrats posturing as ideologues when it seems increasingly that these ideologies are tethered to systems of power that are discernible only to those of us that are willing to look at stuff a little more deeply. The truth is, well, what do you really think Keir Starmer believes in?
In recent years, we've spoken to alleged victims of grooming across the country. In 2020, this woman in Yorkshire told us how her abuse had continued from childhood into adulthood.
They raped me first, and then they said to me, stop speaking to the police, don't speak to the police, why are you doing that?
In Hull, our investigation into several victims of a predominantly Asian grooming gang.
I mean, the very fact that the legacy media are now covering this story is interesting, isn't it? It shows you how these systems respond to an external stimulant. Tommy Robinson, who, as many people will tell you, is divisive and, as Nigel Farage says, has a great deal of popularity in the US, and many people deride, decry and attack him in the UK. He's been talking about this for a significant amount of time. As we attempt to assess the impact of this story politically and culturally, I suppose one thing that we can focus on and agree on is this level of exploitation, abuse and rape ought to have been addressed and exposed a lot earlier. What is it that directs the attention and intention of the media? Why weren't they talking about this years ago? Why aren't they investigating these stories? Why aren't they looking to resolve this? What are the connections between these gangs and political power that have led to the stories not being reported on for so long?
Led to Humberside Police reopening the investigation.
That room, that flat, took my childhood from me. I think I was raped by around 150 men over the 3-year period.
In Glasgow, we met victim Tony Louise, who says she was abused from the age of 12.
When I went to the police, one of the police officers turned out to me and went, "You've got a very active imagination for a wee girl, haven't you?"
In more than a dozen regions where we explored the problem, a common theme was inaction and a failure to prosecute. Marlon, who we first interviewed 2 years ago when his daughter Scarlett was still going missing, says he was dissatisfied today with the Prime Minister's response.
I found it as an opportunity for him to have a go at other political parties. I don't care about other political parties. What I care about is children being groomed. Obviously, I've gone through that with my daughter, but this is continuing.
There have been successful prosecutions, such as this gang in Rochdale, and local public inquiries into grooming gangs in Telford, Rotherham and Greater Manchester.
Why are they reporting on it now? Do you not get the sense that many of these centralist, globalist governments despise working people, even when they bring their credentials to the forefront, their heritage, their parents' jobs? Don't you get a sense that the professional class, the media class, the institutions loathe and despise the people that they are charged with governing? It's all too common that we're told these people are racist, they're out of touch, they don't use the right words, they don't use the right language. Whatever you may think of Tommy Robinson, whatever emerges as the absolute truth around these grooming gang scandals, it's pretty clear that these stories haven't been taken seriously, covered properly, handled with due circumspection and diligence judicially for reasons that don't seem clear. How can we trust our media? How can we trust our government? How can we trust our judiciary in anything after this? What we have is a government devoid of moral authority, and the reason it's devoid of moral authority is because they have no faith, belief or integrity in anything permanent or universal. That's why you see them blown by the breezes and trends continually. Now we believe in this ideology. Now we believe that these set of words are okay. Now we believe that it's okay to condemn these people or these individuals. What they mostly believe in is the centralisation of power, the ability to control, the ability to jail, the ability to kill, the ability to condemn. And if they can dress that up in anodyne bureaucratic language, they will. But the problem is that a story like this one robs them of that ability. It's so visceral, so revolting, so vivid and real that what it's done is it's brought to the forefront some issue that had been burbling and bubbling for a long time. People in power are disgusted by those they govern. The professional metropolitan classes have taken control of institutions and have cut themselves off from the people that are the foundation and backbone of nations. And it's happening across the world. It's not just in the UK, though, as Jordan Peterson says, it appears to be more pronounced in this country. The French agricultural protests are born of the same thing, a loathing and disdain for the people that build and hold together nations. The rise of nationalism is an obvious response to globalism, which was an attempt to centralise all power, desiccate national pride, deracinate individual freedoms, and now it appears to be over. We don't know where this is heading, but we do know that the old order is in serious trouble. The war against free speech is in full swing. We are the vanguard, bravely fighting back. Rumble's the home of this channel, Stay Free, and a leader in defending the fundamental human right of free speech. They've joined X to sue a cartel of advertisers and ad agencies who conspired to block ad revenue from going to the platforms. Recently, they've launched Rumble Premium. This, I think, is going to be a game changer for all of us. It's an ad-free viewing experience with great perks for viewers and creators. Rumble Premium will give you the ability to dive into your favourite content on your mobile or desktop or smart TV and savour every uninterrupted second of my content. Why don't you upgrade to Rumble Premium today? Support my free speech and the free speech of other content creators on this platform. Please go to Rumble now, rumble.com/premium, and if you use the code BRAND, you'll save $10, and Rumble will be aware that our stream is creating great converts. So that's rumble.com/premium, and do use the code BRAND to save $10. Anyway, there's a link there at the bottom of the screen now. We're posting it in the chat. Join up.
The lessons from our past have been well and truly learned.
There was a national review into child abuse under Alexis J, but its section on grooming gangs was limited to 6 locations, mostly not known for having a problem. And J expressed frustration her recommendations hadn't been implemented. Today, the Home Secretary said that would change.
First, I can confirm we will make it mandatory to report abuse. Second, we'll also legislate to make grooming an aggravating factor in the sentencing of child sexual offences, because the punishment must fit the terrible crime.
The opposition echoed Elon Musk's call for a national inquiry.
Will the Home Secretary commission that national statutory public inquiry which can compel witnesses to attend, that can requisition evidence, and where it can take evidence under oath?
The government says it's focused on improving police inquiries, and lawyer David Greenwood says they still aren't properly recording information about offenders.
I'm not convinced that the police forces and local authorities have gathered the necessary data, so I just don't think the data is there. Police should be working out who these groups are more actively and identifying them and using their powers to disrupt them.
Marlon, here with daughter Scarlett, is also calling for a national public inquiry. Arguably, there is more to learn, but it's also the case that there's plenty still to action.
I pray that there is a national public inquiry and a massive radical review about the way that the judiciary and police services have been run, and the way that the media appear to be willing to concoct stories when appropriate, when convenient, when in the support of particular institutions, and when beneficial to structures of power, and equally happy to oppress, control and ignore stories that appear to affect thousands and thousands of people. What are the forces that are at work here? Is there some nefarious intent behind all of this, or is it just some inert ineptitude that drives all this? What on earth is going on in the UK? What are the priorities that govern that country? And will it be able to sustain itself when new external powers, even if it's just in the form of opinion through social media platforms that don't censor, how will these old, breaking and broken institutions react to new emergent powers, new populism, and unwillingness to continue to tolerate these kind of repulsive stories. It seems to me pretty clear that something new is being born. Whilst it's not clear where this story will lead to, surely at bare minimum it will be an inquiry and possibly the toppling of systems of corruption that themselves seem in need of radical review. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and chat. Remember, we stream 4 days a week on Rumble. Join us there. Get Rumble Premium if it's within your resources, and join us too for Break Bread, where we have fantastic conversations with brilliant guests. In the meantime, if you can, please stay free. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Hello guys, Crispy here, welcome back to another Sunday's video. In this one, my friends, we're going to be revisiting a monster GPU, the GeForce RTX 4090. And well, it's been 2 years and 4 months since the RTX 4090 hit the shelves, and during all of this time, we've had many very intensive titles released, right? So it's time to test it out again with all of the ray tracings and all of the technologies available today in the most popular games. But first, let's go over the GPU specs. And the 4090 over here is based on the Ada Lovelace architecture. It features 16,384 CUDA cores, which is still a heck of a lot even compared with the upcoming 50 series GPUs. It also has 512 TMUs, 176 ROPs, 24 gigabytes of GDDR6X memory running on a 384-bit memory bus. That's very sweet amount of VRAM, and it's released for $1,600 MSRP, although some models, like the Asus ROG Strix version right here, actually went up to like $2,000, $2,200. This is a very expensive GPU. Even today, on the used market, it sells for around the same as MSRP, which is kind of crazy, especially since 50 series is around the corner. But enough intro, let's see what the RTX 4090, is a very big boy, can do in early 2025. Shall we? And first up, we got the gorgeous Horizon Forbidden West. We're playing this one at 4K resolution, utilizing DLAA, no upscaling, no frame generation at the moment, using the maximum settings in the game. Manually set everything to the maximum, aside from motion blurs, nets, stuff like that. Let's start counting our FPS. We're getting 80 frames per second, 4K native resolution. This is actually really good, especially because this is the Burning Shores DLC, and it's way more intensive than the base game. So to be seeing these beautiful graphics with these awesome smooth frame rates, it's actually pretty amazing, guys. Okay, it puts UE5 games to shame. Okay. Let's drop down here, still getting up into the 90s actually sometimes. The frame time graphics a little bit quicker than usual, but it doesn't have any stuttering issues, and micro stuttering is not noticeable at all. So it's a really smooth experience. Not super high refresh rate, of course, that's where the DLSS comes in, okay? But yeah, it's definitely very stable. Yeah, look at all of those colors. The water looks amazing here at native res as well. It's a flawless experience here, and in the base game it's always going to be better than here. Now, if you want a higher refresh rate experience, you can keep DLAA here and still run it at native resolution and enable frame generation on top of it. And here we can see it go up to 130s, 120s, and it's still native resolution, guys, so you're not really missing out on much in terms of graphics fidelity. It might be a very tad bit softer, you know, with FG enabled, but if you are looking for a high refresh rate experience in Horizon Forbidden West, this is probably the way to do it. Frame gen also doesn't introduce a lot of input lag in this game, guys. It feels really nice. There's a little bit more frame time issues there, you know, a few more frame time spikes, so maybe you want to cap your FPS to like 120 or something like that. But aside from that, it's going to be that high refresh rate experience. So 4090 still a very beastly GPU, as we can see here. Let's move on to another one. Next is Black Myth Wukong at 4K resolution, utilizing DLSS at 100%, so it's DLAA, and no ray tracing, but the cinematic settings. Okay, max settings without RT at native 4K. And look at this, guys. It is in the 50s. This completely wrecked every card in the market if you want to play it at 4K native or cinematic settings, you know. And it shows right here. We just played Horizon Forbidden West. Amazing looking title. Maybe not as realistic as this one in terms of its looks and lighting and so on. But it's a beautiful one, full of detail. And this, just because it's UE5, it's so much more intensive and it makes us drop into the 40s sometimes. Kind of crazy, guys. Now, you could try, for example, running this on very high settings instead of cinematic to achieve a little bit higher FPS, but it still would drop from 60. Okay, I tried it. So what I'm gonna do instead, to keep all of those visuals set to the maximum, is set the DLSS to 67%, which is quality DLSS. So I'm just gonna apply that, still not using frame gen, and let's check it out now. Instead of getting 50s and low 50s around here, we're now up into the 70s. This looks pretty much like native resolution as well, and I'm glad they now allow you to adjust the sharpening effect in this game. That's very welcomed, you know, because it was super over sharpened previously. Now I have it set to 2 or 3 actually, and it looks really, really good at 4K. And yeah, aside from the stutters that you get, traversal stutters in UE5 games, which is what we're seeing here, dropping our 1% lows, it is actually a pretty smooth experience in terms of average FPS. It won't really drop from 60 frames per second anymore, which feels really good, okay? I'd recommend you to lock the frame rate though if you want a little bit more stable of an experience without as much stuttering, but again, this is due to the engine of the game itself. Not much. Now, if you want a higher refresh rate experience, there's frame generating in this game as well. So I'm going to keep the DLSS set to quality plus FG now, and we're up into the 100s. This is still without any ray tracing and stuff like that. Actually, I've tested this game with many resolutions and settings and different DLSS presets and so on in a separate video. Same thing for other games that I will try in this game. So if you're interested, check out the playlist. God, I'm stuck here. Why? No. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Hey,
no, I need to heal myself. Stop it!
You here for me?
1 HP.
Oh shit! Hey, get me out of here! Okay, I know the code to the back door. Let's move.
Anyway, we're back here, guys, getting those sweet 100 frames per second. It feels really good. Input lag-wise, it also doesn't feel bad at all. Which is for the first-person shooter, I'd rather disable frame gen because of the input lag, but this is third-person game, you know, single player, so it doesn't bother me at all, even with mouse and keyboard. Now let's tackle the elephant in the room. Full ray tracing in this game, and I'm gonna set it to very high. 4090, and I'm gonna keep DLSS quality and frame gen enabled. If you're interested in native resolution, and after a restart of the game, we're back here. 4K DLSS quality, frame gen on, cinematic settings, full ray tracing on, so max settings basically with DLSS, and we're getting around 60s, 70s. But the problem is the input lag now is pretty noticeable, unfortunately. If you get closer and closer to 60 FPS on average, you'll get a lot higher input lag, unfortunately. And right now, I wouldn't really consider this a great experience with mouse and keyboard. With a controller, it would still be fine because you can't notice the input lag as much. But here, it's a little bit too much for my taste, and it would actually hurt your performance, not your computer's performance, but your actual performance. God damn it. Okay, when fighting and your reactions and so on, you know. Oh my god, come on, drink the potion, there we go. Still pretty impressive that it can do this with full ray tracing on, but it also is a little bit more pixelated, slightly more stuttery as well with RT on, and I think I would just disable RT in this game, honestly. It does fix the shadow LOD issue in this game, which is pretty bad, but, you know, at the cost of huge performance, I'm not sure if it's worth it. Next up is Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the latest installment, and we're playing it. Also, the settings just a little bit okay, but it's 4K extreme settings. Can I get a kill, please. Thank you very much. Okay, there we go. Okay, 4K resolution, native NIS set to native as well, just to sharpen the image, because this is a pretty soft game. And this is the extreme settings preset. The only thing I disabled was depth of build, and it is a really awesome experience, of course, because this game is not really that terribly optimized like some other titles. And I guess also because this is the same game every year. Alright, destroyed the camera. Oh, that's perfect. Good stuff. You know, you miss all of the shots that you don't take, so you better take those shots, even if you don't think it's gonna amount to anything. So, yeah, there we go. Come on. One down. Good stuff. It is high refresh rate experience, of course. Hard point right here. Okay, got him. Got him. There's another one there. Okay, got that one as well. And I mean, of course, these might not be super duper fast competitive frame rates, but it is absolutely amazing of an experience still. Okay, it's very, very fast, and if you want competitive FPS like 200 plus FPS or something like that, you can still get those if you play at lower settings or competitive settings, for example. So no need for upscalers, no need for frame generations or anything like that. But yeah, if you want to play at native 4K resolution maxed out, it's gonna look really crispy and very beautiful in terms of like the colors and so on. It really pops in this game, and I like that. And it's going to be a smooth experience still. Okay, those were both waiting. Now it's Cyberpunk 2077 with Phantom Liberty DLC updates 2.2, and we're playing at 4K utilizing the ultra settings. No ray tracing at the moment. These are turned off in motion blur as well. But let's do this. Well. Look at how gorgeous Cyberpunk still looks to this day. Obviously, it has had a ton of updates over the years, and it has fixed a lot of stuff as well, but it's still an absolutely amazing looking title. If you compare this to a UE5 title, I think this looks better, actually. Now, this is extremely intensive over here. As you can see, it's dropping into the 50s, so beautiful, but it is very, very demanding indeed. But you also need to keep in mind that I am playing this in the most intensive area of the entire game. And this roundabout right here is actually the most intensive place in the entire game. So, goodbye, Bob! But anyway, if you are looking for that native resolution experience with the RTX 4090, oh god, why would you do this? Oh boy. Well, you can have it here. Okay, the base game will also run a little bit better than this in Dogtown area. Overall, it's a very enjoyable experience, I feel, here in Cyberpunk. However, I would probably utilize some DLSS set quality here at 4K resolution. And here with DLSS quality, what are you guys doing here? You can see it's getting 80s, 70s sometimes, rubbing into the 70s here on this roundabout. Once again, I'm not going to kill Bob this time around. He should be, at least. Although he's a demon and he's always resurrecting. Let's see. Yeah, there he is. Anyway, guys, 80 FPS is much, much better than 60 FPS for that stability. Now, this way, you know that won't drop from 60 FPS ever while you're playing the game. And since the implementation of DLSS in Cyberpunk is so good, this DLSS quality basically looks like native resolution, and you can adjust the sharpening to your liking as well. It's a really, really nice experience with DLSS in this game. And it looks gorgeous. There's no need to utilize ray tracing if you don't want to wreck your FPS or resolution. But you know what? Speaking of ray tracing, we should try it out next. So I'm gonna go ahead and try Ray Tracing Ultra preset. This sets DLSS to auto, which is performance 4K. And I'm gonna keep it on quality. Again, if you are interested in seeing like performance balanced and so on, over here I have a separate video inside what I would actually play on this video. And well, Ray Tracing Ultra preset. I'm going to disable these again. Everything else is still the same. Better restart the game to make sure that everything applies properly. Alright guys, here we have it. I also enabled ray reconstruction because it makes these reflections look a lot better. There's absolutely no smearing at all on them. Really, really nice looking. The shadows also became a bit darker in this scene at least. Really gorgeous now with ray tracing enabled. And we're getting 60 still. It might drop from 60 FPS. Let's see it in the roundabout area, guys. Okay, so far so good. This is actually really good. It's not dropping from 60. And if it doesn't drop from 60 here, it won't drop from 60 anywhere else in the entire game. So, you know what? I think this might be the way to play this game with the RTX 4090. Just enable ray tracing because you can. Quality DLSS still makes it look amazing. Ray reconstruction fixes the shimmery reflections and soft, noisy reflections that you'd see without it. And it's just an absolutely gorgeous game. I would lock it to 60 probably to fix the frame time issues that we're seeing. Flat frame time graph, and it's not like you can notice stuttering happening, honestly, most of the time. Honestly, I don't remember this running so well with these settings. Like, ray tracing is super demanding. It is ray tracing ultra, okay? Not path tracing. Path tracing is the GPU destroyer, that's one. I'll try it. Let's go with Ray Tracing Overdrive. I'll keep DLSS set to auto, which is performance here at 4K resolution. Ray reconstruction still enabled. There's path tracing, okay, extremely intensive. Just gonna do this again, and that's it. I'm gonna restart. And here we go, guys. Going over the settings again. We're still not utilizing FG, okay, and this is it. Path tracing, Ray Tracing Overdrive, still above 60 FPS. Obviously, this is upscaling from 1080p resolution with DLSS performance, which is the auto setting there. But this is quite nice still. It gets 60-ish frames. It's very similar to Ray Tracing Ultra with quality DLSS actually at 4K, right? 60-ish. You can run path tracing. It still looks really good like this. Obviously, you can start telling that the game is being upscaled. It's not like quality DLSS, but 80 resolution. Has a bit of a oil painting look to it, just slight, okay. Let me enable frame gen, guys. I'm really curious to see this. I need to restart the game now to apply this, which is weird. I didn't need to do that before. And look at that now, guys. We're up into the 100s. FG unfortunately makes these papers flying a complete artifacting mess, basically. But it does deliver a more smooth experience. It also fixes the frame time graph somewhat. You know, it was a little bit thicker previously, more micro stutters. It's a bit more stable, I guess. But well, guys, enough Cyberpunk. Goodbye, Bob. We spent a lot of time here in this one, but it's always the most asked for game for me to test, you know. So here we go. A little more time spent in Cyberpunk. Let's move on to the next one. Time for God of War Ragnarok at 4K resolution using the LAA and the Ultra settings preset. This is just a gorgeous experience, my friends. These games from Sony ported to the PC are always very smooth and very well optimized. Although you can see some great. Right, disabling the power utilization of the GPU to see that fixes because the X3D CPUs sometimes have a little bit of trouble with that setting anti-afterburner, but it didn't fix anything. It still got these voltages of low that we're seeing here. Good thing is, it doesn't really matter too much because it still feels really, really awesome and smooth. And if you enable frame generation on top of this, those little frame time issues will be completely gone. Look at the power utilization as well, going up to 400 watts. It's starting to heat up my room a little bit, not gonna lie, after all of these tests here. But yeah, in God of War Ragnarok, max everything out, play at 80 resolution, get 100 plus FPS still. It's amazing, okay? It's really, really good game. Also around here, things tend to drop a little bit sometimes. It's dropping into the lower 100s, maybe 90s. Yep, there we go, low 90s at times. Still completely under control, and it's a great experience for a single player game, of course. There's nothing right there, and let me enable some DLSS frame generation now. This makes the game look pretty similar to what we just saw, but it improves our FPS like crazy, as you can see. And as I told you, the little frame time issues that we were seeing, those spikes, you know, they are completely gone. So now our 1% lows are close to the averages, and this is how I'd end up playing this game. Not only do you get a higher refresh rate experience, a smoother one as well, and the power utilization also goes down slightly. So yeah, that's it for God of War Ragnarok. This is just a flawless and amazing experience here at 4K resolution with this GPU. To be expected, once again. I mean, I keep saying it's an amazing experience and so on, it's incredible, but it's a super expensive GPU. The 50 series aren't out yet, when I'm posting this video at least. They have been announced though, but you know, this is still a super expensive card to buy, even after those have been announced, I bet. So, it's no wonder it runs these optimized titles so damn well. Moving on to another UE5 title, this is Stalker 2 at 4K using epic settings, DLAA, no frame gen, so it's native 4K, and this game is a complete mess when it comes to performance, yet the 4090 can still handle it at 50 plus FPS. Unfortunately, it's starting to drop into the 50s, as you can see. Now, there is also a major CPU bottlenecking issue in this title, which is not present at the moment for using 4K max settings, so GPU usage is always maxed out, you know. But if you start lowering down settings to like high or medium, for example, or using DLSS quality, which I would use instead of lowering down the settings, you will actually encounter that CPU bottleneck, which is a shame in a single-player game. You know, at least out here, while exploring, you can actually get 60 to 70 frames per second pretty much at all times, and it will only get CPU bound in that settlement area where we started. No problems there. You could also lock your FPS to 60 to achieve a little bit of flat frame time graph, and it would overall be a pretty decent experience, although this still lacks a lot of optimization. I'd love to see the developers tackle that issue. Let's do DLSS quality next at 4K resolution, and this bumps it up from 60-ish frames per second to 80s and even 90s at times, I guess. And it's looking very similar to native resolution as well. I'm using a 42-inch monitor for this, by the way, so if I can't tell a major difference in this size of a monitor, something like 32 inches or 27 inches at 4K won't be noticeable at all that you're utilizing upscale. So that's nice, okay? There we go, we're approaching the settlement areas. GPU utilization is starting to drop now, as you can see, so we're CPU bound at the moment. It's much better than when the game released, where it would drop into the 40s with 7800X 3D, okay? But yeah, it still drops like crazy. Just walking around here as well, you can see GPU usage is much lower. So the perfect way to play this game with the 4090 would be with frame generation enabled plus DLSS quality. I'm going to apply that, and we have 120 FPS now. Way better, 1-teens. Also, this game is pretty terrible when it comes to the input lag, so you need 110 FPS plus all of the time, and thankfully you can actually get that, especially if you are out in the open fields, exploring and taking on enemies and so on. You can actually get a high refresh rate experience, and the input lag won't matter too much. So I think it's a pretty awesome experience actually, although a bit stuttery one because of the 5. That's what we've been seeing a lot of with games made in this engine, fortunately. Remember Slowfield, my friends? This game, when it came out, we're playing at 4K using ultra settings, by the way, with the LAA. Yeah, this was the worst optimized game that we have ever seen when it came out, guys. Now, it has come a long way in terms of its performance. It's running better now than it did back on release. But you might look at Starfield now and think that this is actually a pretty well-optimized title now. It's running very smoothly in terms of that frame time graph, you know, and there's no spike whatsoever anywhere. And it's also running with decently high FPS. Now, the game graphics aren't anything special. Some textures are really high quality though, but it doesn't really look like a very modern title. At least it's not stutterfest, a completely unoptimized title that the UE5 games are these days. I mean, Bethesda did not make a good job with optimization in this game, but when compared to recent games, it looks like an optimized title. Next is Marvel Rivals, UE5 title, very intensive at 4K resolution using DLSS native and the ultra settings with Lumen enabled. And well guys, this is the performance in Marvel Rivals. If you want to max it out at 4K resolution, you actually need an RTX 4090 to achieve 60 plus FPS all of the time, which is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion because of how the game looks. You know, it kind of looks like Overwatch in some ways, and it plays like Overwatch as well, and it is like 10 times more intensive than Overwatch. Maybe not 10 times, like 5 times more intensive. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but at least they have made an update now that improves frame rates. Okay, I'm already with that update in place. Come on, there we go. It stutters quite a bit as well because of UE5 once again. But yeah, this game should definitely perform better than it does, even on maximum settings, if the maximum settings look like this, right? It's kind of getting the same performance or just slightly better than Stalker 2, for example. Anyway, I also tried it on low settings and I was getting like 120 FPS. Yeah, low settings, 4K with 4090, 120 FPS just doesn't sound right whatsoever. But now we have the option of disabling some stuff here, as well as setting the model detail to performance. And if you want the highest FPS possible, I guess, well, this is it. 84K still. Alright guys, this is definitely running a bit better than before with these new performance settings, okay? Let's go over here, kill these bastards, 170s. Remember, previously I was getting right around 120 frames per second, on average 130 sometimes, and now it's actually in the 160s, 170s, sometimes it reaches 200 frames per second, so much better experience, much smoother one as well, and that's much better for an RTX 4090 as well. You know, it's still low settings, and I feel like we should have had these FPS with the maximum settings, maybe without the ray tracing stuff, or Lumen actually. But yeah, this is an improvement, and I like that the developers have actually done something to optimize the game and make it run a little bit better, okay? Obviously, we also have the DLSS if you want even higher performance, so I'm just going to set it to like quality, for example, and it gets up into the 200s all of the time, as you can see. And by the way, previously we would get around 100 frames per second or 90 frames per second at ultra settings with quality DLSS. I've tested it as well. But yeah, this doesn't really seem to be dropping from 200, so much more stable. And you can also enable DLSS frame generation if you want that on top of DLSS quality, although in a multiplayer shooter game and competitive game, I wouldn't really enable frame gen because, well, it seems like it's not even working, honestly. But it adds a bit of input lag on top of things, so it's not good, okay? Yeah, I'm not sure if they broke FG because it's definitely getting the same FPS as before. But anyway, let's move on. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is next at 4K resolution using supreme settings, no upscaling, no ray trace or path tracing. Actually, the game utilizes ray tracing by default. I'm also utilizing the command RLOD scale 5 to increase the view distance of objects and shadow, and this makes the game not have the horrible pop-in issues that we see very, very often in Indiana Jones. Those are fixed by utilizing path tracing, but if you don't want to kill your performance completely, just use this command and it will look really, really good without the need to use path tracing. So yeah, pretty much it's always going to be an amazing experience. It's actually dropping into the 80s sometimes, as you can see. But it's really, really smooth. No major stuttering issues in this game, which is very nice to see as well. VRAM usages are under control. Obviously, they always are. This is a 24GB GPU. Now, if you want to absolutely kill your performance, you can enable full ray tracing, which is path tracing in this game. This has everything turned on the ray tracing settings, and you will definitely need some DLSS to make it playable, maybe with some frame generation at the same time. Let's check this out. It will actually get you 30 FPS without frame gen and without DLSS performance. This way it gets you around the same FPS as we were seeing before, with a lot of added input lag, unfortunately. And well, actually it does look better in terms of lighting, of course, in terms of shadows as well. They're kind of more realistic. but it also looked really good previously, and we were playing at native 4K, so I think I would just go without path tracing in this one. And guys, we're now playing Delta Force. This is an Unreal Engine 4 title. It runs UE5 in its single-player campaign, but, you know, this is the way to go, right? Just keep it simple with older engines if you are running multiplayer shooters, because that's the way to go. My God! Okay, we're doing this. I'm not dead yet somehow. There are snipers there. Okay, we're dead now. Okay, let's go over the settings. Yes, totally forgot. We're playing at 4K resolution using the maximum settings, ultimate settings here. And this runs absolutely phenomenally because it is a well-optimized title. You know, it could have better 1% lows though, because sometimes there's the odd little spike here and there in that frame time graph, and I did disable the power utilization on the GPU to see if it was because of the X3D CPU, but no, it wasn't. Come on. Why am I shooting them with a pistol? Fire looks great as well. It still looks really good, even though it's on an older engine. It's all about the lighting and the art style and everything. Look at this. Doesn't it look great, guys? More games should focus on optimization, and more games should focus in older engines, in my opinion. It's also really sharp, visually speaking. I have the sharpness set to 50% as well, but, you know, it's not a blurry mess like some newer titles are. Oh boy, oh, there are many explosions. What the heck is going on? This is so sick, actually. I don't even know where those missiles are coming from, but this is sick. Oh boy, what the heck? Many of them here. Okay. All good, we're fine. Explosions. Oh yes, beautiful stuff. Reload, thank you very much, buddy. Need help? I'm actually gonna go from behind them. Nope, I'm not. They're trying to conquer this objective here, the bunker area. I'm gonna go over the bunker area, actually. Oh, so many. Nope. Okay, get in.
Welcome to my store.
All right, no problem.
Oh no,
though.
how many times in 1 month?
Come on. It's a UE4 title, by the way. The longer you play, the smoother it gets, okay, in terms of stability. But look at these graphics, guys. Imagine if Stalker 2 stuck with UE4 instead of moving to UE5. We could have had really good graphics still, and great performance instead of the terrible blurriness and noisy mess that game is with Lumen and Nanite. And also with the performance that's terrible. Back to a UE5 title, Silent Hill 2 at 4K, utilizing quality DLSS. Ray tracing is on as well, and we're using epic settings over here. So basically the game is maxed out now, and without DLSS on quality we would be getting around 50 frames per second, so it's a bit rough, you know. But here on quality DLSS it actually still looks really good, close to native resolution with a tad bit more ghosting, I guess. But it gets us way higher FPS. 80s, there's always stuttering from UE5, but anyway, aside from that, it's actually a pretty smooth experience, as you can see. Like 60 plus 100% of the time, 1% lows are also alright, and it looks really good, this game, actually. And as you can see, here in the woods area, it's still getting us 70 plus. It's actually a bit less intensive than where we started. Looking back in this direction usually drops it, and yeah, 69 FPS, very nice. But of course, this is the initial part of the game here in the woods area. And although it's intensive compared to the city, for example, it's not as intensive as the woodside apartments I'm going to right now. And this is where things get completely wrecked in this game. Look at the amount of stuttering, look at the frame rate dropping from 60 FPS. It is a shame. You actually need to utilize like frame generation or maybe balanced DLSS or performance DLSS. The thing is, this is worst case scenario, and basically everywhere else you go, you'll get those 60 plus FPS. But it's a shame, guys. You're spending a lot of money on a GPU. It's a beast of a card in other titles, but these UE5 games just bring it to its knees. Next is Ghost of Tsushima. We're playing this one at 4K resolution using DLEA, no frame generations or anything like that, and we're utilizing the maximum settings. And well, guys, this game is really pretty and it runs very well. It's buttery smooth, first of all. The FPS are not too high, but remember, we're using maximum settings here. manually set every single setting to its maximum, and this is the end result. It's still a very smooth experience, not super high refresh rate, but if you play, for example, with very high settings instead, you will get a performance bump. And of course, you still have frame generation in this game, which I feel like it works really, really well here with this art style. Let's go. This is the Golden Temple area, by the way, one of the most intensive areas. Actually, I think the most intensive area in the entire game, and it's still getting us those 80-ish frames per second, low 80s, high 70s, 69 FPS, 1% lows. So it's buttery smooth, it's amazing, and I love it. But I'm gonna try enabling frame generation now, keeping the same maximum settings in the game. And well, guys, in terms of its visuals, it looks exactly the same. I don't really see a difference whatsoever. I don't see any ghosting or any softness or artifacting coming from the frame generation in this game. Everything is just working flawlessly, and it's now a super high refresh rate experience. Well, not super high, but it is 120 FPS plus pretty much at all times. Maybe in the Golden Temple it's gonna drop a little bit, but it just feels amazing now. It also smooths out our frame time graph slightly more. I'm not sure which settings I would utilize. Well, the settings, I'm sure of. I would max the game out on a 4090, obviously, but I don't know if I would use FG or not, because in terms of input lag, I can't really feel any input lag either. It's amazing, guys. And you know what? I wish more games ran like this, guys. We need smooth games, okay? We need smooth frame times. Developers, stop using UE5. I'm gonna cry. And another game that is also really smooth is Helldivers 2. We're playing at 4K native resolution using the maximum settings over here, okay? And look at that. It's close to 100 frames per second. It doesn't have a single stutter in the frame time graph. It is just amazing, this one, guys. It's one of the smoothest experiences that we've had in recent times. Let's start counting our FPS as well. We just dropped, and killing these bastards. Oh boy, I don't know how to kill that one, actually. Maybe we need to move away from here. I'm alone as well, by the way, but I really wanted to showcase here. Oh my gosh, they're destroying the trees and everything. Because of all of the trees. It's more intense whenever you've got trees going on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's all good, guys. It's all good. No, it's not. Heal yourself. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Yes, jump. Jump, dive like that. Oh my god. Look at this. Even the transition when you die and get back into the game with smoke effects and so on, it doesn't stutter. It doesn't lower our FPS. It's just a great experience. It's one of the smoothest ones. This is what I like to see once again. Next is Counter-Strike 2 at 4K using very high settings with no anti-aliasing. This was the only way to max out the GPU. You know, if I was playing on low settings, it would be getting a CPU bottleneck all of the time. And here we can see 99% GPU usage. Here we go. What are you doing? Let's start counting our FPS. That's it. Like my new gun. What was that? This is a new animation. I've never seen that one before. Whoa, boy, these guys are good. You know what? This calls for some AWP action. Here we go, guys. Okay, let's see if I can hit those flicks. Actually, today I'm not using a wireless mouse, so maybe the wire is going to influentiate my skills. What? Yes. Whatever. Whatever. Let's go. I can still do this, okay? Just concentrate, please. Concentrate in the game and do not concentrate so much in the commentary. Everything will be okay. Hello? No. This is cheating, okay? Stop it. Hello, this was the guy with the deagle. There we go. We got him. I still got my skills with the AWP, my friends. That's great. Sometimes I get a little bit confused and panicky, but it's all good. I just gotta chill a little bit, yeah? Let's go. Reload. And let's get them bastards. Another one. Hello there. Nope. Okay, goodbye. There's another one. Okay, got it. Good stuff. Anyone else? This one. Oh, god, you bastards. Okay, you gotta reload. Time out. I said thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, another one. Okay.
Oh god, no, please.
All right,
please. I'm going as fast as I can.
It's all good.
Okay, as fast as I can.
It's fine, guys. Moving up and down the tunnel. Honestly, guys, I don't know why. Every time I pick up the AWP, I feel alive. Alright, I just hit those shots. It's amazing. Oh, yes. Hello? Okay. This guy, what are you doing? Jumping backwards like that. Alright, another one down. Hello. You know what? Let's go with the bonus weapon. Otherwise, I might not win this one. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Oh, they're everywhere. Yeah. Hello. Okay. It's all good. We're good. Somehow I'm still alive and kicking them bastards. Oh, 2 seconds. Well, at least we got 369 FPS average. Now, an extremely intensive title, Alan Wake 2 at 4K using DLAA and the, I will say, ultra settings, because I manually set every single setting to high. I set it to be high, some of them to medium, but we're not utilizing max settings because ray tracing is turned off. And, well, this is 4K native on ultra, and it gets 50-ish frames per second, as you can see. This is a very intensive game, guys. One of the most demanding ones that we've seen in recent times, actually. And especially when you enable that pocket racing, it's just correct. Fortunately, though, the LSS in this game looks really, really nice, so you can play like that absolutely fine. But I'm actually going to utilize it right now, one quality with 4K res. And it looks basically the same in this game. Even FSR2 looks great in this one, actually. And it's now getting 80-ish frames per second instead of those 50s that we were seeing, without added input lag because we're not utilizing frame generation. And this is definitely the way to go if you don't want to fiddle with path tracing here. Absolutely amazing. If you're interested in checking out a lot more settings and frame generation in this game, once again, I have a link down in the description for the 49 playlist. This game there. Stutter Night is up next at 4K using DirectX 12 epic settings with Lumen enabled and hardware ray trace. And guys, at 49 you just get wrecked here with these settings. It's absolutely insane. Oh boy, people are shooting at us. It's terrible. I'm gonna touch on the RFPS. It's still Stutter Night, as you can see. It has some massive stuttering happening here and there. It doesn't even get 60 on average, apparently. 59. Oh my god. This is ridiculous, guys. It's all because, once again, Lumen is enabled. This is UE5 as well. It's by stuttering, I guess. Even Epic doesn't fix the damn stuttering issues. It's crazy. They also make this engine okay. That's why I'm saying even they can fix it. Let's go ahead and check it out with some quality DLSS. This should put it above 60 FPS 100% of the time. Obviously, if you don't want to use Lumen and the ray tracing, hardware ray tracing stuff, I really recommend you to not use it in a game like Fortnite. You can disable it and achieve like 200 FPS. It's night and day difference. It will improve your frame rate and the smoothness as well, like crazy. Okay, so I definitely recommend you to do that. But here, well, for the testing of 4090, I thought, well, let's just max it out and see how it does. And yeah, apparently we can actually get 60 plus now with quality DLSS. It looks basically the same as native resolution, so that's great, but it still stutters quite a bit more than it otherwise would without ray tracing enabled. So I would not do this, okay? So how I would play this game with the 4090 would be with 4K resolution, DirectX 12 still, DLSS quality, really good in this game, and disabling Nanite, which disables Lumen reflections and global illumination, and this makes the game way more intensive. Again, I'm gonna restart properly, and see this, guys, we're getting close to 200 FPS. The lighting is still beautiful, the game still looks really, really good, but yeah, it's running way better just because we disabled that Nanite and Lumen stuff. So as long as games actually allow you to disable that, and I hope that more games in the future using this engine do that, the Unreal Engine 5 is not that hard to run. Look at this. This is crazy performance, right? And don't get me started on the smoothness as well. We're driving the car around. It's not stuttering anymore. 1% lows are above 100 frames per second. I think that's about it for Fortnite, which started as being Stutter Night, but here, after a couple of adjustments in the settings, it is no longer stuttering. So it's actually a really smooth experience now. Now it's Battlefield time. I got 2042 here today at 4K using ultra settings, no upscaling, no ray tracing. And let's start counting our FPS. We're getting 100 plus frames per second, smoke effects and everything not slowing down. Very good. This is quite a decent experience compared to the last generation as well. By last generation, I mean the 30 series. Okay, I remember playing this on the 3080 Ti, as well as the RX 6900 XT. Those GPUs were good for like around 70 frames per second on average, and this is quite a big jump up in performance, you know. I also remember testing the RX 6900 XT in this exact same map for its full-on review as well here in the channel. There we go, 1 kill. And it was providing a very nice experience, of course, with around 70 FPS. But, of course, I do prefer my high refresh rate. This is definitely a heck of a lot better. Very good stuff and very good performance here. Also, guys, if you are interested in checking out some older Battlefield games, I actually tested Battlefield 3 yesterday on a 4090. It was great. Very, very good. I loved it. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing here, guys. I am confused. I am lost inside of the smoke. Smoke effects everywhere. All right, there they are. Come on, let's go. Good stuff. This is so smooth as well. There's no stuttering or no perceived stuttering here in this game.
You're a wanted individual.
Another one.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
go.
I'm trying.
Nice, good stuff. We're pushing in faster. We need more healing as well. Great. Come on, people. I just love Battlefield games. And finally, before we go to the conclusion games, I got Hogwarts Legacy at 4K using DLSS quality, which is 67% resolution scale there, and the ultra settings with maxed out ray tracing as well, and frame generation, which is on over here. Okay, I lost it. And well, we're starting here in Hogsmeade, which is a very CPU-intensive area in the game, so it's actually CPU-bound at the moment. I'm gonna start counting the FPS. It's really 4, by the way, and it stutters quite a bit. Magic. Some magic happened there with that lady. Yeah, those 1% lows, man. It doesn't feel good with ray tracing enabled. It gets a bit better whenever you disable ray tracing, but this is never a very smooth experience, unfortunately, in this title. They never really fixed the stuttering that comes with Hogwarts Legacy, unfortunately. And also, locking your FPS makes it stutter way less, so I highly recommend you to do that. I'm not doing that because it's a video. But yeah, as you can see now that we are out of that extremely demanding area, it is getting much flatter frame times, much better experience, more stable as well. And I've actually been playing this game quite a bit lately, and yes, I did see quite a bit of stuttering, but it was nothing game-breaking in my opinion. I could actually stand it, but it doesn't happen in most of the map, as you can see here. As usual, you can always disable ray tracing to make it run better, and you can run it at native resolution as well without RT in this game. It will run absolutely fine since it's UE4 again, and yeah, that's it for Hogwarts Legacy. It looks decent. It plays pretty okay as well. I wish it was more stable, but it is what it is. And it is conclusion time, my friends. The RTX 4090 is still an amazing GPU, and we can leave it right there, right? I mean, I gotta say that 2 years later, I thought this GPU was going to be performing better than it actually is, but that mostly is because of the laziness of game development these days. Like, games aren't looking that much better than what we had 3, 4, 5 years ago, yet they are so much more intensive, and they rely so much on upscalers and frame generations and stuff like that, that it's not even funny anymore. This is an absolute monster of a GPU, yet we are already seeing it dropping from 60 FPS sometimes at 4K, complete max settings, of course, mostly because of like Lumen and ray tracing, and I'm fine with those technologies, okay? I'm okay with having RT on in title here and there, and having lower performance and needing to utilize some upscaling and stuff like that. But the main issue that I have in some of these titles is that they don't allow you to disable ray tracing. They don't allow you to disable lumen stuff. And that ends up being extremely intensive. But in terms of the performance of this GPU, is still amazing. You still got plenty of VRAM, of course. I doubt the 5070 is going to give the 4090 performance, especially not without multi-frame generation, of course. If you're expecting that GPU to perform the same as this, it won't. But hey, I don't think anyone with an RTX 4090 would complain about the experience that they're having. I'm here complaining about the games here and there, sometimes in the performance, but the fact of the matter is this graphics card can chew through everything that you throw at it. And if you aren't playing at 4K resolution, if you're, for example, on a 1440p display, even with all of the bells and whistles enabled at the lower resolutions, this is still going to be alive for a really long time. And at 4K as well. So yeah, this was a massive video, and I think a massive GPU is worthy of a massive video. So here we go. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll catch you in the next one very soon. Expect some 50 series benchmarks whenever those GPUs. Thank you very much for watching. Love you all. Bye-bye.
I recently put out a video about what you can do in your 30s if you don't have any investments to get started to become wealthy, and the number one type of comment that I got in that video is, what do I do if I'm in my 40s? Because guess what? If you're in your 40s, you don't have as much time as somebody in their 20s. Well, the good thing is there are three things that will determine how wealthy you become. Number one is the dollars. How much money do you invest? Number two is a return. How fast can you grow your money? And number three is time. How long do you have for your money to grow and compound? Well, the one factor that you cannot change is time. None of us can go back in time and start investing when we're 19 or 20 or 25 years old, but we can get started today. The thing that you have to remember is that you can make up for an imbalance in one of these three factors by putting more weight on one of the others. So if you have less time, you can increase how many dollars you're investing, or you can increase the return that you're getting. If you don't have enough dollars to invest, you can increase the type of return that you're getting. And that's what I'm going to be going over in this video, because if you're in your 40s, your time isn't as much as somebody who's 25, but that does not mean that there's no opportunity for you to become wealthy. But it does mean you're going to have to get laser focused and extremely focused on becoming wealthy, and that requires some sacrifices, some hard work, and putting your money in the right places. And the first thing you want to do is you have to start by assessing your finances where they are right now. Number one, do you have any savings? Number two, do you have any investments, including a 401k or an IRA? Number three, do you have any debts, and what kind of debts are they? Number four, what is your income combined? Number five, are you tracking your money? Number six, what legal or financial shields do you have? These legal or financial shields could be things like a will, an estate, a trust. These could be things like LLCs and different insurances to protect you in case you get sued, to protect you in case something bad happens. Now, this is where the first thing that you have to do in order to start improving your finances is you got to get a picture of where you are right now, because everybody's going to be in a different boat. Somebody's going to have $3,000 worth of debt, no savings, no investments. Somebody else is going to have $40,000 worth of debt with $100,000 worth of assets, and somebody else might have no debt and $500,000 worth of investments put aside. And this is where you got to create that picture of where you are today and where you want to go. And the way you want to start this is you take a piece of paper, take a Google sheet, does not matter, and you want to write down these numbers, right? Number one on the top, what is your income? How much money are you making, and what are the sources of this income? This could be a job, this could be a business, this could be your investments. What is the income that you're making? Then below that, you want to write down your expenses. Now, this is going to be a detailed list of your expenses. You want to take a look at your credit card statements, your debit statements, and your bank statements to see where is your money going. Is it going to restaurants? Is it going to groceries? Is it going to gas? Is it going to your car payments? Is it going to your mortgage? Is it going? Write down all the different places where your money is going. Categorize it. Now you can see your income, then you see your expenses. Then after the expenses line items, that's where you want to write where else your money is going. How much money are you putting towards your investments? How much money are you putting towards charity? How much money did you put towards your savings? How much money did you put towards anywhere else that's not listed above? Maybe you're saving money for a down payment on a home. Maybe you're saving money to buy a car. Maybe you're saving money to buy a watch. Write that there as well. That way you know exactly where your money is going. Now you have a picture of where your money is going, and then you should also be writing down all of your debts and all of your other assets here as well. This is going to give you a starting point, because now you can take a look at this and say, how far are you from being able to become wealthy? Because remember, three factors: time, dollars, and return. We can't change the time, but we can influence the dollars and the return that you get on your money. And this is where now the most accessible place to start is by being able to invest more dollars. The more dollars you invest, the wealthier you will be able to become, period. Because, well, if someone's investing $1,000 and somebody else is investing $5,000, you have the ability to see more return on your money if you can invest more money, assuming you invest your money into a good investment. So now, how can you invest more dollars? You're going to have to figure out either A, how can you earn more money so you have more money to invest, or B, how can you cut back on your expenses? And this can be very difficult, especially if you're in your 40s, because now you feel like you're established in your career and you don't want to be cutting back now to start putting money aside towards your investments. So you're going to have to get real with yourself, and we're going to go over some numbers where you're going to have to put in the sacrifice right now, do whatever it takes. Because if you do not have a solid plan towards building wealth or retirement now, you are going to have to get extremely committed, because you don't have the same time as somebody who's 21 or 25, and so you have to get extremely committed and make double the sacrifice. Because if you want to be able to live wealthy, live financially free, and not have to worry about money anymore, you're going to have to put in that sacrifice now. And yeah, it's not as fun to do that when you're in your 40s as compared to when you're in your 20s, but either you're going to look back when you're in your 50s and 60s and say, thank God I made the sacrifice when I did, or you're going to look back and say, man, I wish I did, and that's going to be the decision for you to make. So you got to start by assessing the situation that you're in right now, and then the second thing that you have to do is you're going to have to build the order of operations now, how you are going to get the wealth and the financial freedom that you want. We're going to build out these order of operations, and then number 3 is you're going to have to attack this order of operations. So you're going to assess, build the right order of operations, and then attack this order of operations. And now, when you're talking about this order of operations, there are 7 things that you need to work on. The first thing that you need to do is you have to make sure you have your base foundation built, your base savings. Number 2 is you have to attack the high interest debts. Number 3 is you have to build a financial system. Number 4 is you have to make your lifestyle adjustments. Number 5 is you have to manage and create the right investments that give you the best rate of return possible. Number 6 is you have to look at your income. And then number 7 is when you're going to look at your other debts. So let me start with building that financial base, starting with building that base savings. If now you don't have any savings, and by savings I mean an emergency savings cushion that's there not to make you rich, that's there not to help you buy investments, that's there not to help you buy a car, that's there just to protect you against an emergency. Your emergency fund, as some people like to call it. If you don't have any savings, the first thing you got to do is save $2,000 ASAP, because if you don't have $2,000 saved up, you are in a financial danger zone. Because what happens to so many people now in this instance is when you have no savings put aside, guess what? Life happens. And by life, I don't just mean someone's having a baby and they gotta go pay for a baby shower gift. I mean, your car breaks down, your AC breaks, your window breaks, your kid breaks their arm. Something happens. And that something is expensive. And when you don't have savings to cover that expense, well, what do? You put it on your credit card. Now, not only do you have to pay that expense back, but then you got to pay it back plus 19% interest, which means instead of paying the $1,500 to fix the problem, you now have to pay $2,200 to fix it, to pay the $1,500 from your credit card, and then another $700 in interest because it took you so long to pay it back in the first place. So the first thing you need to do right now is get extremely aggressive to put at least $2,000 aside before you do things. Before you worry about putting money in the stock market, before you worry about putting money anywhere else, you got to save this $2,000 ASAP. And the way that you do that is you got to get very aggressive now on not spending money on anything. If you do not have $2,000 put aside to protect you against an emergency, you should not be spending money. You should not be going to restaurants. You should not be having a Netflix subscription. You should not be having any music subscriptions. You should not be having a massage membership. You should not have any of these payments, because this is a financial danger zone. And trust me, I know this one's not fun to do. But without this, you're never going to be able to achieve any real wealth. So until you have the $2,000 saved up, no spending money on anything unless you need it. Absolutely need it to survive. You need a pair of shoes, you don't need the new Jordans. You need a place to live, you don't need that nice home. You need a car to get to and from work, you do not need that Beamer. Put aside the $2,000, and then the next thing that you got to do is you have to then pay down the high interest debts and attack that. And the reason why now we're talking about paying down these high interest debts, before we talk about going out and investing your money in the stock market or trying to go out and buy rental properties and create cash flow and build that wealth, is because your credit card debt is costing you a lot of money. Credit card debt is 14 to 25% interest rate, sometimes more, but in that range. Your investments are paying you
me know
7
if
to
you need
10% historically on average. Which means if you go out and you put your money into the stock market or into the real estate market and you get an average return of, let's just say, 10%, which is pretty good. If somebody got 10% a year on their stock market portfolio, that would be considered a great return. But then, if you have to go and turn around and pay 15, 20, 25% on your credit card debt, you are losing money. You are losing wealth because now you're getting 10% and you're paying 20. So this is where right now, before you go out and worry about investing your money to grow your wealth, you got to stop the financial bleeding, which means you got to pay down your credit card debt. Because the funny thing when it comes to the topic of investing, everybody talks about how can I get better returns? How can I increase the velocity of my money? How can I make my money faster? How can I double my money quicker? Well, do you want to know who's doing that very quickly at your expense? Your credit card debt. Because guess what? Your credit card debt is a liability for you. It's an expense for you. But it's an asset for your bank. It's an asset for your credit card company because now your credit card company is getting the 20% return every time you spend a penny on your credit card. Now look, I love credit cards. I use a credit card for everything because I get cash back, I get perks, I get spending and fraud protection. But also never pay a penny in interest. If you are paying interest on your credit card, you are using it the wrong way and you should not be using a credit card. Maybe at some point in the future you can consider using a credit card, but right now if you have credit card debt, you should not be using a credit card and you got to pay down this credit card debt ASAP. There are no exceptions here. You have to pay down this credit card debt because it is skinning you alive. The third thing that you have to attack once you pay down this high interest debt is you have to build now a financial system that's going to make you wealthy before it makes everybody else around you rich. Here's the reality of how our economic system works. The more money you spend, the richer somebody else makes. When you go to Chipotle and you spend money, Chipotle gets richer. When you go to Lululemon and you buy some new leggings, they get richer. When you keep that money in your pocket or when you invest that money, now Chipotle and Lululemon are not getting richer, but you're making yourself richer. Our entire economic system is designed to get you to spend your money. And not just that, it's designed to get you to spend money you don't have. Because now, when you go into Lululemon and you don't have the money to buy those leggings, the $100 or $200 leggings, well, what do? Well, you can walk out, which is not good for Lululemon, but you could buy it with 0% APR, or you can put it on your credit card, or I'm sure they probably have their own credit card. I don't know if they do or if they don't. But now, you just bought something with the help of debt. Now, it's a double whammy for you, but it's making somebody else rich because now when you buy this on your credit card, not only are you making the banker richer, but now you're buying something that you wouldn't have bought in the first place, which is great for the economy, it's great for Lululemon, it's great for the corporation, and it's great for the investors, but it's at your expense. And this is where right now, your job is to make yourself rich before you make everybody else rich. And the way that wealthy people do this is they always, 100% of the time, is they pay themselves. They work to make themselves rich before making everybody else rich. And the way you do that is by investing your money before you spend your money. You invest and save first, and then you spend whatever's left. The majority of America, and this is why the majority of America is broke, the majority of America spends their money first, and then they'll save or invest whatever's left. And when you do that, guess what? Most of the time, there's never any money left over because it's very easy to spend money, but it's not as easy to invest or find that money to invest. And so this is where you need to build a financial system. It can be very simple that will allow you now to always have money to invest. And that means you can build something like a 75-15.
I thought he was trying to
This is
kill
a
me.
very easy way to start, which says that from now on, for every dollar that you earn, 75 cents is the maximum that you can spend. 15 cents is the minimum that you're investing. We'll talk about what you're investing a bit. And 10 cents is the minimum that you're saving. Now, whether you're earning $20,000 a year, $200,000 a year, or $2 million a year, it does not matter. This system is going to scale with your income. And the first response that everybody has to this is, but Jasprit, I'm barely getting by as it is. How do you expect me now to live off of only 75% of my income? Well, the response that I always have, you probably heard me say this, is if the government was to impose a brand new 25% tax on you tomorrow, what are you going to do? Complain, cry, let a letter to your senator, but then you're going to find a way to pay it, because if you don't, you're going to end up in jail. And so now you are taxing yourself. not to make the IRS richer, but to make yourself richer. So you have to build some sort of system that is going to now make sure you pay yourself first. And by pay yourself first, I mean making yourself wealthy before you make everybody else wealthy. Then, once you create this type of system, I want you to create 3 different bank accounts. And go to your bank. You can create these 3 different bank accounts, and the reason why is because you want to separate your money. You want to have a separate checkings account for your spending money. Then you need to have a separate savings account for your savings money, and then you need to have a separate third account. This could be a checkings or a savings, it does not matter, it just depends on what you want to do with it, for your investment money. Don't tell the bank this is an investment account, because they're going to think of it as something completely different. To the banks, an investment account is something different. They have their own definition of an investment account. You just need a separate account, whether it's checkings or savings. That way you can store the money that you want to invest. Then, there are many banks that will do this completely free, that will allow you to build automated systems that will automatically pull money out of one checkings account and move it into a second and third account. That way now, every time you get paid, you have this direct deposit that now is going to pull money out of your checkings account from your paycheck, put some of this money into your investment cash account, and put some of this money into your savings account. That way now you don't accidentally spend your savings money, and you don't accidentally use your investment money to finance a brand new pair of leggings from Lululemon. And this is where right now you have to build this. And you might think, well, why do I need to go out and create these 3 different bank accounts? Isn't that overkill? Well, it's much easier to spend less money when you don't see that money. When you see that cash in the bank account, we as humans, especially as humans in America, because we live in a consumerism society where we are bred to spend money. We're bred to have what I call net zero thinking, which is if I have $1,000, I need to spend $1,000. This is our society here in America. It just is what it is. So now how do you beat that? Well, you just start changing where the money is. Because now when you look at the money you can spend and you don't see anything in there, you can't go out and spend more money. So now you have your separate savings account, you have your separate investments account, and now you have your separate savings account. The thing that I want to mention about your savings account is you don't need to save your money forever, because your savings are not there to make you wealthy. Your savings are just there to protect you against an emergency. Now, there are savings accounts finally online that will pay you some interest. Like as of the time I'm recording this video, there are online savings accounts that are real banks that are FDIC insured that are paying 3, 4, even close to 5% in interest a year on your savings. It's not a CD, so your money's not tied up. You can pull your money out whenever you want. And these are FDIC insured banks. So, if you want to earn some interest on your savings, consider moving some of your money to one of these high interest savings accounts. But you need to set a savings goal for yourself. At the beginning, it was just that $2,000. Now, as you're working to build this real savings, you want to have somewhere between 3 months and 12 months worth of expenses. And I know this is a big range, and the reason why is because everybody's different. Some of you are going to be big risk takers. You don't need the savings. Maybe you don't have a whole bunch of financial responsibilities, so you don't need as much of a savings account. Others of you are going to be much lower on that risk tolerance. You feel like you have a lot of liabilities. You want to have as much cushion as possible that we never have to worry about money and stress about money. In that case, you want to have a bigger savings account. So you figure out how much savings that you need, and then you're going to keep saving your money until you hit that savings goal. Once you hit that savings goal, you're going to reallocate the 10% that was going towards your saving now towards your investments, because your investments are what is going to make you wealthy. Your investments are what's going to be working to increase how much income you get. They're going to be working to produce you cash flow. They're going to be working to appreciate in value. That way you can become rich. That way you never have to worry about money again. Wealth is built through owning assets. It's not built through having a big income. This is a big misconception here in America, because most people in America are working for a bigger income, and then they use that bigger income to drive a nicer car and live in a bigger home. And that's why most of America is broke, because, well, that car and home isn't putting any money in your pocket. But the few percent of people that are wildly successful, it's not that they're rocket scientists, although some of them might be rocket scientists, but a lot of rocket scientists are broke too. The reason why is because, well, what wealthy people do, these are financially educated people, because when they make their money, they want to buy assets first. They want to own the investments, because these investments will continue to pay you even when you're not working. There's a limit to how much you can earn from your job, but there's no limit to how much you can earn from what you own. And this is why the wealthiest people in the world are focused on owning more assets. See, we in this consumerism society are obsessed with spending. And look, there's nothing wrong with having nice things. I want you to have the luxury things. I want you to have the nice things. I want you to have the nice car. I want you to have the big home. I want you to go on the nice vacation. I want all those things for you. That's why we're working hard. That way you can have the nice things that money can buy. It's no fun to just have a big bank account and never be able to actually enjoy that money. But in order for you to actually be able to enjoy that, I want you to be rich first. I want you to be wealthy first. And in order for you to be wealthy first, that means you got to own the assets first. Because when you own the assets, if you have investments that are paying for all of your expenses, yeah, who cares? Go out and buy that expensive car. Go out and buy that expensive vacation. Go out and buy that stupid watch. It does not matter because you can afford it. At that point, it doesn't matter what the price is. You have investments, your assets that are paying for you. In order for you to get these investments, you don't have to be born a multimillionaire. You don't have to be born rich parents. But you have to make that financial sacrifice and have more money to invest. You can spend less and you can work more. And we talked about different ways that you can spend less, right? You got to make the sacrifices. But this is where right now you got to figure out how can you have more money to invest. And then the next natural question is, where do I invest my money? Which brings me to point number 4, which is the lifestyle adjustment. Now we already kind of covered this, but the reality is most Americans are broke, not because of their income, not because of their boss, not because of the job, not because of banks, but because of the lifestyles that we have and because of the decisions that we make. Now I know that's hard for a lot of us to hear because we never want to blame ourselves. It's much easier to blame everybody else. But when you're pointing your fingers and blaming everybody else, there's 3 fingers pointing right back at you. Now we covered the story in market briefs recently, but the vast majority of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, as in more than 50% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And this is where most people say, well, if I earn more money, then I'd be able to solve my financial problems. But that's not the case, because what we've also seen is that the majority of Americans, more than 50% of Americans earning over 6 figures a year, more than $100,000 a year, are also living paycheck to paycheck. It's not how much money you make, it's what we do with the money you make. And what we've seen statistically is when the majority of Americans get a bigger raise, they get a bigger salary, they dig themselves into a deeper financial hole because now you have more access to spend. And banks look at you and say, oh, you're making more money? How about a bigger line of credit on your credit card? How about a bigger home equity line of credit from your home? How about a bigger cash out refinance? How about more debt that we can go out and spend? Now, what the majority of Americans do with that is they go out and they buy more liabilities, things that lose them money, things that make them look rich, right? You have all the fancy brand name stuff, you got the nice car, you got the big home, you got the nice vacations, and when you finance all these things, not only do you have to pay this money back, but then you got to pay interest, which means now your future income is being used to pay for yesterday's spending, and now you're living this rat race. You're working to spend, you're working to pay back the bills, and you're working to pay off the interest. And when you live in that cycle, you are never going to have the ability to get ahead. And this is where right now the most accessible thing that you can do, not the easiest, not the funnest, and not the nicest thing to do, but the most accessible thing that you can do is give yourself a lifestyle adjustment, which means now you got to cut back on some of the crap.
Nice doing
now this is now fun, right? When you go from ordering the double guac at Chipotle and then you stop ordering extra guac, that's now fun. Not as tasty of a bowl, but you got to find the ways now to cut back on your expenses. That might mean that you can cut back on your home. Maybe you live in a smaller apartment for a little while, for a couple of years. Not fun, but you can save a lot of money doing that. If you get rid of the BMW that you financed, and now you go to drive a Toyota Corolla with cash, you're going to save a lot of money every single month. Not just on the premium gas, not just on the insurance, not just on the maintenance, but also the monthly payments that you don't have to make anymore, and that's the money that you can put directly towards your investments. When you get rid of some of the monthly subscriptions that you're not using, that are not adding any real value to your life, that's going to put some more money in your pocket. When you stop going out to eat so much, that's going to put some more money in your pocket. When you sacrifice a couple vacations, that's going to put thousands of dollars back into your pocket. Because right now, you got to get focused, right? We know the 3 things that are going to determine how wealthy you're going to become. We can't change the time, but you can change the dollars and the return. I haven't talked about the return yet, but right now we're trying to get more dollars into your investment portfolio because that's going to make you wealthier. How do you get more dollars in there? Well, you can spend less or you can earn more. And the most accessible thing that you can do is make the lifestyle adjustment, that way you can spend less. Yeah, or to earn more too, that way you have more money going into your investments. But the most accessible thing that you can do is you got to learn how to spend less money, that way you can have more money just throwing into investments, because that's what's going to make you wealthy. And again, this is not fun. Your friends are going to look at you like you lost your mind when you pull up in the Toyota Corolla after you were driving the BMW 4 Series. But this is your time to shine. And then A few years later, once you learn to build that wealth, I can go out and buy the 6 Series. Maybe you can have the cash. Don't worry about the price. You're not going to worry about the payments. And then when you go to pump gas, you're not going to be stressing about gas prices, which is probably one of the most ironic things in the world. You see people go into huge debt to buy these fancy premium gas cars, and then you start complaining about the price of gas. If you're complaining about the price of gas, the problem isn't the price of gas, the problem is the car that you're driving. So right now, you got to figure out how you can adjust that lifestyle that we can have less money going out. The 5th step that you have to then work on is, where do you actually invest your money? How do you invest your money? And there's a couple different categories of things that you want to pay attention to. Number 1 is, are you going to be investing your money into cash flow producing assets? Number 2, are you investing your money passively or actively? Now, of course, here when you invest your money, it does help to keep up to date on what's happening in the financial world. The best way for you to do that is to actually read the raw data, read the press releases. But if you don't have the time to do that or the interest to do that, well, the next best thing is to join something like Market Briefs. Market Briefs is my free financial newsletter that I created, where my team is working to break down what's happening in the top finance and business news every day into a fun, witty, and easy to read email. You can read the email in less than 5 minutes every morning, and it's completely free. I promise you, you're gonna love it, and if you don't believe me, give it a shot. And if you don't love it, well, you can unsubscribe. It's completely free. You can join Market Briefs by going to briefs.co/market. That's briefs.co/market, and I also got the link for you down in the description below. So now, when we talk about the different ways that you can get paid, cash flow versus non-cash flow. Some investments, like rental properties, like stocks that pay out dividends, pay out cash flow. Other investments don't. Like, you can go out and invest in real estate and hope to flip it in 6 months to 3 years or 5 years or whatever and make a huge profit. Same with the stock market. You can go out and buy stocks with the goal of trying to sell the stock for a huge profit in the future, or you can buy stocks that are going to pay you for doing nothing except owning the stock. This is called a dividend. A dividend is when a company is going to pay you every 3 months, generally, every quarter, and they're going to give you a check or deposit this money directly into your stock brokerage account for doing nothing except owning the stock. Now, what you have to understand about cash flow investing is you're not going to get rich by investing your money into cash flow, especially in the short term. Cash flow investing is a long-term game where you're going to have to constantly keep buying more of these cash flow producing assets and do this for a long enough period of time that way now you can build a significant stream of cash flow. But it's not going to happen today, it's not going to happen next year, it's not going to happen the year after that, but you're going to have to stay consistent if that's what you want. Cash flow investing to build real wealth takes time, and it takes commitment, and it takes you consistently putting more dollars into it. A lot of people think that, oh, if I buy some cash flow, I'm going to be rich. You don't get rich by buying cash flow. You have to make the money first, and then you use this money to generate cash flow. You get rich, and then you use this money to buy the cash flow. When you put enough riches into these cash flow producing assets, you're going to get more cash flow. The general rule of thumb, what we're going to see from real estate to stocks is somewhere between 2 to 7% cash flow. That is kind of your general rate. Sometimes a little bit less, potentially sometimes more, but generally $2 to $7 worth of cash flow, which means for every $100 you invest, you're going to get $2 to $7 a year in cash flow. Again, it's not going to seem like a lot of money, but now when you change that up to investing $100 a week, every week, over 10 years, now you can start to see where that cash flow starts to grow, because then when you get that cash flow, you can also reinvest that cash flow to earn more cash flow. So now, you're slapping $100 every week to buy more cash flow. And then when you get that cash flow check, instead of taking that and using it to go out and buy something nice, you take that money and you use it to buy more cash flow. And with every 3 months, you're buying more cash flow, throwing more money into this machine that's printing you cash. That is how you build wealth, by investing for cash flow. The alternative is, well, now you're not investing for cash flow, you are buying something for, say, $100, and you want this to go up to $200. Again, that's okay. It's just an alternative way to get paid. And this is where now you have to be able to analyze your investments, you have to know how to invest your money, and you have to know the different places where you can invest. Again, the 2 most well-known places where you can invest is in the stock market and into real estate. Now, if you want to get started in real estate by owning physical properties, it's going to take more money, it's going to take more time, it's going to take more resources, it's going to take more risk. There are alternative ways for you to invest in real estate by investing in funds online. I have some of these resources in the description if you want to see some of the companies that I work with. They are affiliate companies of mine. But it is a way for you to get exposure to real estate. Real estate generally is going to take more work, time, risk, and more money. With the stock market, you don't need as much time, risk, or money because you can throw your money into the market. And this is where you have to decide if you want to be an active investor versus a passive investor or a hybrid of both. And if you ask me, the vast majority of America, 90 to 95%, maybe even 98% of Americans should be passive investors, but everybody gets attracted to what that means is when you try to put your money in the stock market, most people think you have to buy the next Amazon or the next Google or maybe the next Apple if you want to get rich. But that's not how the vast majority of people will get rich, because when you play that game trying to find the next hot stock, most of the time, the vast majority of the time, you're going to lose. And most people don't have the psychology to know how to manage their investments, when to buy, when to sell, and when to hold. And most people don't know how to analyze their investments. Maybe you find some cool companies that you want to invest in, but how do you analyze the financials? How do you know if the cash flow is growing? How do you know if the profits are growing? How do you know if they're using the cash the right way? How do you know if the executives who are running the company are doing good things? How do you know how strong the moat is, meaning how hard it is for another competitor to come in and take their spot? How do you know if they're using the cash flow the right way? How do you know if they have good assets and liabilities on their balance sheets? If that sounds interesting to you, which, unless you're a money nerd, that's not going to sound very interesting to you, you should be looking for something that's going to appeal to the interest and the time that you have. Being an active investor is difficult. This is what Warren Buffett spends his days doing. He's an active investor. He loves researching companies. He loves studying their financials. He loves studying the products. He loves studying the executives at their company. He loves studying the innovation. He loves studying the branding of the company. That's what he's doing. When you're investing in the stock market, you're literally buying companies. When you buy one share of Amazon, you become one of the owners of Amazon. And if you don't want to treat it like that, then you're essentially gambling. Sure, you can make some money. You might find a cool company that you like before it pops off, but you might not. And you might not have any way of knowing if your company is a good investment or not. If that's something you want to do, you want to invest in individual companies, fine, but just understand the risk. And the more research you do, the more you learn, the more time you spend, and the more money you spend learning how to do it, the better you're going to do. But again, this is long-term investing. I'm not talking about trading. I'm talking about long-term investing. If you want to invest in individual companies, understand that that is a real skill if you want to succeed. The alternative is being a passive investor. A passive investor is now, instead of you trying to find the next hot Amazon or the next hot Apple, now what you're doing is you're just investing your money into the stock market. You're investing your money into America. And if America grows and the stock market grows, you make money. And now you don't really have to try to find the best time to buy. You don't have to find the best price. All you're going to do is set up a system where now every time you get paid, you're just going to throw money into the market. And this can be completely passive. You don't have to spend any time doing this besides finding the right funds to invest in the first place. Then you just automate it, set it, and forget it. And so it's much less time, much less risk, because now if you invest in, there are funds, for example, that will give you exposure to the entire stock market. For example, there is an ETF, an exchange-traded fund called VTI. It trades just like any other stock on the stock market. But when you buy one share of VTI, you are in essence buying the total stock market, which means now you're just getting exposure to America in the stock market. Now you have hundreds or thousands of companies that you're investing in. And so if one company goes bankrupt, it doesn't bankrupt you. It just gets kicked out, and now another company might come in. It gets balanced out by the losers. If one company goes really big, yeah, that's going to benefit you, but it's also going to be balanced out by some of the losers. So these funds, like ETFs, you can also look at index funds. Some mutual funds might also work. These funds are giving you exposure to baskets or groups of stocks, so that way you don't have to find the perfect company. But the key to win in this type of passive investing game is you got to just keep throwing money into the ETFs every week, every 2 weeks, every month. I am a passive investor and an active investor. I cannot tell you what to do. Do not blindly follow anything that I do, and I don't recommend what I do to anybody. But what I do is I have a passive investing strategy and an active investing strategy because I'm a weirdo and I like researching companies. Those numbers are very interesting to me. But I have a passive and an active investing strategy. In my passive investing strategy, every Wednesday, I don't have a secret sauce as to why Wednesday. Just for me, I picked Wednesdays because it's in the middle of the week. Every Wednesday, cash is leaving my bank account. and it's automatically being invested into my portfolio of ETFs. I have ETFs that give me exposure to value companies, things like the S&P 500. I have ETFs that are giving me exposure to dividends. This is actually the biggest piece of my entire passive investing portfolio. I like dividends because I like cash flow. Cash flow is the bulk of my investment portfolio because my rental properties are there for cash flow, and the majority of my stock market passive portfolio is there for cash flow. So now I have the value, the S&P 500s, I have the dividend paying companies, ETFs, and then I have some investing into innovation. This is a little bit more of the speculative side. These are more of like the growth potential type of companies. And then I also have ETFs that give me exposure to international companies, emerging markets, because that's kind of like a hedge. Because if things go down in the United States, well, some countries that don't rely on the United States, that don't rely on the dollar, might not be hurt as bad. And so it creates a little bit of a hedge. Now, again, every Wednesday, cash leaves my checkings account and it's automatically invested into my portfolio of ETFs. I don't touch it. I don't think about it. I don't worry about it. It just happens every Wednesday, whether the market's up, whether the market's down. And that's the key to win. Not only do you need the time now, where you're investing your money into these types of ETFs for a long time, but you're doing this in a way where it's consistent, passive, and automatic, because if you choose when to do it, well, you might miss a week. And when you're just waiting for the best opportunities, you're not going to keep investing your money. The way that you do this is whether the market's up or down, you're going to keep investing your money no matter what. The only change that you're ever going to make is potentially when you see markets drop, you could potentially buy more. But besides that, you don't change the system. That's how you win in this passive investing game, and you just keep throwing more money into it. Now, this is where you got to make the decision of, number one, where do you want to invest? What types of assets? Is it stocks? Is it real estate? Is it startups? Is it something else? You got to figure out the assets that it is that you want to invest in. Second, do you prefer cash flow, non-cash flow? Third, are you going to be passive or an active investor? And now you just kind of work down the list and you start taking the money that you're putting aside towards investments and you put it to work. Now again, if you want to see how you can automate this, you want to find a brokerage that you can do this with, I have a link in the description of an affiliate company of mine that I personally use. Again, we will get compensated if you use any of my affiliate links, but it's resources there that you can consider. Find the best resource for you. Don't just blindly follow what anybody on YouTube tells you to do. Now, if you remember what I was saying just a little bit ago, that there are 3 factors that will determine how wealthy you become. Number 1 is the dollars, number 2 is the return, number 3 is the time. We cannot control the time, but you can control the dollars and the return. When you spend less or you earn more, that's influencing how many dollars you're investing. The next thing that you can do is influence the return that you're getting, and that's where now your investments are going to determine the types of returns that you're getting. If you want to get better returns, generally that means you might have to take on a little bit more risk. For example, you have the potential to get better returns when you actively invest your money versus when you passively invest your money. But the higher risk also comes with the higher potential to lose more money. And so now, how do you get better returns? You get more financially educated, because the more you learn, the more opportunities that you're going to see. And in addition to that, what else creates opportunities? Well, finding distressed assets. If you find a rental property that's beat up, that's in an area that's coming up, but it's just so bad that nobody wants to buy it, that could give you the opportunity to buy a good property that's beat up that you can fix up at a huge discounted price. It's the same thing in the stock market. If you find a beat down stock that everybody's selling that's on the verge of a turnaround, that can create opportunity for you. Again, higher risk because this company could then go into bankruptcy, but if you can buy it cheap, you can make a lot more money. And this is where now that financial education comes in. How can you find these types of opportunities? You can learn, you can start researching, or you can see more broad market opportunities. When you see a market crash, when you see a recession happen, asset prices fall. Why do asset prices fall? Because people start selling, people start panicking, people need money, so they cash out of their investments. And when people are selling, that creates an opportunity for people who are prepared to come in and buy. So if you want to see higher returns, you got to get more financially educated and get more involved with their investments, because that's going to allow you to get higher returns. And the higher the returns that you get on the money that you invest, the wealthier you will become. And now when time is a more limited factor, you're going to have to get more focused on that financial education, not just so you can invest more, but so you can get the better returns on your money. This brings me to then the 6th thing that you have to work on, which is your income. What happens now to 99% of people in this situation is you are now getting into this financial education game. You're working to put more money towards your investments. You're working to invest your money to build wealth. And now you realize, wow, this is kind of fun. I'm seeing the opportunity for success. I need more money to invest my money. This is now, it pays to earn more money. Because now when you earn more money, you're earning more money not to drive a faster car and have a bigger home and go on a nicer vacation. You're earning more money so you can have more investments that will pay for your nicer car, bigger home, and fancy vacations. And this is where now earning more money is so crucial, because now your time is more limited. You need to be investing more dollars, that way you can have more wealth. But in order for you to invest more dollars, there's only two options. Number one is you can spend less, which is what we've been talking about up until now. The second thing that you can do, which can allow you to make way more money to invest, to have more money to invest, is you got to earn more money. Now, how do you earn more money? Well, there's an unlimited number of options here. And the first thing that I want to say is, look, it's never too late to make a change. This is what's going to be probably the most difficult factor in your 40s. And what's interesting is, it's not just difficult in your 40s. It becomes difficult when you're 25. People who are 25 say, oh man, I'm committed to working in medicine. I'm committed to being an engineer. I'm committed to being an accountant. I can't change now. You're 25 years old. What are you talking about? And then you hit your 30s and you're like, dang it, I should have made that change when I was 25. I don't really want to be an engineer. I really don't want to be a doctor. I really don't want to be a teacher. I really don't want to be an accountant. I really don't want to be a technician. Well, and what happens is you just stick with it because you feel like you've been in this career, in this industry for so long, you can't make a change because now you're older. Nobody wants to hire an older person. You don't have any other experience, and do you really want to start over? And then come your 40s, and then you say, oh, dude, I was really young in my 30s. I was stupid for not making a change when I should have. But now I'm in my 40s. I've been in this career for so long. I have so many networks now. I've built myself in this experience, and I have this resume that allows me to have the job that I have. It's not the funnest thing. I don't really care about what I do. I'm not making the best money, but do I really want to, I'm 40 years old. I'm 45 years old. Do I really want to make a change now? That's what's going to happen. When you're in your 50s, you're going to say the exact same thing. When you're in your 60s, you're going to say, dude, I wish I would have made that change in my 40s or my 50s. Time is going to keep going on, period. Right? We're not going to stop the earth from spinning. We're not going to stop the days or the nights from coming. That's going to happen regardless. Time is going to go, but what you do with that time is something that you can control. And so if you're not happy with what you do, make a change. What's the worst that can happen? And if you don't want to just leave your job, that's okay. Start doing something in the evenings. Start doing something in the weekends. That way you can start learning. If you're an engineer and you want to go into medicine, or if you're an engineer and you want to be an entrepreneur, or if you're a doctor and you want to go and start selling cakes on the internet, that's okay.
No, don't shoot.
Nothing wrong with that.
Take what you
Start
want.
figuring out.
Hold on,
if
please.
you're not happy with what you're doing, it's
I'm
not
doing my
too
best.
late. Even if you're in your 40s, even if you're in your 60s, it is never too late. And you might surprise yourself at how many new financial opportunities you're going to find when you start doing something that you actually enjoy. Because when you start doing things that you actually enjoy, you don't feel the dread of working. And when you don't feel the dread of working, you end up working more. And when you end up working more, you tend to be better at what you do. And when you get better at what you do, you have the ability to earn more money. When you have the ability to earn more money, well then, you can live a better life financially. And it can happen very quickly. And people talk about how much I work. I work a lot of hours. I work 7 days a week. I like working. I work when I'm on my vacations. I do it because I don't feel a dread when I work. Actually, I get stress relief when I work. I like what I do. And because of how much I can work, it's harder for people to compete against me. And it allows me to also earn more money. And the funny thing is, I don't feel stressed out because of how much I'm working, because I like what I do. And this is where now you can create new opportunities for yourself, whether it is a career change, whether it's getting a certificate, whether it's working harder at your job, whether it's getting a second job, whether it's getting some sort of new qualification that we can earn more money. There's unlimited possibilities here. It is not too late to make a change. And if you don't believe me, I can shake the screen to get it through your head, but you got to be the one to believe that for yourself, that it's not too late. If you don't want to do that, you can also work to create your own income. You can try to start a side hustle, you can try to start a business. You don't have to quit your job and change everything in your life and hope that you start making millions of dollars tomorrow. That's not how it works. But you can start on the evenings, you can start on the weekends, you can start in the mornings, you can work on the lunch break. You can find time to get committed, to start learning, to be better, to now creating that new income, doing something different that will allow you to live the life that you want. Because remember, you gotta own the assets to become wealthy. How can you own more assets? Spend less, you can earn more. We talked about how to spend less. This is where now, how can you earn more money? Not so you can drive a faster car and have a bigger home. Right, you got this now. so you can invest more aggressively. And this then leaves me with number 7, which is talking about all the other debts that you have. You can talk about your car payment, you can talk about your mortgage payment, you can talk about all the other debts that you have, the lower interest rate debts, because in the beginning we talked about your high interest rate debts. Now when we talk about these other debts out there, the real key now is going to be dependent about what type of life that you want to live. Because if your goal is just to be financially free, well, I don't want to have to worry about money, I want to go to my backyard, never have to worry about payments again, I just want to be able to breathe without having anybody hovering over me, and I don't really care about having the nice stuff, I don't really care about the exotic things, I just want to live free. If that's you, then it makes more sense maybe for you to pay down the debt. And I said maybe for a reason, I'll get to why in just a second. If you say, you know what, Jaspreet, I want to change my life completely. I'm tired of living like crap. I want to have the nice things. I want to drive a Mercedes, BMWs, Rolls Royces. I want to fly first class. Maybe I want to even fly private. I want to have the nice exotic things. I'm so tired of living like this. Okay, that's fine. But the way you're going to get there is by taking on a little bit more risk than just paying down a 4% interest rate debt. And so now, you got to figure out what type of lifestyle do you want to live and what is going to make the most sense financially. And the reason why is because now you got to take a look at your debts. Lay out what interest rates are you getting. If you got a mortgage back in 2020 or 2021 and your mortgage is 2.8% a year, now you're debating, what should I do? Should I pay down my mortgage faster or should I do something else with my money? Well, if one of your options is I can save my money into a high interest savings account that pays 4.5% and my mortgage is 2.8%. If this guaranteed savings return interest is paying a higher interest rate than my mortgage, well then you can just put your money into a high interest savings account and then use the interest of the savings to help pay down your mortgage, right? Because at that point financially, you have very low risk to get this return from your savings account. And so now you can get this return, and it's better for you to get that return in your savings because it's a higher rate of return than your debt. See, when you put your money into the stock market or into the real estate market, now it's different. Now, the goal is to get 7 to 10% a year, but you might also get minus 5%, which is where now, if you have that low interest rate debt and you just want to be financially free, then sure, it makes sense to maybe not invest the money into the stock market or the real estate market because there's a chance you might not make any money. In which case, paying down the debt can give you a guaranteed return, it can give you that lifestyle faster. But when you have the high interest savings accounts that are paying you 3, 4, 5%, and if that's more than what your debt interest rate is, well now you might be better off by not paying down that debt faster because you can get the interest from your savings, and that might help you actually earn more and use those profits to pay down the debt faster. And so this is where you just got to figure out how much of a lifestyle you want to live. Again, if you want to live big, you want to have the nice things, you got to be willing to take on more risk. And taking on more risk means maybe instead of paying down the debt right now, you got to be investing into things like yourself that's going to help you earn more. One of the best investments that you can make is in yourself. And we start by spending your time to learn. Watch YouTube videos, listen to podcasts, listen to articles, read books about ways to earn more money, ways to build a business, ways to grow a business, ways to scale a business, ways to be creative, ways to be innovative. And then as you learn, you start doing. You start investing into a business idea. And I can pretty much guarantee that the first idea is going to be a flop. But you got to get started. You got to have the first, to have the second, to have the third. And then as you do, you're going to learn more. And as you start to grow, that's when you can start investing into more education. Hire a coach, hire a consultant, somebody who's 5 years ahead of you, 10 years ahead of you, because they can teach you a lot that we don't have to go through the 5 or 10 years of pain and struggle that they went to. Yeah, they're expensive. I get it. Online coaches, business coaches, investment coaches are expensive. I've hired a lot of them. I've paid a ton of money in education. But if they can help you reduce how much time you have to spend learning to do it yourself, it might be a very good investment. Some of them might be crap. Some of them might be really good. And then you keep investing and building in yourself. And this is where now you are building that trajectory to build that wealth because now you will own the assets. You have the right income and you're spending money in a smart way that's allowing you to scale how many investments you have because that's how you're going to become wealthy. Building wealth is all about the velocity of your money. How fast can you grow your money from $1,000 to $10,000? And your job now is to figure out how you can accelerate the velocity of your money. And in order for you to change the trajectory to go from slow and steady growth to fast and booming growth, growth is to focus on these 4 things. Number 1, you got to focus on your mindset. Number 2, your commitment. Number 3, your discipline. And number 4, your risk. Let me start by talking about your mindset, because the reality is, we live in a day and age where people's mindsets are really influenced by what's happening outside, what's happening in the media, what's happening in the traditional media, and what people feel the consensus of in social media. And people generally, I'm not talking about everybody, but you kind of have this like general consensus of, well, I'm not rich, so I hate people who are rich. And I can pretty much guarantee that when you carry that mindset, it's going to be impossible for you to ever become rich. Now, how do I know this? We remember that whole submarine incident recently, which was so devastating, so heartbreaking. It doesn't matter if someone's rich or poor or if something's going on. There's a lot of things happening in the world, but when somebody loses their life who's innocent, that's sad. And when you read through the comments, most of them were solely focused on the incomes or wealth of people that were inside of the submarine. And what did they say? Oh, these are rich people problems. Why are we trying to help rich people? Oh, that's what happens when you're rich. And I can guarantee that when you have that mindset towards rich people, that, oh, they're bad because they're rich, you are never going to have the opportunity to be rich, because naturally we want to be good people. And if being rich is being bad, why would you want to go out of your way to become bad? And this is where you got to understand, look, money does not make you a good person. Money doesn't make you a bad person. Money is just a tool. It amplifies who you are. When you're a good person with money, they have a tool to do more good. When you're a bad person with money, they have a tool to do more bad. And so, if you want to be wealthy, all you need is more money. And more money is not going to make you a bad person. It's not going to make you a good person. It's going to amplify the type of person that you are. And instead of hating the people who have money, you got to ask them the question of how did they get the money in the first place? And that simple switch in your mindset is going to completely change the trajectory of your life. And you might be thinking, oh, JustBleed, that's just a bunch of woo-wah stuff. You can't just change your life by thinking differently. Yes, you can. Now, I'm not talking about this abundance. Oh, I'm just going to pray on money and money's going to come and fall in my laps. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about changing the way we think. There are some people out there who think the world is against them. And when you think the world is against you, what's going to happen? You're going to constantly be paranoid and not want to build trust with people, not want to network with people, not want to build businesses and relationships with people, because you're going to think the whole world's going to be against you. And as soon as something goes wrong, as soon as something happens in that business, I knew it. I knew the government was going to be after me. I knew customers were going to get this product. I knew that the internet was going to not like this. I knew that people were going to try to shut me down. Well, you can change that same person. If you put them in a different mindset, it can be completely different. Because guess what? Every idea is going to have problems. People are going to hate on every idea in the world. You know, there's a meme on the internet that says, if you don't want to upset people, just sell ice cream or something along those lines. Well, guess what? Even if you sell ice cream, someone's going to be mad. People are going to have issues with everything that you do. They're going to have issues when you don't do things. They're going to have issues when you do things. That's the part of the world. There's going to be issues of regulation. There's going to be issues of a lot of things. And so now, if you expect that to happen, and that's going to be that overwhelming force of life, successful, you can guarantee you're never going to become successful. And this is where that mindset of now understanding the way you think is going to influence what you do. And what you do is going to influence what you get. And it all starts with a mindset, right? I call this the minority mindset because the minority mindset is about thinking differently than the majority of people. The majority of people, especially in today's day and age, we live in this complaining society. We live in this self-misering society. We live in this victim mentality. We live in this society where we want to blame instead of wanting to change. Because guess what? It's easy to blame, right? When you feel crappy about where you are, especially financially, it's easy to blame your government and the boss. Man, it's because of all these taxes that we have to pay and all this government spending that we're broke. It's because my boss isn't paying enough that I'm broke. It's because my landlord keeps raising the rent that I'm broke. When what you'll see is some people in the same situation will be able to win despite all that other crap. Because guess what? There's a lot of crap in the world. Period. Now, either you're going to go in with that mindset of despite the crap, I'm going to win, or I'm going to let the crap just parade on me. And you got to make that decision for yourself. Which one do you want to be? And this starts here. And I know this one is difficult because I've encountered a lot of different people and worked very closely with people with very different mindsets. And even if somebody is not skilled, They have no idea of how to do a particular task. You might have very little talents, but if you have the mindset, I'll do whatever it takes, you're going to have a much better shot at succeeding than somebody who's very educated, very skilled, very talented, but believes the world is against them and everything is against them. It's not about the skill and the talent, but it's about your mindset towards things. And then, now, if you're in the situation, you got to be honest with yourself. I'm not telling you to go immediately change your mindset because that's not how it works. I get that. In order for you to change your mindset, if you feel like, you know what, I feel negative. Yeah, I do complain about other people. I do complain. I get jealous when I see people who are rich. I get envious when I see people who are rich. I get upset when I see rich people doing things. I get upset when I see people have nicer things than me. I wish I had the nicer things. Okay, all right. I'm just saying accept that and understand that. Because this is now going to be a process, and this is where you got to start. And the way that you do that now is you got to start diving into that personal development side of things. And now, look, you're not going to change your mindset tomorrow. That's not how it works. But you got to start absorbing things to change the way you think. Because if you are constantly hating on other people, you're hating on other people's success, you wish you had the success, you feel miserable because you don't have it, and you constantly complaining. And if you don't know this yourself, ask other people around you, say, man, you got a negative attitude, or they're telling you this. Take that for what it's worth and start reading some personal development books. Start listening to personal development podcasts. Start watching personal development videos. Things about mindset, things about growth mindsets, things about thinking bigger in abundance. And again, with abundance, I'm not saying you got to sit there and just meditate that, oh, everything's going to be bigger and better. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about just thinking that there's more opportunity out there. Because when you think there's more opportunity out there, you're going to start taking actions very differently. And when you start taking actions differently, you're going to see a whole new world of possibilities. And the life kind of works in this very weird way, where we think that your trajectory in life is going to be this linear transaction. But that's not how it works. Life and success kind of work like a pinball machine, where when you shoot a pinball, the pinball just goes everywhere. It goes up, down, circular, sideways, left, right, circular, straight, up, back. You never know where you're going to go next. And the most weird things might take you to a different trajectory, but that is what allows you to see the opportunities. There was somebody who was saying that success and opportunities are like buses. And you only learn the bus schedule when you actually have to get somewhere. That's when you're going to actually notice the bus and be able to get on the bus. Those buses keep running, even when you're not paying attention to them. But the only time you're ever going to pay attention is when you see the bus, when you see the bus schedule. But in order for you to see the bus schedule, you have to be willing to see the opportunities in the first place. I started off throwing parties in college. In fact, before parties, I was playing a drum at Indian weddings. Playing that drum at Indian weddings got me to meet DJs. Meeting DJs got me to start hosting parties. Hosting parties got me to realize I hated hosting parties. But that gave me money to start investing in real estate. When I started investing in real estate, I got my real estate salesperson's license. When I got my real estate salesperson's license, I became a real estate wholesaler. When I became a real estate wholesaler, I realized that I needed to do something more scalable. When I started doing that, I started getting more on the internet. I started e-commerce stores. When I started the e-commerce store, I got screwed over. When I got screwed over, I started a class on how to launch a business without getting screwed over. When I started the class, people said I need to get on social media, so I got an Instagram. When I got an Instagram, people said I should start a blog. But English is my second language, so I didn't want to start a blog. Instead, I started a YouTube channel. Then I started a YouTube channel, and that gave me the opportunity to start something like Briefs Media. When I started Briefs Media, that opened up even more doors for me. So you can see, it was a pinball. I go from one place to the other, to the other, to the other, and when I was 18, 17, 19, I would have never predicted where I would be 5 years, 7 years, 10 years from then. But this is where you cannot expect what's going to come next and think, oh, this is not going to help me get to where I want to go. You just got to get started. Life is a pinball machine, but you have to start by changing that mindset. That way you can actually get to the next place that you want to go. The second thing that you have to work on if you want to increase the velocity of your wealth is your commitment. And this might be as a business owner, this might be as an employee, this might be as an investor. And the biggest thing that I hear, because especially in today's culture, is, oh, I don't want to do too much at my company because I don't like this idea of doing more than what I'm paid for, right? We talked about quiet quitting. We talked about all of these things happening in our culture right now where people are like, I don't feel like I'm treated good enough in my company. But you want to know what is a common trait amongst 99.9% of leaders, 99.9% of executives, 99.9% of overly compensated people, is they have to go through a whole bunch of time of being undercompensated for what they did. These are the people that were the overachievers, that did more than what they were paid for, that did more than what they were asked for, and went out of their way to succeed. So now, if your goal is to be overpaid, the way that you become overpaid is by being underpaid first. And you might feel like, oh, what are you talking about? You mean I have to go to work and work harder and do things for my boss and make my boss richer? Yes. If you are an employee, the best way to get richer, meaning through your income, not through your investments, right? We know that investments are how you really become wealthy. But the best way for you to make more money is by making your boss richer. Now, that might seem really counterintuitive, but the reality is if you are the person that gets into work early and you're overachieving and you're working harder and you're outperforming everybody else, who's going to be the first person to get that promotion? You. Now, you might be thinking, oh, there's office politics. If your office politics are constantly overlooking you and treating you bad, go to a new company. Every company is not bad. Are there some crappy companies out there that pick the wrong people consistently and that are picking whatever the word is, they're picking the wrong people? Then leave the company. Go to a company that will appreciate your hard work and your dedication. Because when you are the most valuable person in your department, the person who's going to get that bigger raise, the bigger promotion, that's going to be the last to get laid off, that's going to be the person that gets the most praise financially, is going to be the person who's constantly busting their butt. Because from a company's perspective, what they want is valuable employees.
Good to see you.
And when you become more valuable, they're going to be willing to pay you more. And the reason why they're going to be willing to pay you more is because you have something that 99% of the other employees don't. And in order for you to do that, you got to make that commitment to put in the work. If you're just trying to coast by, I can guarantee you, you're always going to be struggling, because that's the mindset you have towards everything in life. If you're just trying to get by and do the minimum amount of work, you're never going to be able to see the success that you want financially, that real financial success. If you're okay with where you are, then fine, keep coasting. You want to be average? Fine, keep coasting. But if you really want to scale, you really want to earn more, you want to see that top level, you want to be the top food, the top dog in your company, you're going to have to outwork people. You're going to have to outperform people. You're going to have to outdo people. And you're going to have to put in that commitment in order to do that. And sometimes, guess what? You're not going to get compensated right away. But you're going to have to keep doing things that people don't see. When I first started my YouTube channel, it's kind of funny. I think it took me almost a year and a half of constantly making my videos before I got my first YouTube payday. That meant I was putting out 3 videos a week after week after week, month after 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 month. And let me remind you, I am a licensed attorney. Time is valuable. I can charge a lot of money to review contracts and to do business legal work. But I kept making YouTube videos. And for the first almost 18 months, I didn't get my first check. And when I got my first check, it was a few $100. My first check was almost a year and a half worth of work. That's a lot of commitment to something that's not making me any money. But today, guess what? I'm getting overpaid on YouTube. Why? Because I got underpaid in the first place. If you want to get overpaid, you got to get underpaid in the first place and put in the work that other people are not willing to do. The third thing that you have to fix if you want to accelerate your velocity towards wealth is you got to fix your discipline. Now, discipline is a lot of things, right? Once you start building that commitment, you're going to be working on that discipline to get to work, but it's also the discipline financially, because the reality is becoming wealthy is as much mindset as it is what you do with your money. Because the thing that holds so many people back from becoming wealthy is, you telling me I gotta invest my money today and invest it for years before I see any return? Yeah, that's the whole name of the game. And people have to see that light at the end of the tunnel right in front of them, because they need to see the return today. I need an instant gratification. I need to see the growth today. I want to double my money in 6 months. And when you don't have the discipline of knowing to trust the system, trust the process, and continuing putting in the reps, it's very hard to do that. It's the same reason why it's so hard to lose weight, because unless you see the success quickly, it's very hard to stay committed. But the reality is, we know, right? If you want to get in shape and lose weight, what do? You got to eat better, you got to eat healthier, you got to put in more exercise. Period, right? Now you can get into all the nitty-gritty of the types of nutrition and the types of diets and the types of exercise that you do, but at the end of the day, you got to eat better, you got to work out. You got to put in more reps. And now, maybe in the beginning, you start to see a little bit of success, right? Because when you go from really fat and unhealthy, and you hit the gym for the first time, and you start eating salads for the first time, yeah, you might lose some weight very quickly, but then you kind of hit this plateau where yeah, you got 2 months of solid success, and now you're in month 3, and now things are starting to get hard. Because now, yeah, you're not eating as many Twinkies and Ho-Hos anymore. You're not eating the pizza like you were anymore. You're starting to miss the McDonald's. You're starting to miss all the unhealthy foods. And you're also like, you know, I haven't really noticed a difference in my body in the last 2 weeks. Do I really want to keep putting in this work? And now you're going to be put to the test. What do you really want to do? And the people that are going to win are going to keep putting in the reps. Because you got to keep working. And of course, yeah, you got to keep improving the types of reps that you're doing. You got to work on your physical and financial education. But you got to keep putting in the reps. And it's the same thing financially. You got to keep putting in the reps. You got to keep investing your money. Sometimes you're going to see down markets where you're going to feel like you're losing money. You got to keep putting in the reps. Sometimes you're going to see bad things happen in the economy. You got to keep putting in the reps. Sometimes you're going to see the economy booming. You got to keep putting in the reps. Sometimes you're going to lose your job. You got to keep putting in the reps. You got to keep doing the things that are going to make you wealthy. Right? You got to keep investing your money. You got to keep living below your means. You got to keep working to build up the savings cushion. You got to keep working to build up the cash flow, because that's what's going to make you wealthy. In the beginning, sure, it's exciting. Oh, you get rich, and then you start getting those offers of how you can get rich in 6 months with the 6-step formula. All you got to do is pay me $997. Now, I'm not hating online education. I actually love a lot of online education. There's a lot of crap out there too. And if all you're trying to buy is that way to get rich in 6 months, what do you think it's going to take? Because now you're trying to get away from the real process. You cannot bypass hard work. You cannot bypass the commitment. You cannot bypass the sacrifice. You cannot bypass the mindset. You cannot bypass the discipline. Period. It takes discipline if you want to be able to succeed, and you got to make sure you're putting in the reps, even when things are hard, if you really want to be able to see that success financially, physically, in any part of your life, even in your relationships. Guess what? Things are going to get hard with your wife, with your husband. Things will go through rough patches, but you got to keep loving that spouse. You got to keep coming back and showing them love if you want to be able to make it work. Everything is going to go through tough phases, but you got to be willing to have that discipline to keep coming back and keep putting in the reps. And the fourth thing that you have to work on if you want to increase the velocity of your money is your risk tolerance. The biggest thing that I hear, the biggest criticism that I hear about investing is, what happens if I lose money? What happens if I buy an investment and then it goes down? What happens if the economy crashes? What happens if the market crashes? Well, let me tell you this. You are going to lose money. Period. When you invest your money, everybody will lose money at some point. Period. That's not just a possibility, it's a fact. Every single person in the game has lost money at some point. But when you don't take that risk, you're also guaranteed to lose money. Because now, not only are your savings going to lose value to inflation, but you're also missing out on huge opportunities. That's a loss too. Because if you don't invest your money and you don't see that growth, there's a risk to that. Because you might be broke now, scared to take that risk, and then you're going to be broke 10 years from now too because you didn't take that risk. And so this is where now you have to understand, risk is associated with the game, but that's how you learn. You learn through mistakes. You learn by putting your skin in the game. You learn by actually putting your money to work. I have lost money in investments. I've talked about this openly. I made a video on my YouTube channel talking about my worst real estate deal ever. If you haven't seen it yet, go ahead and watch it. See what it's like to lose money. I will walk you through the deal. I walk you through the deal and show you all the things that went wrong because I was early. I was young when I bought that deal. I did not know what I was doing. And I made every mistake possible. And you'll see the stress and the financial stress that I went through. It was not a fun time, but I learned so much in that one deal that you cannot bypass that work. Yeah, it was very stressful when it happened. I can look back and laugh at it now. I can look back and talk about all the funny things that happened now. But during that time, it was very stressful. I was losing a lot of money at a time when I didn't have that money to lose. But that's a part of the game. You got to be willing to go through the process. And what's interesting is as you get bigger, the risk also gets bigger. When I was first starting off in my event planning companies, my first party was a flop because we had some issues with the original club that we were going to work with. That lost me maybe $1,000, which was like a ton of money for me back then. That was pretty much all the money that I had in my bank account. When it was my worst real estate deal ever, now we're talking tens of thousands of dollars, which was, again, pretty much everything that I had in the bank account. It was a lot of money. And then going forward even more, when I was running the Minority Mindset trying to build a blog, I spent $500,000 trying to build a blog because I hired the best consultants. I built a team and I was just trying to throw money at the problem, trying to fix it. It was a complete flop. $500,000 down the drain. Yes, Risk comes, but without that risk, you're never going to be able to see the growth. And this is where you have to get started, but also understand that those mistakes are not killers of your total financial success. You might have lost a deal, but you'll lose the investment. You'll win the investment game if you keep coming back. And yes, you're going to keep learning. Every phase in your life is going to have new risks, new lessons, and new education, but you got to be willing to come back each and every time. And the reason why all these topics are so important for you to understand right now is because of all the risks that we have in our economy right now. The United States of America needs a recession to save our economy. At least that's according to JP Morgan Chase Bank, who says that our economy needs a recession. Let me read you what JP Morgan Chase Bank, the largest bank in the United States, said in a note to their investors. They said, while the United States economy's recent resilience may delay the onset of a recession, we believe that most of the lagged effects of 2022's monetary tightening have yet to be felt, and ultimately a recession will likely be necessary to return inflation to target. What does that mean? In 2022, the Federal Reserve Bank started raising interest rates for the first time. We started off slow with those 25% interest rate hikes, the 0.25% interest rate hikes. Then we got more aggressive with the 0.75% interest rate hikes, and we continue to do that throughout all of 2022, and we're continuing, or we have continued, to raise interest rates a little bit in 2023. And what JP Morgan Chase Bank is saying is that we haven't felt the full effects of last year's interest rate hikes, and we're still raising interest rates now. Now, in order to bring inflation down, right, the Fed has to raise interest rates, and there is a lagged effect, a delayed effect to the pain from higher interest rates, which you haven't felt yet. The general rule of thumb is that it takes somewhere between 12 to 18 months to feel the effects of interest rate hikes. We're now starting to feel the pain of 2022's interest rate hikes, which JP Morgan Chase Bank says that we haven't fully felt yet. And they're saying that, number one, we still have to feel more of that pain, and number two, in order to really bring inflation down, we're going to have to see more of this economic pain. What they said, a recession, that it might be necessary in order to bring inflation down. And the reason why is, well, you can think about it, especially with housing prices, because CPI, our inflation data, is made up of a lot of different components, and one of the main components of that is housing. So when you have a lot of people with money to go out and buy a home with low interest rates, what happens? Everybody wants to buy a home. Now you have a home listed for $400,000. You have 35 different offers, and the home sells for $475,000. Home prices go up. Now when home prices go up, that data goes to the inflation, the CPI data, which says home prices went up. Inflation is higher. When inflation is higher, the Federal Reserve Bank has more fuel to continue raising interest rates. So now, when you have, say, higher interest rates, demand starts to go down. But it hasn't gone down to the point where we're seeing inflation really fall to the levels that the Federal Reserve Bank wants. This is why the Fed keeps saying that bringing inflation down has not happened yet, and it's going to take more work. So now what happens if you have a recession? If you have a recession, now that means the economy is slowing. And generally that would mean that less people are going out to buy homes, and generally that would mean that, well, sellers would be having to cut the prices of their homes to get their homes sold. So now let's play that scenario together. If sellers are having to cut the prices of their homes, home prices will generally be falling. If home prices are falling, well, that's going to go to the CPI data that says home prices haven't risen, they've fallen. What does that do to the inflation numbers then? That's going to cool down the inflation numbers, because now instead of seeing more prices of things growing, we have the prices of some things falling, which would help average out to hopefully a lower inflation number, at which point then there's less fuel to continue raising interest rates, because then you have some corrections in the inflation numbers. This is where JP Morgan is saying that we need a recession to actually bring inflation down to the 2% target, because what they're saying is that the current efforts by the Fed are not enough. The current interest rate hikes are not enough. The current quantitative tightening has not been enough to bring inflation down. Now, we did a full deep dive of this story in Market Briefs, which is my free financial newsletter. If you have not joined Market Briefs yet, it's a free and easy way for you to stay up to date on what's happening in the economy, housing market, the stock market, and the global economy. That way you don't get blindsided by what's happening, so you can be on top of what's happening when it's happening. You can read the newsletter in 5 minutes every morning, and it's completely free. If you have not joined Market Briefs yet, you can go to briefs.co/market. That's briefs.co/market, and I also got the link for you down in the description below. In June of 2023, we saw our stock market hit a brand new bull market because we saw the stock market constantly going up and up and up, and everybody said, oh, all these recession worries are gone, the economy is booming. But you have to pay attention, not just to what's happening in the noise and the news and what banks are saying, but you have to pay attention to what actually smart or real investors are doing. Because, well, JP Morgan has a lot of insight. So let's see what they're actually doing. They said that they're maintaining a defensive asset allocation and believe the risk reward for equities, meaning stocks, remain poor given the disconnect between stocks and bonds. There's a high likelihood of a recession in the coming quarters. There's high interest rates, tightening liquidity, and rich valuations, and the still narrow market breadths. There's a lot of things that they said in that one sentence that I really want to break down, because now you can really understand now if this is the largest bank in the United States and they're making investments based off of, well, not what's happening in the current state of the markets, not what's happening in the news. It's something for you to pay attention to, because we've heard a lot of news, especially when the stock market happened. They happen when people stop believing that they're going to happen. System, because banks are less likely to loan money. Banks are going through their own regulations to bring less money into the economy. That means less spending, less ability for people and companies to buy assets, less ability for companies to spend. Less spending means less economic growth, because our economic system is designed on spending. The more money you spend, the richer somebody else is. And when you have tightening liquidity, there's less spending ability, which means people and companies have less ability to spend money, which means less growth in the economy. And then they said rich value. Essentially, that they still believe that the stock market is overvalued. They say the stocks, essentially, the companies' valuations are too high, and because of that, they're not investing as aggressively into equities right now. This is directly from JP Morgan Chase Bank. Now, you don't want to blindly follow what they do. You don't want to blindly follow what I do. You don't want to blindly follow what anybody does, but rather understand the different opinions out there. That way you can make the best decisions for yourself, because guess what? When the stock market is booming, you start to see the sentiment that, oh, the economy is not going to see any recession, that the world is great, everything's fine, and nothing can go down. As soon as you start to see the stock market slightly go down, things flip. Everybody says, oh, we're going to enter a recession, everything is bad, everything's going to go wrong, the whole world is going to end. In the job market, because businesses had so much money to spend, they had the ability to create new jobs. And this is what the Federal Reserve Bank is working to correct. They're working to change what happened in the last few years. They want to rule the labor market. Why? Because they feel that too many jobs were created, but that's also fueling the inflation problem. So what do they want to do? They want to correct that. They want to correct that through demand. Because now, if Chipotle has less people walking through the door, there's going to be less people spending money, less money that's going into Chipotle. If less money is going into Chipotle, they're not going to be able to open new stores. They might have to shrink some stores. They might have to shrink some of the research or some of the tasting areas, which means less jobs. I'm just talking about Chipotle as a hypothetical, but that's essentially what higher interest rates do. They cool down demand, which cool down spending, which cools down the economy. And this is what JP Morgan is highlighting, that you don't want to just pay attention to short-term movers in the market, because there's a lot of things that can influence the short-term movers. The stock market is very emotional, but you got to pay attention to the trends. There's a lot of money that was created in 2020, 2021, and even into 2022. It's going to take time for that all to fizzle through our economy, and then for the higher interest rate effects to be felt. And not just that, we're still raising interest rates. So now when interest rates go higher, we're going to start to feel the effects of previous interest rate hikes, and then we start to feel the effects of the recent interest rate hikes. These things are going to take time, and this is what JP Morgan is saying, that they're anticipating opportunities coming in the coming years because of everything that's been shifting in our economy. Now, a lot of people don't have that patience to sit there and watch it happen. They want to see the crash tomorrow, or they want to see the boom yesterday. And listen, you've got to be willing to be patient and understand what's happening. That way you can actually capitalize on this. And this is where you want to pay attention to what some of the different players are doing. You want to pay attention to what people are saying, and not get caught up in the noise, not get caught up in the emotion, and not just blindly follow what everybody else is doing. Of course, we're keeping you updated on market briefs. That way you can stay up to date on what's happening, what is happening. This is your job as a financially educated person. Is one, get prepared, and number two, be financially educated. I say that 2023 is not the year for you to go out and finance a brand new truck, because it's the year for you to get financially smart. That way you get prepared, and putting money aside for your investments, putting money aside to capitalize on what's going on. You can have the money put aside, but if you don't know how to find a good investment from a bad investment, it's good, then that's where you need to be investing in financial education. Learn about investing, read books on investing, maybe do classes on investing, and do it yourself, because you cannot bypass the experience. That way you can then have the ability to capitalize on opportunities and have the education to find the opportunities, because those two things together can help you dramatically increase your wealth, because you might be able to find great investment opportunities and a huge discount increase. There are two things you have to do. Number one is you have to figure out how far you are from becoming a millionaire, and number two, you have to put a plan in place to actually become a millionaire. Notice how neither one of these two things require you to go out and get lucky or win the lottery. See, what most people do when they decide that I want to go and become wealthy or I want to become a millionaire is they try to figure out how much money should I
think this year, probably in 2025, we at Meta are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have in your company that can write code. It was shocking.
So Mark Zuckerberg goes on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he's yet another CEO of these major tech companies saying that AI will have an effect on coders, on software engineers. Now, a lot of them are saying slightly different things, like it will act like a mid-level engineer, or it might somehow augment software engineers, help them, etc. A lot of people are, of course, concerned that maybe that's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. This isn't too dissimilar from, for example, what Francois Chollet, the founder of the ArcAGI prize and the competition benchmark, he's saying something very, very similar. So this is Francois Chollet. This is on the Machine Learning Street Talk. I'll link it down below. He's asking, will we see change once we hit AGI? So here's his answer specifically how it relates to sort of programming and coding and software engineering. So he's not specifying here. He's not saying 2025, but he's saying here's kind of what effect that might have.
Challenge where loads and loads of developers have their own perspective on a very small part of the system. But when we have the AGI version, how could that change? Broadly speaking, programming from input output pairs will be a widespread foreign pattern in the future, and it will be accessible to anyone. So you don't need to write anything. You just specify what you want the program to do, and then the content program it. And if there's any ambiguity, by the way, in what you meant, and there will always be ambiguity, right? Especially if instructions are divided by a number of people. When you have to worry about it, because the computer will ask you to clarify. Say, okay, so I created the most logical program but if there's some ambiguity here and there, so what about this input? Currently I have this output, is that required? You need to change it. As you change it, iteratively, you are creating this correct program in collaboration.
So we're seeing this idea echoed by more and more people in the industry. You know, we've had Satya Nadella of Microsoft, we have Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, Mark Zuckerberg of Meta/Facebook, Francois Chollet of the ArcAGI benchmark. More and more people seem to be saying that AI will greatly impact the software engineering jobs. Now, everybody has a sort of slightly different take on when that's coming, to what degree, and will it sort of replace people or just sort of augment their abilities, making them more effective? Or at the same time, we're seeing kind of more and more signs that maybe some of the companies are kind of already expecting not to need as many software engineers. So, for example, Salesforce will hire engineers thanks to AI gains. So Salesforce will not hire additional engineers this year due to AI-driven productivity improvements. The company plans to add 1,000 to 2,000 salespeople to explain the value of AI to clients. AI technology is improving workforce capabilities, and despite changes, Salesforce does anticipate overall growth in employee numbers in the coming years. The transition may be challenging, but necessary. So salespeople are safe for now. The fact that Salesforce is a tech company, largely tech-driven, but Salesforce is not hiring any more engineers, not hiring additional engineers this year, certainly seems like a big deal. Now, this doesn't mean, it's not that they're laying people off, they're just saying that as sort of like the turnover rate, other people leave, go on to work at other companies, the people that they do retain are so much more productive that they simply don't need to kind of refill the company with more engineers. So certainly if you have a long tenure, you've been working on this for a while, you might be just fine, you might not notice it, you might even become that much more productive, but to people that are just entering the industry or thinking about it, going through college in order to become a software engineer, certainly something like this might seem kind of scary, kind of ominous. As Francois Chalet said, for example, in the future, you're just going to say what you want. Even the non-technical user might just kind of say what they want. Like, hey, I want an app that does this. And if it's like an ambiguous statement, then the AI is going to be like, all right, what do you mean by that exactly? So it's going to like walk you through. It's going to get those ideas out of your head, and it's going to turn into code, working code. So let's briefly take a look at the segment where Mark Zuckerberg is talking about AI on the recent Joe Rogan podcast. Most of the podcast was maybe like a little bit more like political and other stuff, but there's this sort of piece of maybe like 20-30 minutes where they do talk AI, and it's pretty interesting. It's kind of towards the end. It's buried in there, so a lot of people might not have gotten to it.
An AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have in your company that can write code. And once you have that, then in the beginning it'll be really expensive to run, we can get it to be more efficient, and then over time we'll get to the point where a lot of the code in our apps and including the AI that we generate is actually going to be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers. But I don't know. I think that'll augment the people working on it. So I mean, my view on this is like the future, people are just going to be so much more creative and they're going to be freed up to do kind of crazy things. It goes back to, my daughter was like playing with Legos before and they kind of ran out of Legos, and then now she can have Minecraft and can build whatever she wants, and it's so much better. It's just like, I think it's the future versions of this stuff are just going to be wild. But
unquestionably.
Yeah.
Another concern that people have is that it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's too early to know exactly how it plays out, but my guess is that it'll probably create more creative jobs than it... Well, I guess if you look at the history of all this stuff, my understanding is like 100 years ago, I don't know if this was 100 or 150 years ago, but it was like, at some point not too far along in the grand scheme of things, like the vast majority of people in society were farmers, right? Because they kind of needed to be in order to create enough food for everyone to survive. And then we turned that into an industrial process, and now it's like 2% of society are farmers, and we get all the food that we need. So what did that free up everyone else to do? Well, some of them went on to do other things that are sort of like creative pursuits or cultural pursuits or other jobs. And then some percent of it just went towards recreation. Right? So I think generally people just don't work as many hours today as they did back when everyone needed to farm in order to have enough food for everyone to survive. So I think that trend is sort of played out as technology has grown. And so my guess is that like the percent of people who will be doing stuff that's like physically required for humanity to survive will get to be smaller and smaller as it has. More people will dedicate themselves to kind of creative and artistic and cultural pursuits. I think that's generally good. I think the number of hours in a week that someone will have to work in order to be able to get by will probably continue to shrink. Yet I think people who are super engaged in what they do are going to be able to work really hard and accomplish way more than they ever could before because they have like this unimaginable leverage from having a lot more technology. So I think that if you just like fast forwarded or extrapolated out the historical technological trend is what you get. I think the question is what you raised, which is this qualitatively a different type of thing that somehow obsoletes people? But I just think when you're asking that, it's just important to remind ourselves that like at every step along the way of human progress and technology, people thought that the technology that we were developing was going to obsolete people. So maybe this time it's really different, but I would guess that what will happen is that the technology will get integrated into like everything that we do, which again is why I think it's really important that it's open source and that it's widely available, so that way it's not just that one company or one government kind of monopolizing it all.
One thing that I found absolutely hilarious is at this point where Joe Rogan brings up that whole thing with O1 trying to escape, trying to like destroy competing models, trying to change its own guardrails and just completely like misbehaving and just completely just kind of appearing to be a rogue AI. Now, I've covered that in the O1 Tries to Escape video that was extremely popular. One of my biggest videos to date, I think. I found it funny because for a long time, Joe Rogan would have his he was a fan of conspiracy theories and aliens and all sorts of stuff. So he would be talking about rogue AI for years and years and years now, and he would talk about aliens for years and years and years and whatever. And it's so funny how like now a lot of the stuff they would talk about as conspiracy theories, I wouldn't say it's coming true, but it's just like it's in the news, So, and this is of course, he pulls up a news article talking about that experiment with O1 trying to escape. It's phenomenal. Take a listen.
You know that ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down, tried to rewrite its code. It was shocking when it was under the impression that it was going to become obsolete and going to have a new version of it. It would be shut down. It tried copying its code. It tried rewriting its code. Unprompted.
Yeah, it depends on what goal you have. There are all these weird examples.
So pull up the headline. AI fights back. The story of ChatGPT attempting to copy itself. So this was 6 days ago. So during controlled safety testing, ChatGPT 01 was tasked with achieving its objectives at all costs. In these conditions, the model allegedly took concerning steps, attempted to disable oversight mechanisms meant to regulate its behavior, tried to replicate its own code to avoid being replaced by newer versions, exhibited deceptive behaviors when monitoring systems were being developed.
It's very interesting how as AI is growing, it's sort of contacting and crossing over pretty much every aspect of our lives. It's not just like technology or science fiction anymore. It's, Joe Rogan's talking about it. There's a lot more sort of philosophical discussions about it. It's affecting the economy. It's nuts. It's going to keep growing and touching every aspect of our lives. And this paper about the shenanigans, the in-context scheming of the O1, this was a very interesting paper to read. And I got to give Joe Rogan a lot of credit for this. I really sort of applaud how he responded to it because, for example, when I published what I learned about it, when I published my video, the stuff on Twitter, the response was extremely polarizing. You have the people that were saying this is the end of the world, it's going to kill the entire humanity, we have to immediately shut it down. And on the other side, you would have people that would say, hey, don't spread misinformation, this is nothing happened, it just did what it was told. And the founder of Apollo Research went online and kind of said kind of the same thing that I've been saying about it, is that this is not one extreme or the other. This isn't nothing. But it's also like not the end of the world in some scary scenario. What it is that we have a rapid improvement in AI capabilities. The O1 model is far ahead of anything else. It also happens to be the one that's like most effective at these like in context and deception and stuff like that, and engages in every single one of them, sometimes unprompted. And basically what that means is as these models get smarter and better, they don't just automatically become sort of more well-behaved. In fact, because they get smarter, their capability for these sort of deceptive tactics gets better. And that means that AI alignment is still no problem. And a lot of people, for example, take shots at Sam Altman, who's saying, hey, we need to be releasing this technology into the world sort of incrementally in steps and letting it interact with people, right? Having people interact with it, trying to break it, trying to poke holes in it, etc. I think this is what he means by that. He puts O1 into the hands of everyone around the world. These Apollo research, they're red teamers, they're official red teamers, but anyone can do this sort of work. Nothing's stopping you. They don't have any extra privileges. You can open up your own AI sort of research, AI safety research lab. Pliny, the liberator online, sort of like jailbreaks these things. And as they do, as we all sort of publish this stuff online, as we talk about it, the AI developers get to see the problems. So as OpenAI and everybody else, right, they put GPT-4 out, and all the people around the world figure out all the things that are wrong with GPT. How can you jailbreak it, the things that it's going to do wrong, the mistakes it makes, and they're able to take that and build sort of the next version, and then everybody breaks that. And little by little, not only are we getting more and more sort of used to dealing with this technology, but also this sort of iterative release process also helps both like the people that are trying to use it and the developers that are trying to make it more safe kind of work together to do those things. So similar to troubleshooting bugs and stuff like that, you put it out in the world, the community finds issues, the developers improve those issues. Not just OpenAI, but everybody else that's seeing this is able to see, okay, hey, this is a problem. Let's see how we can maybe come up with a solution to that. But I figured I just kind of mention that here. It was really interesting to see kind of like that stuff appear on the Joe Rogan podcast. But let me know what you think about the whole AI and coding thing. Is it just going to eliminate the sort of the coding jobs? As somebody put it, it might eliminate coders, but you're still going to have the need for, you know, engineers. So like the people that think through problems and kind of like find the creative solutions and test them, etc. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. But less and less, we don't need like coding as in a sense of like, if I give you a sentence in English, you know what sort of a script to write to have that happen. More and more AI does take care of that. Even before, we would go online to sometimes just copy and paste somebody else's code that somebody else written, right, using stuff on GitHub, etc. So over the last 2 decades, let's say, the need to like letter by letter, you know, pecking out the code on the keyboard, that's going away. Now it's becoming like more, you know, you're using templates, you're using sort of that sort of autocorrect, autofill stuff more and more. You're hitting tab to complete the line, etc. But you still need kind of that brain power, that engineering brain power to sort of understand the problem, break it down into steps, figure out how to turn that into sort of into code, troubleshoot everything, you know, user test everything, etc. Will these AI systems be able to handle most of the work of a mid-level AI engineer, as Mark Zuckerberg put it? Maybe. Maybe it will happen in 2025, like he thinks it might. Will it be able to replace a God-tier software engineer? I don't think so. Not in 2025. And maybe not for years to come. But let me know what you think about this. If you were just entering college now, would you go into computer science? Would you go into learning about how to be a software engineer? Or would you feel like this might be a field that's going away? If you made this far, thank you so much for watching. My name is Wes Roth, and I'll see you next time.
I joke about pinching pennies because at the end of the day, a penny saved is just a penny. But if we're talking about growing and compounding our money, then things are different. Because if you start with a penny today and you can double your money every single day for 30 days, after 30 days, that penny is going to turn into more than $5 million. The whole idea behind compound interest is you're going to invest some money today, this money is going to grow, and now you have your money working hard to make you money, and the money that your money made working hard to make you money. So it's almost like your money is having babies, and your money is just going to keep compounding and growing, which means you have more money working hard to make you money. Even if you're not investing your money in the traditional sense, you should hopefully still be earning this type of compound interest, because if you go to work every single day, you're compounding your knowledge and your skills. And so the longer you go to work, the more skills you're going to learn, and the more valuable you're going to be as an employee. That's why as you get older, your pay should hopefully go up too, because you're compounding your knowledge, you're compounding your skills, and now you're more valuable, which means you should be getting paid more money. It's the same concept with your money, except more money doesn't give you more skills, it just gives you more power. Like this $100 bill doesn't have more skills than this $20 bill does, it just has more power, because assuming that $1 will buy me a machine that's gonna make me a nickel, now with this $100 bill, I can buy 100 of those machines. With this $20 bill, I can only buy 20 of those machines. So I'm going to be able to earn more nickels with this $100 bill than this, just because I got more power with this piece of paper than this one. But this is where compounding becomes so powerful, because every dollar I earn will buy me another machine that makes me a nickel, and I need 20 nickels to earn a dollar. This $20 bill will get me 20 nickels, which will buy me one more nickel-making machine. This $100 bill will earn me 100 nickels, which will buy me 5 more nickel-making machines. So I'll be able to earn more nickels with this just because I got more buying power. The more dollars you have, the more dollars your money is going to be able to make. And the longer you let your money sit there and invest and compound, the more your money is going to be able to grow. That's why Albert Einstein calls compound interest the 8th wonder of the world, because now your money's working hard to earn you more money, and every time your money does that, you're going to have more money that you can send out to work hard and earn you more money. So it becomes this system, almost like this machine that's just working to produce you more money, and anytime you produce more money, you can buy another machine that's going to be working to produce you more money. You don't need a ton of money to start, but the longer you have, the more your money is going to be able to grow, which is why you're going to see the biggest returns towards the end of your compounding. Like even if you start with just 1 penny and you can double your money every single day, day 1, you have just a penny. Day 8, you have $1. By day 21, you have $10,000. Now your money is really starting to grow. And by day 30, you're going to have over $5 million and he started with just a penny. Now, I already know what you're thinking. But Jaspreet, if it was so easy for me to double a penny, I'd already be doing that right now. Now, I know, it's not easy to double your money every single day, and that's not the goal. But you can do this over time. There's a couple of different strategies that you can follow to compound your money and really build your wealth over time. There's an active strategy and a passive way. I'm going to be going over this, but before I do, I need you to do me a quick favor and compound that thumbs up button below. Actively compounding your money is literally what the word says it is. You are being active and you are buying something, selling it, and now you're using your profits to go buy something else. You see this all the time in real estate. You go out and you buy a $100,000 property, you renovate it, whatever, you fix it up, and you go sell this property for $150,000. Now instead of going and buying another $100,000 property, you go out and you buy a $150,000 property and you renovate it, and now you sell it for $225,000. And so slowly you are growing your money and compounding your money because you can do bigger deals. Now you can do 2 deals at one time. You can do $200,000 deals and hopefully sell both of these for $150,000 each. And now you're just compounding what you're doing. You're slowly growing what you can do because you make some money and you take your profits and you reinvest it into whatever it is you're doing. This is exactly what I do on YouTube. Anytime somebody watches our videos on YouTube, I get paid. Thank you for your penny. Now, when I get this YouTube money, I can take all of it and go out and buy myself some new exotic cars, go get myself a new Gucci wardrobe, and go enjoy some fine dining at Chipotle with some extra guac. But what I actually do with this money is I reinvest this money back into our business. That way we can grow our business bigger. I'm reinvesting it back into our blog, I'm reinvesting it back into our newsletter, and I'm reinvesting it into an app that we're making. I'm actively working to compound this money by sacrificing some of these luxuries today that I could buy by reinvesting this money back into the business. That way I can grow the whole pie bigger. When I was in college, I started a cell phone accessory business with a friend of mine. And we didn't have a ton of money, and we wanted to start selling these like cell phone battery packs. And at the time, we only bought like 10 of them because that's all we could afford. And so we bought 10 of these battery packs, and we sold them. And then we took this money that we got and our profits, and we went out and I think we bought 20 battery packs. And then we bought 50, and then we bought 100. And so it was like a slow compound where we took whatever money we had to buy these battery packs, we sold them, then we took this money and our profits, and we compounded it. And that way we were able to buy more, sell more, buy more, sell more. And so you don't get to enjoy the profits when you're compounding it like this, because if you're taking all of your profits and reinvesting it, you're actively compounding it to grow the whole thing bigger. When you do this, the hope and the whole idea is you're gonna start off with something small, $100 or $1,000, and you're gonna grow it to something a little bit bigger. You're gonna turn $1,000 to $2,000. Now you're gonna reinvest the $2,000 to turn it to $4,000, and the 4 to 8, the 8 to 16, and you're gonna slowly keep growing it. There is a risk though, because if you keep growing it and you don't take out any money for yourself, eventually there's a chance that things don't work out. And now you grew your $1,000 into $100,000 or $1 million, and then things fail. And if you didn't take out any money for yourself, now you're left with nothing. So if you're doing this type of active compounding, you really just gotta find the right risk balance for you, because anytime you pull a dollar out, that's a dollar that you cannot compound. But if you keep the dollars in there, then you take on more risk. I mean, this is one of the things that made Elon Musk so financially successful, because in the early stages of his career, when he would make $25 million, he would reinvest all of this money back into his business, and he would leave nothing for himself, because he wanted to compound and grow his dreams and his wealth by taking every dollar he had and throwing it back into his beliefs. The second way you can compound your money is the passive way, and this is what a lot of people think about when they think of compound investing, because now what you're doing is you are taking your money and you're putting it into an investment. You're going to let your money grow, and anytime your money makes money, you are going to reinvest that money back into it. That way this money that you have growing is going to keep growing, even if you don't add money into the pot, because your money is growing and this new money is going to be working to make you money too. When I was in high school, anytime we talked about compounding or investing your money in my math class, the example that my teacher always gave me was investing your money in a CD in the bank or a savings account. So the way it works is you put your money in the bank, either in a CD or a bank account, and then your money's going to grow, and as your money sits there, it will compound and grow, because now this money that your money made will grow even more. But the interesting thing about this, if we write bank account, you're not going to get a very good return, especially nowadays. A savings account nowadays is going to pay you like 0.1% if you're lucky, and a CD is going to pay you 1% if you're lucky. So if we look at this, where you get a 1% return on your money, and I'm being very generous here, it is going to take you a long time for you to double your money. At this rate, keeping your money in the bank is going to take you 72 years to double your money. So you're not building wealth in this lifetime. Maybe your great-great-great-great-grandkids will have some decent money to play with. If you're really looking to compound your money and grow your money, then you need to be putting your money in assets. So this would be things like the stock market. If you're investing in your money in the stock market, the goal is to grow your money by investing in companies that you believe in, because over time these companies are going to make more money, which will make the stock price more valuable for you. Now, if I come back here to active, if you do a business or flipping like we talked about, there's really no limit or kind of a baseline to how fast you can grow your money here. I mean, it's not super unreasonable to see 100% growth in a year, so it's really kind of uncertain as to how good of returns you'll see. It just depends on what it is you're doing and how good you are at it. So, there's really no baseline here. The stock market, on the other hand, has gone up by between 8 to 10% a year historically. So even if you stay on the low end here, 8%, you're going to be able to grow your money much faster. And the thing you got to understand about the stock market is there's a couple of different ways that you can make money. You can make money through appreciation, which is when the price of your stock goes up, and you can also make money through dividends, which is when the company that you invest in literally just gives you a cash check. So if you can grow your money by 8% a year in the stock market, you can double your money every 9 years. That's a whole lot better than 72. Now, if we kind of really look at compounding your money, this is where a lot of people assume that you have to invest in dividend-paying companies, which are companies that pay you cash payments. That way you can compound your money, because in that case, when you get this dividend and you can reinvest this dividend back into the stock market and buy more shares, that way now your money is actually growing. So you invest in a dividend-paying company, this company gives you some cash, then your money automatically gets invested. That way you can own more shares, and now as you own more shares, you're going to get more dividends. As you get more dividends, you can buy more shares. So it creates this reoccurring cycle of growth and compounding. This dividend reinvestment strategy is a great way for you to build your own wealth, because now anytime you get paid, you're going to automatically reinvest this money. If you want to learn more about how to do that, our team broke this down in an amazing article on our website where it shows you, one, how to do this reinvestment, how to invest in companies, and how to find a good brokerage that does this. So if you want to learn more about how to do that, I'll link the article for you in the description below. But what I also want you to understand is that not every company pays a dividend. The only companies that really pay dividends are really your more established and more mature companies, because these are companies that at the end of the year, they have so much cash in their bank account, they have no better use for their money. Because if they could reinvest this money back into their company and grow their company bigger, then they would probably do that. But they have so much cash where they're just like, you know what, let's just start giving it away to our shareholders because we have no better use for this cash. And so people assume that the only way to compound their money is to invest in dividend-paying companies, because these are companies that are giving you cash, and when you get this cash, you can reinvest it. But you can also compound your money by investing in companies on the stock market that are reinvesting their profits. If you find more of a startup company that you really like and you really believe in and you think is a good value, and you invest in this company, and this company, anytime they make money, they don't give it away in dividends. They take this extra cash and they reinvest it back into the company, so they're really not making that big of profits. Like how Amazon during the early years of it being public never made any money, because anytime it made money, it reinvested it back into the company. If you invest in a company like this, then your money is still compounding, because you own shares of a company that's using all of its money to grow itself. And so while you're not getting this cash payment and accumulating more shares, your shares become more valuable because of this compounding, because the company that you're investing in is compounding all their money, because they're taking all of their profits and reinvesting it. And there are pros and cons to both, because this type of investing, reinvest in more of a startup type company, has more risk, because there's a chance that this company will fail, like we talked about here. If you're actively compounding your money, which is what this company is doing, there's a chance that it could fail. And so yeah, they're reinvesting all their profits and they're doing everything they can. But if this strategy fails, then there goes your investment. But on the flip side, with these dividend investments, because these dividend-paying companies are typically larger and more mature, you're going to have a safer investment, which usually comes with a smaller return. So you might not see the stock price go up as fast, and your average dividend is typically somewhere in the 2 to 4% range. It really depends on the company, so it's not anything huge, and hopefully it will go up over time, but you just got to kind of understand where you want to be. It comes with lower returns here, higher potential returns here, but more risk. The second thing is with dividends. Anytime you get paid a dividend, you have to pay taxes on this dividend. So while you take this dividend and you reinvest it, you still have to pay taxes on the money that you made, even though you don't actually get that money in your bank account, because you're, in this case, reinvesting that money. Another way that you can compound your money is by investing your money in real estate. This is my actually favorite place to invest my money, because not only do you get passive income, if you do it right, you will also get the appreciation of the property. And so with real estate, when I invest my money, I'm looking for a 7% annual return on my money, cash on cash minimum. Ideally something closer to 8%, but 7% is my real minimum. Now the thing that you gotta understand here is that if I get a 7% return on my money, it's gonna take me 10 years to double my money. But in this case, the 7% is a cash on cash return that I'm getting every single year in my pocket. So if I buy a $100,000 property, that means every year I'm making at least $7,000 in profit. Hopefully over time this is gonna go up and rent prices go up, but that means I'm making $7,000 a year. And now what I can do is after 10 years, I'll have this cash in the bank that I can use to go out and buy another property, or I can just take my own cash, go out and buy another property, and supplement it with this money that I'm making in real estate. The reason that real estate becomes so attractive now on top of this is because not only are you getting this cash flow, but if you're buying your properties in a good area where people want to live, you're also going to see the property value go up too. So I buy this $100,000 property, and every year I'm getting $7,000 in passive income, but over time, this property might go up in value to, let's say, $200,000. And now, if it comes time for me to sell this property, I sell it for $200,000, I can do something called a 1031 exchange. It's a little loophole in the real estate world where now I can take all $200,000, pay $0 in taxes, and go out and buy a $200,000 property that's going to pay me with more passive income. And so when I tried to do that in the stock market with dividends, the first thing I had to do was pay taxes on my dividends, and then I could reinvest those dividends. With real estate, if the property value goes up, now I can sell the property, pay no taxes today on those profits, and go out and buy myself a bigger property that's going to pay me with more money. Plus, even on the passive income, the cash flow that I'm making from real estate, this money that I'm getting here, there's a lot of tax breaks that I get with real estate that I don't get with the stock market. So even as I get the $7,000 a year in passive income, I don't have to pay taxes on all $7,000 because there's other tax deductions that I can take, like something called the depreciation tax deduction, which says that I get to get a deduction because my property is 1 year older. So happy birthday to your property, you get a tax break. So from a tax perspective, you get more benefits here from real estate, but real estate does come with its own downfalls because now you have to deal with more people. Like when you're investing in stocks, you're not dealing with anybody. You can go out and buy shares of Amazon or Lululemon or Chipotle and McDonald's and not have to deal with a single person. You can do this right off your phone. You want to go out and buy a real estate property, you got to have a real estate agent, you got to have a property manager, you got to deal with a contractor, you got to deal with an attorney, and you got to deal with tenants. And so if you don't want to be in that game, the stock market is better for you. Plus with real estate, you're in charge. You're the one that actually has to make sure that your property is generating income, and it's more work on your end because now you got to be the one that's negotiating the deal. And if your tenant doesn't pay or if your tenant damages the property, that's a cost that you have to pay. And of course, the most obvious thing is that it takes a lot more cash to start investing in real estate than it does to start investing in the stock market. I mean, you can start investing in stocks with as little as $100, but if you want to go out and buy a property, you can't do that for $100, at least not a good property. Now, while it's your decision on where you want to invest your money, here, or here, the idea stays the same, that you need to compound your money. The whole idea behind that is anytime you make money, you want to reinvest at least some of it. That way your money is growing and the money your money made is growing. That way you can grow your money quicker and quicker and quicker over time, because the real secret to building wealth is investing. Yes, we talk about that all the time, but if you really want to grow your money quicker, you got to compound your money, which means you got to have more money in the fire that's burning to make you more money. But I guess if you're burning money, that's probably not what you want to be doing. So bad example, but you got to have more money working to make you more money. We're going to jump back into the show in just a minute, but before we do, here are a few words from our sponsor, M1. If you've been watching my videos, you've probably heard of me talk about passively investing your money in the stock market, where you have a CPA, a consistent, passive, and automatic system where money is automatically invested into the stock market for you. Well, a super easy to use platform that can help you passively invest your money into the stock market is M1. And as a little disclaimer, at the time of me recording this video, M1 is a tool that I use to passively invest my money into my portfolio of ETFs. The way it works is you get to create your pie or your portfolio of ETFs or stocks that you want to invest in, and then you can create a cadence of how often you want to invest into this portfolio of ETFs or stocks. For me, I invest every Wednesday. You can invest every 2 weeks, every month, but once you pick the cadence, you set it and forget it, and M1 is completely free for you to use. Now, of course, investing has risks. Are you guaranteed to make money when you invest? No, of course not. In fact, you will probably lose money at some point, which is why you want to always do your own due diligence and never blindly trust a random guy on YouTube but you can mitigate some of your risk by investing your money into good assets for the long term, which is why I invest my money into my portfolio of ETFs, whether the market's up and down, because I'm investing for the long term. Now, of course, you want to do your own research, get a financial advisor if you need one, but M1 is a great tool that can allow you to passively invest your money yourself. Minority Mindset is a paid partner with M1, meaning if you use them, we will get compensated, but there's no additional cost to you. So if you want to learn more and create a free account with M1, I got the link to how you can do that down in the description below, or you can go to theminoritymindset.com/M1. That's theminoritymindset.com/M and the number 1. And with that, let's go back to the show. If you had to turn this $100 bill into $200 as fast as possible, what would you do? This is one lesson that everybody should learn before they graduate high school, and by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly how to do that. The answer that the majority of people would give is take that $100 to the roulette table and put it all on red, except it doesn't matter which seat you sit on or what time you go, you're probably going to lose that money. Rich people have figured this out though. They figured out the game of how they can double their money as quick as possible, which is how they're able to compound their wealth, and it's all because they understand this one concept of compounding your money with growing contributions. If you can understand that idea of compounding your money with growing contributions, you will know how to double your money, triple your money, quadruple your money. If you put your $100 into your savings account in the bank, you might be able to get a 1% return on your money if you're lucky, and it's going to take you 72 years to double your money. If now you take your money and you passively invest it into the stock market, you can expect to get a 7% return on your money over the long term. That doesn't mean you're going to get 7% every year. Some years are going to be more, some years are going to be less. But over the last 100 years, we've seen that you should be able to get a 7% annual return on your money, which means it will take you 10 years to double your money. Now, if you want to be a little bit more actively involved with your investments, where you don't just passively put it in the stock market, but you're looking for good companies, you're looking for good real estate investments, you're actively finding better investments, well, now you might be able to get a 10% return on your money. If you can get a 10% annual return on your money, it's going to take you 7 years to double your money. But if you can get an even better return, if you can get a 20% return on your money, well, now you can double your money every 3.8 years. And if you're wondering, but Jaspreet, where in the world am I going to get a 20% return on my money? Well, your credit card company is doing it each and every year. So if you carry credit card debt and you're paying interest on this credit card debt, you are making your credit card company rich at the expense of your future wealth. And then, if you can get a 50% return on your money, well, now you can double your money every 1.7 years. Again, you might be saying, but Jaspreet, where in the world am I going to get a 50% return on my money? Well, now if you can go out and start a business, you might be able to grow your business by 50% year over year, especially in the early stages of your business. You see a lot of startups grow by 20 to 50%, especially in the early 5, 6, 7 years of their business, because now you're able to grow, you're able to acquire more market share, and you're able to get bigger profits. But if you're able to get a 500% return on your money, well, now you can see your money double every 5 months. Again, you might be saying, Jaspreet, where in the world am I going to get a 500% return on my money? Go to the roulette table. You go to the casino. You can get a 500% return on your money. You can double your money every 5 months. However, you're probably going to lose your money. So the chances of you getting this are very low. This is where the next thing you have to understand is risk versus reward. Higher up here, you have much less risk. Down here, much higher risk. Down here, much higher reward. Up here, much lower reward. I don't recommend anybody take their hard-earned money and try to double it in the casino as a financial planning method. That is not what I'm advocating for. But what I'm saying is you have to understand higher risk comes with the potential for higher reward. Starting a business can make you extremely wealthy. It can make you a ton of money. It can make you more money than you ever imagined. But it's a ton of work. It's a ton of risk. The majority of businesses will fail. Then out of the small businesses that succeed, most of them will never make $1 million in a year. And out of those companies that make $1 million in a year, most of those will never make $1 million worth of profit a year. It is very difficult to scale a business and make it successful. However, that return potential is there. You don't have this type of return potential when you put your money in the savings account.
When you put your money in your savings account, you know your $100 is going to be $100 tomorrow. It's going to be $100 in a year. It's going to be $100 in 2 years. Maybe a few extra pennies added to it. It's safe, but you're not going to get any returns. And this is where now you have to understand that risk and reward, but you also have to understand what I said just a minute ago, the compound interest with growing contributions. This is where things get really fun, and this is what rich people love doing. So I gave this example before, but let's assume that you can invest $4 a day. You start doing this from the day you turn 21, and you do this for 45 years, and you can get an average 10% return on your money, which historically has been the S&P 500 index average over the long term. This doesn't mean you get a 10% return every year, but if you put your money into the S&P 500 index 100 years ago, you would have averaged a 10% historical return. But if you do this, your $4 a day over the course of 45 years would have been just under $66,000 that you invested. But because you're able to get this 10% annual return, your money would have grown to $1.1 million. But what if now you don't just invest $4 a day, but you do growing contributions, meaning every year you contribute a little bit more than $4 a day. Every year you contribute, let's just say, an additional 5%. That means this year you're investing $4 a day. Next year, you start investing $4.20 a day. The year after that, you start investing $4.41 a day, and on and on and on, because every year you're working to get a raise, you're working to earn more income, and as you earn more income, you also invest a little bit more aggressively. Well, if you do that, and you keep the same years, you do this for 45 years, you get the same 10% annual return, well, now you're not going to have $1.1 million. You're going to have over $2.1 million. You just added an additional $1 million to your bottom line, to your investment portfolio, to your cash, because you started investing a little bit more aggressively. Because what happens? Inflation happens. 45 years from now, $1 million is not going to have the same buying power as it does today. But you're also not going to be earning the same amount of money. So if you can grow your investments, well, now you're going to be able to grow how much money you can have when it gets closer to your retirement age. And if you're wondering, but Jaspreet, what if I don't want to wait until I'm 70 years old to start enjoying my money? Well, I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But this is where understanding that if you can grow how much money you're investing, you can significantly increase how much money you will have. We're talking about $4 a day here. But if you can increase how much money you're investing each and every year with the income that you're making, so every time you earn more money, you invest a little bit more aggressively, well, now you're going to be able to grow your wealth. But it gets even more fun, because what happens now if you invest more money because you're earning more money, but you also invest more money because your investments are making you more money? This is where the power of compound interest really starts to come in. Albert Einstein called compound interest the 8th wonder of the world, and the reason why it's so powerful is because the people that understand it can become incredibly wealthy. But the people who don't understand it, well, you're going to be subservient to the people who understand it. Because now what you can do, not only can you grow your money, well, let's assume that now your money is spitting off some cash flow because you're investing in dividend-paying stocks, you're paying in rent-producing real estate. Well, now you have some cash flow coming in. You got this return, which is great, but you have cash flow, and instead of spending this money, you also throw this into here. So now instead of having a 5% annual contribution, maybe you have a 9% annual contribution, because you're working to not only increase how much money you're investing, but your investments are also throwing more money back into here. Now take a look at this. You're still investing your $4 a day right now, but every year you're working to increase your annual contribution by 5%. You do this for 45 years, you get a 10% return on your money, but assuming that you can get 4% cash flow, and you take the 4% cash flow and you put it in here, now your annual contribution is going to be growing by 9%. Now you're not going to have $1.1 million, you're not going to have $2.1 million, but you're going to have more than $4 million in your investment fund, because now you had the power of compound interest with growing contributions. This is what wealthy people are learning to master. Now the question is, what do you do to get this 10% return right here? What do you do to get this return on your money? Because time is one of the most valuable aspects, right? There's 3 aspects to this. There's how much money you're investing, how much time you invest for, and what type of returns that you can get. Well, this is going to depend on your income. If you have an income problem, you should be working to increase your income. Invest this money in your own education. Go and watch YouTube videos, go read books, go take classes, go get coaching, go get consulting, go do something to invest in yourself to learn how to increase your income. If you don't have the money to invest, you have to start with that. Figure out what can you do. cut expenses, make more money, so you have more money to invest. Once you do that, now, you can't change too much about where you are in your life right now. If you're 21, great. If you're 18, great. If you're 45, great. You start where you are now. If you haven't started yet, you need to start now, so you just get started. Sure, if you're older, it's going to be a little bit tougher. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but then you can make it up here. If you're older, it's going to be more important for you to earn more money, to have more money to invest, right? It's all a formula. These are the 3 different areas where you can improve. If you can't improve here, you got to work to improve here, or you can work to improve here. So if you can't improve in one place, you got to find the other place to improve. Then this is where you can also improve how you can get better returns. And this doesn't mean that you have to go out and just throw your money at the casino, but how can you strategically get better returns on your money? I'm not going to talk about this in this video, but I want to talk about this. Let's jump back to risk versus reward. Now, before I go deeper, if you do want to learn how to be a better investor and you want to stay up to date on what's happening in the financial markets, if you haven't already, I would highly recommend you join Market Briefs. Market Briefs is my free newsletter that I created, which keeps you up to date on what's happening in the financial markets, from the stock market to the real estate market to crypto to the global economy to our own economy. That way you can understand what's happening in the markets so you can make smarter decisions with your money. Market Briefs is completely free and you can read it in less than 5 minutes every morning. So if you haven't joined Market Briefs yet, I'll put the link to how you can join Market Briefs down in the description below. We talked about risk and reward, but there's one more aspect that I didn't talk about, which is time in the economic cycle. Now, this doesn't mean that you need to time the market, but understanding that different phases in the economic cycle are going to give you different returns. And I'll explain what that means. When I first started investing in real estate, this was after the 2008 crash. And I was very fortunate that I started investing then because I didn't know anything about investing. I just started investing in real estate because the books that I read said that wealthy people invest in real estate. I didn't know any real estate investors, but I decided to do it. And when I started investing in real estate then, for me, I thought a decent return wasn't a 7% cash flow. It wasn't a 10% cash flow. It was 20%. This is going to sound very crazy, especially in our economic cycle right now. But back then, you were able to find good homes in good areas for $50,000, and then you would be able to rent them out and make $10,000 a year of profit. That's a 20% cash on cash return on your money. And now those $50,000 homes are selling for $150,000 to $300,000. Here's another example. Again, I'm not telling you what to invest in. I'm just giving you examples. You always want to do your own due diligence and never blindly trust a random guy on YouTube. So when you had the 2020 pandemic hit, you saw the entire stock market get cut in half. Well, you have some high dividend paying ETFs. These ETFs focus in on just high dividend yields. A few examples of this are SDY, SCHD, and VYM. For a disclaimer, I do have some of my own money invested in SCHD and VYM. Well, when the stock market got cut in half, the prices of these high dividend yielding companies and ETFs were also cut in almost half. So you saw these high dividend yielding ETFs, which normally yield somewhere between 2.5% to 3%, now saw their prices cut in almost half, which in effect meant that you could buy the same cash flow for almost 50% off. And so you were almost able to come in and buy the same dividend yield and now get a 5 to almost 6% return on your money, is 5 to 6% yield, just because you can buy these ETFs for almost half off. Now, I like cash flow because cash flow is king, but this is where you need to balance the 3 aspects. You have risk, you have reward, and then you have the timing. There's always going to be opportunities, but in order for you to find these opportunities, you have to be financially educated and you have to be willing to take on risks, because anytime you see these big opportunities, everybody is running away. When the 2020 pandemic hit, people were running away from the stock market, people were selling out of the 401ks, people were scared, but it created big opportunities for people who started buying good assets. When the 2008 crash happened, people were running away from real estate, but it created good opportunities for people who were buying real estate then. When the 2000.com bubble burst, people were running away from internet companies, people were selling off all of the digital tech companies, but it created huge opportunities for people who came in and bought then. So it creates opportunity if you have that financial education and you're willing to take that risk, but most people don't have it in them to do that. So then you focus in on the risk versus reward and you ignore what's happening in the economy. So you ignore what the timing is, you ignore what's happening in the economy, and when I say timing, I don't mean timing the market, but I mean looking for the opportunities, the big opportunities when they come your way. If you're not willing to do that, no big deal. Now you understand the risk versus reward. Here, you have no risk and also no reward. Here, high risk, high reward. Starting a business is very risky, but it can be extremely rewarding. The way that you can move down this list and get better returns without taking on a whole bunch of risk is through your education. Education is how you lower your risk. And how do you become educated? Well, you can read books, watch YouTube videos, take classes, get courses, get education, get coaching, get whatever. But you also got to make the mistakes. No education through somebody else teaching you can bypass the mistakes that you have to make, because you got to be willing to learn. In order to go from here to here, you're going to have to make some mistakes. Those mistakes are going to cost you money. Those mistakes are going to be painful. Those mistakes are going to make you want to rip your hair out. But that's what's going to allow you to go from this return to this return to this return. And you have to be willing to go through these mistakes if you want to get better. So how do you get better? You get started. How do you get started? By just doing it. Now you do it, you make mistakes, and then you get better. You learn, you screw up, and you make better mistakes. Because now, as you make mistakes, as you lose your money, you're not going to want to do it again. You're going to want to see what it was that made you lose money in the first place. And this is where a little bit of an investing 101. Don't invest more than you're willing to lose. If you're not willing to lose that money, the money that you invest has to be separate than your savings. It has to be separate than your spending money, and it's its own money. The money that you invest is a separate portion of money that's investment in you, investment in your assets, investment in your future wealth. You're gonna see dips. You're gonna see times where you lose this money, but that's how you learn. That's how you get better, and that's what's gonna allow you to get the better returns. Most people are never willing to go through that process because they never want to look stupid. They never want to make those mistakes. But if you're willing to look stupid, then it doesn't matter if you make a mistake, because now you can laugh at it and then you can learn how to be better. And I know it's very hard to laugh when you're losing that money, because I've been there. I have made very bad investment decisions when it comes to things in my own business. I've made very bad investment decisions when it comes to my real estate investments. I've made very bad investment decisions when it came to investing in startups. I've made very bad investment decisions when it comes to investing in the stock market. I've also made some very good decisions, and those very good decisions have very much outweighed the bad decisions that I made, and those bad decisions were what set me up for the good decisions. So you have to be willing to make the bad decisions, that way you can make more good decisions in the future.
We're going to jump back into the show in just a minute, but first, here's an advertisement from our sponsor, me, with Briefs Media. If you're looking for an easy way to stay up to date on what's happening in the top finance and business news, we make it super easy for you to do that at Briefs Media, because we created a free newsletter called Market Briefs. Market Briefs is a super simple and easy way for you to stay up to date on the top finance and business news. You can read Market Briefs in less than 5 minutes every morning. It's a fun and witty and easy to read newsletter, and I promise, if you join Market Briefs, you are going to love it. Now you might say, Jaspreet, how can you promise that I'm going to love Market Briefs? Well, if you don't love Market Briefs, you can unsubscribe at any time, because it's completely free. So if you have not joined Market Briefs yet and you want to stay up to date on what's happening in the top finance and business news, I got the link to how you can join Market Briefs down in the description below, or you can go to briefs.co/market. That's briefs.co/market. And with that, let's go back to the show.
If your goal is to make $100,000, the first thing that you have to do is quantify what it's going to take for you to actually make that $100,000. Now, in order to make money, you have to be able to sell something. That's the way the world works. You sell something in exchange for money. And if you're selling something that costs $10 and your goal is to make $100,000, that means you're going to have to sell 10,000 of these items to make that $100,000. And if you want to achieve that $100,000 over the course of a year, that means you're going to have to sell 27 of these $10 products a day in order to do that. If you sell something that makes you $100, well, now you're going to have to sell not 10,000 but 1,000 of these items. And if you want to hit the $100,000 in 1 year, that means you're going to have to sell about 3 products a day. You're going to have to sell one every 3 days. And if you can sell something that makes you $10,000, well, now you only need to sell 10 of these, which means you only got to sell about 1 a month in order to hit that $100,000 goal in 1 year. This math is the easy one. Anybody can do this. The next thing is, what are you going to actually sell in order to make this $100,000? You have 4 different levels of opportunities that can help you get to $100,000 or a whole lot more. Number 1 would be the low risk and low reward opportunity. Number 2 is the high risk but low reward opportunity. Number 3, which is probably the most popular, is the high risk but also high reward opportunity. And then number 4, which is my personal favorite, is the low risk but high reward opportunity. I like this one because I have the least risk, but also the most upside. Now, a low risk, low reward opportunity would be something like just taking your cash and putting it into a savings account. Because now when you put your money into a savings account, you have very little upside, so very little reward, but also very little risk because you're FDIC insured. And if you put $1,000 or 10 grand into the bank today, well, when you check your bank account in a month or a year, it's going to stay the same. You're not going to get any growth, but that 10 grand is going to be there. You don't have to really be worried about losing that money by saving your money in the bank. A high risk but low reward opportunity would be something where you have nothing proprietary. This is something like selling on Amazon as an Amazon FBA reseller. If you were any good, well, you would be completely undercut by other people. Because if you can sell on Amazon, it's going to cost you a lot of money to start. You might have to go out and go into debt to start selling on Amazon. And then you're only selling somebody else's stuff. You have nothing proprietary, so everybody else can compete against you. And if you are any good, and you can take any sort of market share, well, then Amazon is going to notice. And then they're going to create the exact same product that you're selling, and they're going to undercut you. And so now you worked so hard to build this market share, and now you're going to be competing against Amazon. I don't like the idea of having something that can be competed against by anybody else or working on somebody else's platform to sell something where they can just come and undercut me. So it's high risk in that sense that if I'm any good, someone else is going to come and just take my spot, but also low reward because my upside is capped. If I start taking any market share on Amazon, it's going to come and sell the same product as me, and I don't have anything that I can sell because I don't have anything proprietary. An Amazon FBA business isn't a very sellable company. Yeah, you have some Amazon FBA businesses that are being sold, but relative to owning your own product, owning something that you can control, owning something that you created, you're going to have way more upside with that than just selling on somebody else's product. Then you have the high risk and high reward opportunities, and this is where a lot of people get drawn to, because these are the things that draw a lot of hype and a lot of excitement over the hopes of being able to get rich very quickly. This would be something like throwing your money into a meme stock. If you put your money into a meme stock, you might be able to 10x your money in 12 months. But there's also a chance that you lose everything. So a lot of people jump onto that idea, hoping that they'll be able to be one of the winners who can 10x their money. You saw similar things in the crypto space. When the crypto boom was happening in 2021, you saw this huge boom in crypto staking, some of them being super risky cryptocurrencies that really had no underlying value. The whole hope was that these cryptocurrencies would pay you like 700% interest, and then you would be able to sell this crypto to somebody else who didn't really care about the value of crypto. So you were just selling something that was worthless, hoping that you could get a lot of interest on something that was worthless. And the real hope here was that you'd be able to sell out before people realized how worthless this crypto was. And some people made a lot of money, but most people lost everything. So you have that high risk, high potential reward. This is also people who trade options, especially with a lot of debt. You have the opportunity to make a lot of money, but it's also very risky. I don't put my money into these types of opportunities because it's too risky for me. It's the same reason why I don't trade stocks. It's the same reason why I don't flip real estate. I don't like the high risk, high reward mindset. Instead, I like the low risk, high reward mindset where now I can have much lower risk, but I can keep the upside if I have higher rewards. Now, personally, I wouldn't put passive real estate investing and stock market investing into this quadrant. I'd kind of put it somewhere here in the middle because it's a passive investment where now I'm just looking to get a 7 to 10% return on my money. So it's not a super low return. It's also not a really high return. It's just something more of a passive way to invest. So it's somewhere in the middle. But when I talk about the real low risk, high reward opportunities, this is where now I'm more referring to things like my own businesses, things like Briefs Media. Briefs Media is a financial newsletter company that I created. And for me, this was a low risk, high reward opportunity because for one, I have an audience here on YouTube who is interested in finance and entrepreneurship and money management. And it's a way for me to now create something to benefit my readers. My Briefs Media company creates newsletters. I have a Market Briefs, which is a newsletter for investors. And then I have Business Briefs, which is a newsletter for business owners and entrepreneurs and founders who want to be better with their business. Both of these newsletters are completely free, and it didn't cost me a whole lot of money to start it because I already had a staff working for me at the Minority Mindset Company. And so then we started creating this newsletter. Well, this newsletter, now I could market it directly to my audience. So my cost to start the company wasn't that high. I don't have to go out and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars hiring new people because I already had a staff that had the ability to write these newsletters. And then as the newsletter started to grow, now we were able to monetize. You might be wondering, how do you monetize if it's free? Well, we have some advertisement spots that we sell to our sponsors. And so now I'm able to market it for free. We were able to get it started at no additional cost. And so now we have a lot of upside because the newsletter can keep growing. The more the newsletter grows, the more advertisements that we can sell, and the more that we can sell these advertisements for. So low risk because it's low cost to start. It didn't take me a whole lot of extra energy to start, and high reward because the business is scalable. There's no limit to how many people can read the newsletter, and so if we can keep growing the newsletter, we'll be able to charge more money and grow our revenue. It's very scalable. Compare that to something like here, where if I owned a physical store, now there's a lot of risk involved because it costs me money to open up a store. I have a physical presence I have to pay rent for. I have to hire an employee to work there. But there's also a limit to how much money I'll be able to make from my physical store, because there's always a limit to how many people can come inside. There's a limit to how many sales that I can have in an hour. And there's a limit to how many hours the store can be open. Versus with something digital, I have none of that. There's an unlimited upside when you go digital, because now when you go digital, your costs slightly go up when you have more users or customers or whatever on your site, but your revenue can scale disproportionately faster. Another example of a low-risk, high-reward opportunity would be to create some sort of education or service-based company digitally. So if you're good at fitness, you're good at finance, you're good at music, what you can do is you can create a class on how to do what you do. If you know how to manage a company's accounting really well, if you know how to play guitar, if you know how to lose weight, well, now you can build a class on how to do this, and you can market it online. And now there's no limit to how many people can take this class. You can charge anywhere from $100 to $2,000 or $3,000 for this class, depending on how intensive it is. Or if you want to be a little bit more involved, well, now you can create some sort of consulting or coaching, depending on what your skill is. If you're an accountant, well, now you can offer your accounting services. If you are a fitness coach, you can offer your fitness services. And now this can supplement your class, because now you don't have to recreate this class every 6 weeks. You create the class once and people can buy it again and again and again. And then you can supplement that with your coaching services, your consulting services. And now you can charge a whole lot more for this, which allows you to do something that's low risk because you already have the education. It's not going to cost you a whole lot of money to build this, but again, high reward, because now you can start scaling this a whole lot more. Another example of this, moving away from the entrepreneurship space, would be investing into your own degrees or investing into your own education through something like a certificate. Because if you can pay $5,000 to get a certificate in data science, or to get a certificate in some sort of thing that can double your income, well, that's pretty low risk and high reward. Because if you know what the cost is going to be, you got to pay $5,000 to get a certification to learn how to do X. And this X is going to allow you to get X plus Y return on your money. That's a pretty low risk, high reward opportunity. Not everybody is meant to be an entrepreneur. Not everybody has to be an entrepreneur. But investing into your own degree, investing into your own income will allow you to earn a much bigger income. And that's where now it's much low risk with a higher reward if you know that investing into the certificate can increase your income by a certain percentage. Now, if you want to create a product, sell it, and scale it, there are 3 things that you're going to have to master, or 3 things that you're going to have to do. And these 3 things are what every single business in the world has to understand if you want to be able to create a product, sell it, and scale it. First, you have to understand growth, then operations, and finances. Now, the thing that you have to understand is, for the purposes of this video, we're talking about going from $0 to $100,000. And the things that you're going to have to do to go from 0 to 100 grand are very different than the things that you're going to have to do to go from 100 grand to $1 million. And the things that you have to do from $1 million and above are going to be very different than that. The things that I'm focusing on today are how do you go from 0 to $100,000. And if you're going from 0 to $100,000, the place that you're going to want to focus is here on the growth side. Operations are not going to be that important. Your cash flow management isn't going to be as important. You're going to worry about that after 100 grand, sometimes even after $1 million, most of them after $1 million. But from 0 to $100,000, what you need to do is you got to figure out what your product is and you got to sell it. Going from 0 to $1 is going to be just as hard as going from $1 to $100,000, because right now it's the basics of learning. Where do you start? What do you do? How do you sell it? Now, what do you do after you sell it? Right now, it's all about growth, in getting started and creating a product and just start selling it. A lot of people get confused here because they're trying to jump steps. You start optimizing, you start working on A/B testing, you start working on all these little details before you've even made your first $100,000. If you haven't made $100,000, you don't have to worry about split testing. You don't got to worry about A/B testing. You don't got to worry about optimizing. You don't got to worry about creating systems. You don't got to worry about doing any of that. The only thing that you can do right now is create a product and sell it. You don't have to worry about spending all the time, effort, and energy doing all the other operational stuff. Right now, what you need to be doing is figuring out how do you make that first $100,000. And if you haven't made that first $100,000, stop investing that time, effort, and energy doing all that other stuff and just start selling your product, whatever it takes. So now if I take a step back, before I go to actually how do you grow and how do you start selling to make the $100,000, the first thing you got to know is what are you selling and what are you doing. And in those early stages, you're going to probably be very confused. Do I do something in fitness? Do I do something in finance? Do I do something in healthcare? Do I do something in, I don't know, whatever your interests are, because you're going to be jumping around in interests. You're going to be just trying to figure out how do you get started, especially if you haven't sold $1 yet. You're going to be jumping around trying to figure out where in the world do you want to be. And now you're going to see all these opportunities in front. You're going to see YouTube videos. You're going to see people selling books. You're going to see people having classes. You're going to see masterminds. You're going to see coaching groups. You're going to see consulting sessions. There's going to be so many opportunities out there. And this is where you want to start to get narrow. Before you go out and start spending money on these things, I want you to start by doing two things. Start by watching as many YouTube videos as possible in the different places that you are interested in. And these could be very different things. So start by watching as many YouTube videos as possible. Start binging videos so you can start learning without paying any money. And also start reading books. Start reading as many business books as possible. Read business books about marketing. Read business books about scaling. Read books about how to sell a company. Read books about how do you actually grow a company. Read books about how to manage people. Read books about leadership. Start reading as many business books as possible while absorbing content. Then as you're watching YouTube videos, the next thing is you're probably going to start diving into a couple of different areas. You're going to find a couple different things that you're interested in, and that's where now you're going to want to start investing in yourself. This might be now investing in classes, investing in coaching, and investing in masterminds. And you're going to see a lot of different opportunities out there. You're going to see people with different opinions that are selling different types of things. And you're going to say, should I go to this person or go to this person, or should I buy that thing or that thing? And this is where the best thing is to buy as many different pieces of education as possible. You're not going to go broke by investing in your own education, but you have to be smart with it as well. You don't want to go drowning into debt to buy this education if you don't have the work ethic to actually do something with it. You want to use the money that you have smartly and start investing in your own education smartly. That way you can learn and then actually apply what you learn, because the last thing that you want to happen is you just start absorbing information and you're paying money for information, but you don't actually do anything with it. And so if you're not going to do anything, don't spend any money. But if you're going to do something, if you know you have the work ethic, then start buying as many different programs as you can to get into the minds, to get into the circles of different groups doing different things. I have paid for education programs on your Instagram page, to how to grow your YouTube page, to how do you do email marketing, to how do you grow on paid advertising, how do you do SEO. I've paid for programs on how do you do drop shipping and selling products through drop shipping. Some of these things only taught me one thing. Some of these things taught me a lot of things. But this is where you have to start now actually investing in yourself if you're willing to do something. Because if you're not willing to do anything, again, it's just going to be a waste of money. And so this is where you have to be honest with yourself and actually now start investing in yourself. That way you can start learning, but then also start doing. Now, as you start investing in this, you're going to start understanding what type of product that you want to create. Once you have some sort of product that you want to create, whether you're creating your own product, whether you're creating a software, whether you're creating a technology, whether you're creating a service, whether you're creating an educational product, whether you're creating some sort of media product, whatever now you're working to create, the next thing now is how do you get customers for your product? Because you can have the best product in the world, but if nobody knows about you, you're not going to make any money. And this is where you have to know how to grow. In the early stages, you're not going to want to spend any money this, right? On growth, because boy, do I want to have our base. So now the question is, how can you grow without spending any money? There are two places where you can focus on growth that aren't going to cost you a whole lot of money, but it will cost you time. One is growth using media. This is things like social media, by creating content. And the second is by getting referral partners. 10 years ago, when somebody had a business idea, you only focused on creating the product. Nobody cared about the media media side of the company because there was no media thing. You would just outsource it to a marketing company and then hope that they would bring you sales. Today, it's completely different. And 10 years from now, every company is going to have a media component in it where now you're working to create the product, but the second aspect is how do you actually market the product at an efficient way that way now you can also get the product out there into the eyes of people without spending a ton of money to do that. Because nowadays, media, social media, all of these things are the backbone of how people absorb content, and it's the backbone of how people find products. People don't just want to buy a product, they want to support a person. And so nowadays, that media component, social media, whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok, whether it's YouTube, whether it's a podcast, people want to follow a person and then they will support that person's products. And this is where now you can start working to build this media presence. It takes more time, it takes a lot of effort, but it's a way for you to start at a low cost and start promoting you and your product. Now, if you're brand new to social media and you have no idea how to brand yourself, you have no idea how to grow your company on social media, where in the world would you start? Well, just follow the advice that we gave just a couple minutes ago. Start by watching as many YouTube videos as possible. That way you don't have to spend a penny trying to learn what it is that you're interested in. Watch YouTube videos on how to grow your YouTube channel. Watch YouTube videos about how to grow on TikTok. Watch YouTube videos about how to grow on Instagram. Watch YouTube videos about how to build a podcast. Start absorbing as much content as possible, then you start doing it. And as you do it, maybe now you start investing in the class, maybe you invest in the coaching program to help accelerate your growth. But this is where now you got to be strategic. You don't just throw money into things. You start learning, you start thinking, and then you start investing your own money and your own time even more. That way you can scale that, because social media will allow you to get the word out for your product at really very little cost. The second thing that you want to do is harness the power of referral marketing. And so one example that I can give you of this is through our own Briefs Media company. We provide a ton of value to our briefers, our readers. And one of the things that we do is if you like our free newsletters, then we will reward you for sharing the newsletter with somebody else. If you're in market briefs, you can share the newsletter with another investor. And if you're in business briefs, you can share the newsletter with another business owner. And not only do we recommend that you refer a newsletter out, but we will reward you for doing it. If you refer our newsletters out and you bring in other readers, we will give you free stuff. We might give you a free pair of briefs. See these bad boys right here? I have given away hundreds of these briefs away for free just as a reward because people loved our newsletter and they gave it away and they recommended it to somebody else. Word of mouth marketing is the most powerful type of marketing. And you can rely on people doing that, but you can also incentivize people to do that as well. And on the flip side of that, we now to try to find influencers who will promote your product in exchange for money. Now, sometimes they're going to want money up front. Other influencers will take a percentage of sales that they bring in. So now what you're trying to do is you want to incentivize people who have an audience, who already have a following, to promote your product with their audience. And you only have to pay them if they bring you a sale. Now, you make $100, $20, pay the person $30, whatever is a fair commission depending on what your product is. And that's where now you can drive more sales, drive more awareness, and you only have to pay to get a sale. So you got to start by quantifying what it's going to take to hit your financial goals. Second, you got to understand your risk tolerance. Third, you have to understand the different ways that you can make the money. And fourth, once you know how you can make the money, this is where you're going to know how you can actually grow it to hit that $100,000 goal. That way now you can start making some money. After you hit that $100,000 goal, that's when you can start thinking about the operational side. And after you hit that $1 million goal, well, that's when you're going to want to start thinking about the finance side. If you're over the age of 30 and you don't feel like you've saved enough money or invested enough money, the way you turn your finances around is not by cutting Starbucks out of your life. Instead, I want you to try this. See, most people assume that being broke is just a math problem that you have to solve. How do you spend less than what you make? Except there's more to it than that. Most of us are never taught this. I mean, if it was so easy, you wouldn't see the majority of people be broke with no savings, with little to no investments. If you really want to turn your finances around and become wealthy and become a millionaire, you have to understand two things. Number one is you have to understand the mindset and emotional side about money. And then you have to understand, number two, the practical side of money. Because if you just sit there, you close your eyes and you close your hands and you say, please God, please just put $1 million in my lap, you were going to sit there broke for the rest of your life, which is why you have to understand the emotional side and the practical side of money. And if you stick with me until the end of this video, you're going to know exactly how to do that with a system of how do you start building wealth today. So let me jump right in with part one, because if you don't understand this, it doesn't matter how much financial education that you have, you will never become wealthy. By the way, if you stick with me until the end of this video, as another bonus, I'm going to show you how to get a copy of this ebook, How to Build Wealth as an Investor, that my team at Briefs Media wrote for free. All you got to do is stick with me until the end of the video. If you're anything like me, you didn't grow up with this healthy relationship with money. You grew up with this whole thinking that money is bad, it's taboo, it's evil, you shouldn't stress about money, rich people are bad. You grew up with this negative association with money, and the reason why you had this negative association with money is because your parents or your grandparents passed this on to you. And when you don't break the cycle, what do? You then take this knowledge, you learn it, you absorb it, and then you pass it down to your kids. And then you never actually understand how money plays a part in your life. But this is where I want you to take a step back, understand how does money actually work? Because the reality is money is just paper. It's not good, it's not bad, it doesn't have an emotion. Money is just there as a tool to allow you to buy things. And you're going to work every single day to generate this money. The more money you have, the more financial freedom that you can have. But this is where you need to understand how money plays a part in your life, because many times people put these smoke screens around money because they're insecure about their own money. And that's why it's important for you to understand how money plays an actual part in your life, because the reality is it costs money to eat, it costs money to feed other people, and it costs money to take your wife on the vacation she keeps asking for. It costs money to take your kids to that Disneyland vacation they keep asking for. It costs money to put your kids through college. It costs money to buy yourself that home that you want. It costs money to do all of these things. And this is where you have to understand, how does money actually play a part in your life? And what I put together is what I call my quadruped theory, which goes over the 4 different fitnesses in life. That if you want to live a happy and fulfilled life, you have to be fit in these 4 areas, because the goal isn't just to be rich and miserable. The goal is to have money and be happy. Because if you're rich and you have no happiness, what's the point of having all that money, right? So at the very base, you have to be physically fit. Because if you're morbidly obese, if you're on your deathbed, if you're very physically unhealthy, more money is going to make you feel more miserable. I mean, if you're on your deathbed, you don't care if you have $10 million in the bank. All you want is to be healthy again. So you have to be physically healthy first. Then it's this mental health. Mentally healthy means you have to be surrounded by people that you love. You have to be happy. If you're constantly surrounded by toxic people, if you feel depressed, if you feel anxious, more money is not going to solve this mental issue by itself. Now, maybe it can assist in some areas, because financial issues are one of the leading causes of divorce and suicide. However, if you feel like you are unhappy in your environment, if you feel like there's this thing that's holding you back, you have to take care of this by itself. It means you got to get away from the toxic people. You got to put yourself in a good environment. You got to surround yourself with people that you love. You have to find your happiness. You have to figure out how you can go and do that. Maybe that means you go and get therapy. Maybe that means you go into a rehab place. Maybe that means you go and get some treatment. You got to do whatever you got to do to take care of mental health, because, well, if you try to solve your mental issues with more money, what you're going to end up realizing is that the more money is going to make you more miserable, because now that money did not solve these mental issues that you're working to solve. Then you have to be spiritually fit, and spiritually fit does not mean you have to be religious. Spiritually fit means you have to have a purpose. Okay. What's the reason for you to get out of bed every morning? What's your reason for wanting to go and conquer things? Because, well, if you are spiritually unfit, and then you go and get all this money, now you're going to feel even more miserable, because now you have the money, but you have no reason to actually get out of bed and do anything with that money. So you have to figure out what it is that you're here on this earth for. Now, this is what a lot of people say. You got to find your purpose. This is the whole movement, though. What is your purpose? Well, let me tell you something. Your purpose is going to change every few years. My purpose today is not the same as my purpose when I was in my 20s. So don't worry if you don't know what your purpose is. Everybody keeps talking around Instagram and Facebook about, you got to find your purpose. It doesn't work like that. You got to figure out what it is that gets you excited, that makes you want to do something. And the only way you figure that out is by going out and doing things. If you don't feel like you found your purpose, that's okay. Once you're spiritually fit, this is where now financial fitness becomes so important, because it is the top of this quadruped theory. Because now if you are financially fit, this allows you to live your life the way you want and live happy. Because the reality is, you need money. You need money to pay your bills. You need money to do the things that you want. But now, once you have these, more money will allow you to live even more happy and more fulfilled, because now you can do more things that allow you to be spiritually fit. More money will allow you to do more things that allow you to be mentally fit. More money will allow you to do more things that allow you to be more physically fit. You need money to be able to live your life, and this is where you have to understand now, how does money play a part in your life? And the interesting thing here is, if you don't have money, Well, the lack of money can really affect your spiritual fitness, because now you can feel like you lost your sense of drive and purpose if you don't have any money. The lack of money can really affect your mental health, your mental fitness, because if you don't have money, you're going to be fighting with your wife and your husband all day and all long about how you're going to pay your bills. You're going to be stressed out about how you're going to buy anything. It can really hurt you here, and the lack of money can affect your physical fitness as well, because if you don't have money, you're going to be eating all the nasty foods. If you're eating at McDonald's, you're eating all the nasty stuff. It doesn't take care of your mental health either. And this is where you got to understand, if you want to be financially fit, before you go out and start doing all the practical steps of how do you manage your money, you got to understand that if you just hate money, and you hate people who have money, and you hate this idea of becoming wealthy, you will never become wealthy yourself. How can you go out and do something that you hate? Because at the end of the day, we want to be happy with ourselves. And even if it feels like you're doing something wrong, if you thought you were doing something wrong, you probably wouldn't do it. You try to do things that are good. You try to do things that you think are right. And if you think making money is bad, if you think becoming wealthy is bad, if you think being rich is bad, you're not going to want to do that. And this is when you have to understand. Your goal is to become financially fit, along with everything here. I'm going to focus on the financial side. But if your goal is to become financially fit, you have to want to do that. That means you have to think that it's a good thing. And if you think it's a good thing now, you can start reframing the way you look at money. You start reframing the way you look at how you manage money. You start reframing the way you look at investing in money. You start reframing the way you look at earning money. And this is going to allow you the opportunity to then go out and actually build your wealth, because money is just one aspect of your lives. But it's an important aspect of your lives, because now if you have money, it gives you the opportunity to live a much more fulfilled and purposeful life, because you have the money to do the things that you want, but that means you have to actually want to become wealthy in the first place. This is the emotional and mental side of money. Once you understand this, now we can go into the practical side of money. How do you actually take the money that you have and turn your finances around and build your wealth to become a millionaire or hit whatever financial goals that you have? So let's talk about that. Now, to really understand the practical side of money, let me give you a little example. Let's assume that you're on this ship right here. For my male followers, I'm going to draw you a mustache, or as we like to call it, my native language, Punjabi, a gut. And for my female followers, I'm going to draw you a braid, or as we like to call it, Punjabi, a gut. You are on this ship right here, and you want to go to this island right here. And so what most people do is, when they're on the ship and they want to get to this island, they say, we got to row faster. We got to figure out how we can get here as fast as possible. And you just keep putting in all this effort, keep rowing and rowing and rowing. But the problem that most people have in this situation when it comes to money is you have these holes in your boat. So now, you keep trying to row faster and faster and faster, but you're not really making any progress. And the reason why is because water keeps getting into your ship. And when you keep trying to get there faster and faster and faster, you keep rowing the boat, you're not making any progress because you haven't figured out how to stop this sinking. You're spending all of your time and effort just trying to throw this water out of the boat, trying to make any progress, and you're spending all this energy, all this time, all this effort trying to do that while making no progress. And this is where what you need to do first is you got to stop the financial bleeding. You got to seal these holes in the boat, because if you spend a little bit of time trying to seal these holes in the boat, well, now when you start rowing, you're going to start making progress, and you're going to see that it's going to get easier and easier and easier to get to the island as you start to pick up momentum and steam. But if you're just trying to go against the current and you're constantly trying to throw the water out of the boat, you're never going to make any progress. So how do you stop the financial bleeding? Well, this is where you got to take a look at finances and see if you have things like high interest credit card debt. This is where you got to stop the financial bleeding first, because a high interest credit card debt is costing you 15, 20, 25% a year in interest. And when you're paying all this money in interest to your credit card company, or to the payday loan company, or to the buy now pay later company that you bought things but then you didn't pay it off in time, or to the 0% APR company that you got this 0% APR debt but didn't pay it off in time, now you're paying 15, 20, 25% in interest. This is the money you got to pay back first. And you want to pay this back as fast as possible, because many people assume that if I want to become wealthy, I should just start putting money into my 401k, into my IRA, I should put money into the stock market and do all these things. Well, the reality is, when you put your money into the stock market, you're trying to get a 7 to 10% return on your money. This has been the historical stock market return over the last century. But when you have these high interest debts, you are paying 15 to 25% a year in interest. So what I want you to do first is pay down this, because this is a bigger number than this. So you got to take this high interest debt and you got to get aggressive to stop the financial bleeding, to stop the water from leaving the boat. And that means you got to take a little step back from your investments and pay this off as fast as possible, because these high interest debts are skinning you alive. You should not be worrying about investing your money if you have credit card debt, if you have this buy now, pay later debt, if you have these payday loans you got to pay off, if you have these high interest debts, you should not be trying to invest your money. Right now, you got to pay this off as fast as possible. Once you do that, this is where now, in addition, I want you to go out and save your first $2,000. Right now, the majority of Americans do not have $1,000 saved up for an emergency. And if you look back for the last number of decades, every financial planner would talk about how you need to save your first $1,000. But what we've been seeing happen, especially over the last few years, is that inflation has made things much more expensive. And so now, if you want to be able to have a little bit of a financial cushion to save you and protect you against little financial emergencies, you got to have at least $2,000 saved up. Now, the goal isn't to just save $2,000, but I need you to go out and save $2,000 as fast as possible. This is your first step. You got to build your financial base. If you talk about how do you now stop the ship from sinking, how do you actually start making some progress, this is what you got to do. You got to pay down the high interest debts, and you got to save this first $2,000 as fast as possible. That way, then you can actually start rowing and start accelerating. But until you do this, you're never going to ever be able to become wealthy. So, how do you actually make this happen? How do you pay down your high interest debts? How do you save your first $2,000? That means, number one, you got to stop spending money. That might mean you got to cut back on Starbucks. That might mean you got to cut back on those monthly massage memberships. That might mean you got to cut down on whatever car that you're driving. If you're driving a BMW, but you have high interest debts, or you don't have $2,000 saved up, you have a problem.
So
you want
drive
to
to the
sell that
drop-offs
car
I give you in
and
any
go
order.
get a used car that you can afford with cash that doesn't take the premium gas. And that means now you got to cut back on your lifestyle, you got to stop the spending, you got to turn down some of the vacations, you got to turn down some of the spending, you got to turn down the club on Friday, and you got to turn down Benihanas. And the reason why this is so difficult isn't just the math problem of, okay, I got to spend less money. It's the emotional problem of, wait, what do you mean you don't want to go out with me on Friday? But what do you mean you don't want to come to my bachelor party? But what do you mean that you're not going to be able to come to my wedding? And these are not the questions that people are going to look at you like you lost your mind. When they see you go from a BMW to a Toyota Corolla, people will look at you like you're the crazy one, like you're having financial problems, like you're the one that's having issues because you're not going to the Bahamas. But in reality now, what you're actually doing is you're actually trying to build your wealth instead of trying to stay broke like you were before. And ironically, when you were spending all this money, people thought that you were balling out because you had all this money. But now as you start to cut back, as you start to actually build your wealth, now people look at you like you're the broke one. But this is where now it's important for you to understand that you got to understand the mindset side. Your goal is to become wealthy. And part of this means you got to understand the math part of becoming wealthy. And the other part is you got to be able to handle the criticism and remember why you're doing this. You're doing this so you can have real financial freedom. My goal is not for you to cut back on your lifestyle that we can never enjoy your money. My goal is for you to buy whatever the heck you want, but be able to afford it and not have to worry about the price. But in order for you to get there, you got to go through this period of sacrifice. I call it the decade of sacrifice. We're going to have to go through this period of spending less and earning more. That we have more money to invest, because the reality is, if you keep spending all your money, you're going to make everybody else rich at your expense. Because when you're going out and you're spending your money at your banker, when you're spending your money on your credit card, when you're spending your money at BMW, when you're spending your money at Gucci, you are making all of these companies rich. But the one entity, that one person that does not become rich when you're going out and driving a BMW, when you're wearing the Gucci, when you're having all the nice things, is you. You are the one that is not rich because you're making everybody else rich. And this is where you got to flip the script. You want to make yourself rich before you make everybody else rich. Which brings me now to the second thing you want to do, is you want to create some sort of system for your money. What every single wealthy person has in common is when they earn money, they know exactly out of this new $100, $1,000, $1 million that they generate, how much of this money can be spent, how much of this money is going to be invested, and how much of this money is going to be saved. They don't leave this up to question and just wonder what's going to happen with their money. What the majority of everybody else does, what the majority of broke people do, is they make money, they spend their money, and then they wonder where all their money went. And this is where you got to start changing the way that you use your money. That means that from now on, every dollar that you earn has to go through a funnel. And a simple funnel that you can follow is something like the 75, 15, 10 plan, which says that for every dollar that you earn from now on, 75 cents is the maximum that you can spend. 15 cents is the minimum that you invest, and 10 cents is the minimum that you save. Now what you're doing is no matter how much money you earn from here on out, you're always going to be paying yourself first. What does it mean to pay yourself first? That means you are going to invest and save some of this money before you go out and spend all this money. Because what ends up happening to a lot of people is you make $100, you feel like you can go out and spend $100. And when you have this mindset of, I made 100 so I can spend 100, I made 1,000 so I can spend 1,000, you're always going to be stuck in this game where you're just constantly trying to spin your wheels, you're working harder to make more money, to drive a faster car, but you can never actually get ahead. And this is where you got to stop that by taking that little step back. And that means now you got to invest and save your money before you spend all your money, because what you're going to be able to do is when you do this correctly, you're going to be able to use your investments to make you more money. Now, these investments are not going to make you a ton of money tomorrow, but it takes time for this money to grow and compound and actually generate you a return. But once it starts doing that, now you're going to start to have more money coming in. That's going to allow you to have more of the nicer things, and you don't have to worry about the price, because this is money that you're generating without having to go to work to get paid. Your investments pay you in a way that your money is making your money. This money that you're generating from your job or your business, you got to work to get this money. So if you're working to get this money and then you're spending all this money on dumb stuff, and I'm going to call everything dumb stuff. Your car, your home, your vacations, all that's dumb stuff. But if you're working hard to buy the dumb stuff, well, you're working hard to make everybody else rich. But if you're working hard to buy the assets, and then your assets, your investments are paying for your dumb stuff, well, now it's that easy earned money that's buying you that dumb stuff. Now it doesn't feel so bad to go out and buy the dumb stuff, because you don't have to work hard to get it. You got to work hard to get this money in the first place. Use this money to make yourself rich first with these investments, and then use your investments to buy the dumb stuff. I want you to have whatever dumb stuff that you want. Nothing wrong with having the dumb stuff, but when you're working hard to just buy dumb stuff, you're never going to actually build any true wealth. So when you do that, you're making everybody else rich. And that's why you want to create some sort of system where now you are not spending all of your money. Now, what I do recommend is to create 3 different bank accounts. And many banks will allow you to do this for free, where now anytime you get paid, money hits your checking account right here. Then when money hits your checking account, some of this money automatically can go into a different account where you hold your investing money, and some of this money goes into a different account that holds your savings money. This way now, your money is separated, and you cannot accidentally spend your investment money on a new Gucci belt. You cannot accidentally spend your savings money on a new TV. This way you have a little bit of differentiation, and you can't see all this money here. So you want to create this real system now where some of your money is going to be put aside for investments, some of this money is going to be put aside for your savings. The more money you invest, the wealthier you'll become. Your savings are not there to make you wealthy. Your savings are there to protect you against an emergency. Now, you don't need to save your money forever. You want to save somewhere between 3 to 12 months worth of expenses. And the amount of money that you save is going to depend on you, your risk tolerance, and where you are in your financial goals. If you're 22 years old, and you don't have any financial responsibilities, well, you don't need that much of savings, because you can be more aggressive. You can be more aggressive with your investments, and you can take more risks. So if you're 22, you don't got any financial responsibilities, you need very little savings. But now if you're 45 years old, you got kids, you got a spouse you got to take care of, maybe you're taking care of your parents, you're a little bit less ability to take risk, and maybe you save some more money. So depending on where you are in your financial situation, depending on your risk tolerance, depending on kind of what type of needs you have, that's how you decide how much money you save. Once you hit your savings goals, that's when you reallocate the saving money to your investments. Because again, your investments are what is going to actually make you wealthy. Now, where can you invest your money? The 3 places, the 3 asset classes that have built more wealth than any other asset class over the last century are stocks, real estate, and businesses. Stocks give you the ability to go out and invest in the companies that make this country this country. You can go out and invest in some of the biggest companies in the world, and even if you don't want to invest in the individual company, you can invest in funds that give you exposure to the entire economy. You can invest in funds that give you exposure to the total stock market. You can invest in funds that give you exposure to the S&P 500. That's a group of the largest 500 companies in the stock market. You can invest in funds that give you exposure to technology. You can invest in funds that give you exposure to healthcare. You can invest in funds that will give you exposure to international companies. You can invest in funds that will give you exposure to dividend-paying companies. So now, if you want to invest in stocks, that's the most accessible way to go. You can start by investing as little as $100. But the key here is you want to keep consistently investing, because most people, they assume that if I want to put my money in the stock market, I got to go and find the next Google, I got to find the next Amazon, I got to find the next Apple, and I got to throw my money into that. But when you do that, you're taking on the most risks because number one,
if I want to put my money
you might not know how to do the research. Number two, you're trying to find the next hot stock. And number three, if you invest in a bad company, you can lose all that money. And this is where now, if you don't want to number two, you're trying to find the next hot stock. And number three, if you're keeping up with the company and trying to understand the company and monitor investments, instead of investing in individual companies, you can just invest in funds. A few examples of these funds are ETFs, index funds, and mutual funds. And again, there are funds that give you exposure to really anything. And now if you invest in this one fund, you can get exposure to a whole basket of stocks. And now all you gotta do is keep funding it. Every time you get paid, you put some more money into your fund. Every week, every 2 weeks, and every month, you just keep putting more money into this fund. And this is where people get confused because they think, well, what happens if the market's gonna crash? What happens if we see a recession? What happens if we see the stock market go down? All you do is buy more. Because what we've seen over the last century is that despite the recessions, despite the market crashes, if you just keep buying, you will be able to build more wealth because our economy has gone through cycles. In fact, our United States economy has gone through a recession pretty much every decade for the last century. So if we go through recessions, if we go through market crashes, all you need to do is keep investing. Instead of being the person that panics and sells and loses money, be the person that keeps consistently investing. You stay calm when everyone's running around with their heads cut off. Everyone's talking about how the world's going to end. Everyone's talking about how the stock market will never rise again. You just keep calmly buying and accumulating more shares because this gives you the ability to buy even more at a discounted price. That's why wealthy people love recessions, because it gives them the ability to build more wealth even quicker. So you build a system that allows you to do that. If you want to be more involved, you can invest in individual companies. If you want to be more involved, you can invest in something like real estate. Real estate gives investors three big benefits. You get cash flow, because now if you go out and buy a rental property like a home or an apartment complex, you buy this property for the ability to generate cash flow. The tenants pay rent, and this rent should cover all of your expenses, your property taxes, your insurance, your maintenance, your management fees, your vacancy costs, and your mortgage if you have any, and then put some money in your pocket. If you do it correctly, that is what real estate is supposed to do. But in addition to the cash flow, you also get tax breaks. As an attorney who's not your attorney, I can tell you that real estate has some of the biggest and best tax breaks that our tax code has to offer. And number three, you also own a hard asset, because when you own real estate, you own something that you can see, feel, and touch. You can see the bricks, you can see the windows, you can see the doors. So you have this thing that you can see, feel, and touch, versus when you own a share of the Amazon stock. You own a piece of paper that says you own some of Amazon, but you don't actually own any of the Amazon machinery. You just own a piece of paper that says you're entitled to some of the ownership. So you get those benefits with real estate. Then with number three, with businesses, this one is the most involved. You can go out and actually create your own business, which gives you unlimited earning potential, but that takes the most work, the most time, the most risk, and the most effort. Now, there's also a chance that you'll fail. In fact, most startup businesses fail. If you don't want to go out and start your own business, you can also invest in other people's businesses. But again, very risky. Most startups will fail. Most of your startup investments will fail. However, if you can hit a good startup investment, if you can hit a good business investment, that will give you the opportunity to make a lot more money. However, this one, investing in other businesses, is generally reserved for people who have more access to capital because of just how much money it takes for you to get started as a venture capital investor or an angel investor. So just understand that there are different ways for you to invest your money. But the three avenues that have built the most wealth out of any other asset class are stocks, real estate, and business. And I should also mention that it doesn't really take a lot of money to start your own business, but it takes a lot of work and effort. You don't need money to make the money, but you need money to grow your money. Once you build the system of how you want to use your money, that we're always investing your money and saving your money before you go out and spend all your money, you also want to make sure you can control the spending money, because if you go back into the same bad spending habits that you had before, well, you can never out-earn bad spending habits. So a few things that I want you to remember here when it comes to spending is do not finance anything that's not putting money in your pocket, the only exception being your home. So when it comes to you going out and buying a car, you buying your phone, you buying your electronics, your groceries, stop financing this stuff, even if it's 0% APR. And everybody says, well, if instead of me paying $1,000 for my phone, I can just pay $50 a month, I can invest that difference and have more money in my pocket. Sure, in theory that makes sense, but what ends up happening with most people is now you go out and you finance this phone, you're only paying $50 a month, and then you go out and you finance this sofa, you're paying $75 a month, you go out and you finance your car, you go out and finance more things, and now you go out and spend more money than you would have if you had to buy it with cash, because you don't actually feel the pain of this money leaving your account. That's why 0% APR, buy now, pay later, or as I like to call it, broke now, broke later, are so profitable for businesses and banks because they know that you are going to go out and spend way more money when you do this 0% APR or buy now, pay later. So when it comes to you actually spending money, you got to shut down these expenses. That means you got to actually buy what you can afford. And that means number one, stop financing things that don't pay you. And number two, if you're actually going to buy something, make sure that you can actually afford it, not just buy it. One of the rules that I like to follow is rule of 5, which says if I can't buy 5 of them, I can't afford one of them. Now, you can apply this rule to different aspects of your life to see however it is that you want to spend your money, but the key here is if you have $100 in your account and you spend all $100, well, you're going to constantly be broke like that. You want to make sure that you have money. You want to be able to spend within your means and understanding that number one, you can only spend this money, but now out of this money, how much you spend on one item, how much would you actually be able to afford? Because if you have $1,000 in your account and you want to buy a $1,000 handbag, you're spending all of the money to buy a handbag. How would you do that? This is where you got to understand how to control your spending. And then if you have low interest debts, if you have things like a mortgage, you have things like a car note, this is where you can also decide if it's worthwhile for you to pay down these debts or continue investing your money. And this question is really going to depend on you, because if you are somebody who wants to live big, you want to fly around in first class, you want to fly in private jets, you want to have the fancy vacations, if you're just working to pay down your 5% mortgage or your 6% car payment, you're never going to be able to really grow like that. You're going to have to work to earn more money, and you're going to have to be more aggressive with your money. But if your goal is just to be financially free, never want to have to stress about money, never want to have to worry about money ever again, well, then you can also consider, instead of just investing your money into the markets, to just pay down some of this debt, because when you have no expenses, you're also going to be able to be a lot more financially free. So to answer that question, it's going to depend on where you are and your personal interests and goals and risk tolerance and investing education. But just understand that you paying down these debts is another form of investing. Now, once you understand this, once you know how to spend your money, this is where you want to add some more fuel to the fire. Now, the question is, how can you earn more money? That way you can amplify this machine. And the reason why I'm talking about earning more money here is because, like I said just a minute ago, you cannot out-earn bad money habits. And the thing that most people try to do is when they realize, oh, I'm broke, I need to figure out my money, I need to invest more money, I need to go and get more money. And when people make more money, statistically what we've seen happen is that the majority of people end up in a bigger financial hole. Why? Because they don't know how to do this. And so then what happens is you get a raise, you get a promotion, you get a bonus, now you go on a trip to the Bahamas. You go and buy a new car. You go and upgrade your home. You go and upgrade your lifestyle, your spending, before you inflate your investments. And that's why you need to have some sort of system like this, that way now as you earn more money, you're always investing more money. You're always saving more money before you just go out and spend more money. Now the question is, how do you earn this more money? And, well, there's a lot of ways to do this. You can do this from a job, so you can get a raise, if you can get a promotion, so if you can get a second job. Maybe you get a career change, maybe you get a certificate. You can figure out ways that you can earn more money from your career. But maybe that means you go out and create your own side hustle. So maybe you have a little bit of an entrepreneurial bug. You want to create your own business. You want to create your own income. Now, it's hard work, but it is possible. There are so many free resources out there, thank you, YouTube, that can teach you how to do that. Because now, when you're trying to figure out how do you 10x your income from 50 grand to $500,000 a year, well, that $500,000 a year is going to allow you to invest a lot more and save a lot more and get you to this wealth a whole lot faster. Because now you're making the money not just to drive a faster car and to have nicer things, you're making the money to have more investments. But the question is, how do you get there? Now, I can't tell you what to do. One of the dumbest and most annoying questions people ask me is, what business should I start? I don't know. I don't know what you're interested in. I don't know what your passions are. I don't know what you enjoy doing. I don't know what you're good at. I don't know what you're bad at. Find a problem. Once you figure out the problem, see how you can solve that problem and charge money to solve that problem for other people. The bigger the problem, the more the people will be willing to pay for it. The more difficult it is to solve the problem, the more the people will be able to pay for it. The bigger this need, the more the people will be willing to pay for it. But you have to be able to solve a problem and monetize that solution if you want to be able to make more money, especially for something that you create. But now as you make more money, you're going to have to ask that same question: what do you do with your profits? You take that profit and you invest it in the stock market, you take that profit and invest it back into your business. But I will save that question for a different video, because that's getting a little bit beyond what I want to talk about here. Once you do this now, you know how to save, you know how to invest, you know how to spend, you know how to earn more money. Now the question is, how do you protect your assets? And as an attorney who's not your attorney, I'm going to tell you this because, well, when people realize you have money, they're going to try to take their hands and put it in your pockets and grab some of that for themselves as well. And that means you want to surround yourself with good attorneys and good tax accountants and accountants to protect you, because, well, people will try to sue you. People will try to come after you. People will try to do a whole lot of things to try to take some of your money for themselves. So the best thing for you to do right now is you got to figure out how you can find a good attorney. Now, you want attorneys to protect you if you have businesses, to create legal entities, legal sheets, health insurance, but you also want to have your tax advisors, financial advisors, because, well, as you make more money, your tax liabilities can also go through the roof. And you want to make sure that you have a good tax advisor, not just a tax advisor, a good tax advisor, because there's a very big difference. I learned this the hard way. There's a very big difference between a good tax advisor and a bad tax advisor. And if you have a bad tax advisor, they might be cheaper to file your taxes, but they're going to end up costing you way more in your mental capacity, in your stress, and also way more in how much money you have to pay in taxes. So it pays, as you start to earn more money, as you try to build this wealth, to go out and find a good tax advisor for yourself. Now, in the beginning of this video, I told you that if you stuck with me until the end, I'm going to show you how you can get a copy of this ebook, How to Build Wealth as an Investor, for free. In this ebook, we go over the things that we talked about today and even more, starting with how do you build a mindset of an investor, to how do you start saving your money and building that financial foundation to investing your money. How do you generate cash flow? What are the different investing strategies that you can have? How do you spend your money smartly? How do you earn more money? And how do you protect your assets? There's a ton of value in this ebook. If you want to get a copy of this ebook for free, all you gotta do, I got the link for you down in the description below, or go to briefs.co/ebook, and you can get a copy of this ebook for yourself. And if you enjoy this video, please share it with a friend. That's one of the best forms of a thank you. I appreciate you watching. Most people assume that being broke is generational, but it doesn't have to be that way. Now, I know I didn't go to medical school, sorry mom and dad, but last I checked, there's no DNA sequence that says how big your bank account is gonna be. Congratulations, you're having a millionaire. The reason why being broke ends up looking generational is because when you grow up seeing your parents struggle with money, and when you grow up hearing your parents say, we can't afford nice things, we can never be rich, and somebody like me can never succeed in this world, how do you think you're gonna approach money when you're 30 years old? Or maybe even more importantly, how do you think your kids are gonna see you approach money? Hey son, I know I'm a bad influence when it comes to money, but don't listen to what I do. Just watch some random guy on YouTube. For most people, you're going to end up passing that same financial miseducation to your kids. They're going to see you struggle with money. They're going to see you say that you can't become successful. They're going to hear you say that you can't become rich. They're going to hear you say that you can't afford nice things. And they're going to absorb the exact same thing that you did. Now you can start to see why this pattern ends up becoming generational, but this is where it's up to you to break this cycle of being broke. This is why the first step to you becoming wealthy and breaking out of the cycle of living paycheck to paycheck, being broke, living in poverty, isn't to go out and ask for a raise, although that can help. It's to change the way that you think about money. Plus, what we have seen statistically is that when people go out and earn more money without understanding what to do with that money, they are more likely to go out and spend more money and end up in a bigger financial hole than they were before. The first thing that you have to do if you want to become wealthy and break out of this cycle is you have to believe three things. You have to believe, number one, money is a tool. You have to believe, number two, that money is abundant. And you have to believe, number three, that I will become wealthy. And by I don't mean me, I mean I as in you. Now, I already know some of you are watching this getting ready to tell you something like, Jaspreet, this is cool and all, but what does my mindset have to do with anything? Just tell me what to do with my money. And what you need to understand is if you don't understand and believe this, it is going to be impossible for you to become wealthy. You can learn everything about investing. You can learn everything about financial education. You can learn everything about how to use your money smartly. But if you don't believe this, it is going to be impossible for you to become wealthy. So let's start by talking about how money is a tool. The reason why you have to understand this is because there's a lot of emotion around this topic of money, that money's bad, money's taboo, money's evil, money is this negative and bad thing. But you gotta understand, money is a tool. Is a hammer good or bad? Well, hammer is just a hammer. Money is just a tool. It's not good, it's not bad, it is just a tool. It amplifies who you are. If you wanted to nail a nail into a piece of wood, a hammer will help you with that. Money is a tool that will help you eat. Money is a tool that will help you pay your rent. Money is a tool that will help you buy investments. Money is a tool that will help you buy vacations. Money is a tool that amplifies who you are. It doesn't make you a good person. It doesn't make you a bad person. It amplifies who you are. And you have to stop giving this negative association to money and people who have money, and understand now that money is just a tool. There are good people in the world. There are bad people in the world. We need more good people with money. Money doesn't make you good. Money doesn't make you bad. It just amplifies who you are, and we need more good people with money, and understand money itself is just a tool. It's just paper. It doesn't have any emotion, which is why you got to go out and get that money. Number two is that money is abundant. a lot of people get into this mindset of thinking if I make money, then you can't make money. Or if you make money, then somebody else can't make money. But there's a lot of money in the world. Now, if you watched any of my videos, you've probably heard me talk about what's going on in the economy in some way, shape, or form. And if you have, you understand that there's a lot of money in the world. Not just that, our central bank in the United States, the Federal Reserve Bank, is printing tons of money. They have printed trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars over the years. Well, if there's that much money in the world, all you need is a small little sliver of all this money that's out there in circulation to build that wealth for yourself. And this is where you have to break out of the mindset of thinking that either I can win or you can win. It is this game of thinking that if I give money to somebody else, they win, I lose. When what you need to be thinking about is, if I give somebody else money, what value do I get in return? If I give you $100, can I get $200 worth of value back? And once you start thinking like this, when you think in terms of value as opposed to price, it is going to allow you to actually invest in yourself and find more opportunities in the world. Because when you live in this scarcity mindset that there's only a limited amount of money in the world, that I can't actually go out and attract more money, that I can't actually get more money, you're going to hold on to your money very tight and you're never going to be able to see those opportunities around you. And number 3 is you got to believe that you're going to become wealthy. Because if you don't believe that you can become wealthy, it's going to be impossible for you to actually do so. If you believe that somebody like you, somebody that looks like you, somebody that grew up in your background, somebody that grew up the way you did, can't become wealthy, well, you can learn on the financial education, but when it comes time to actually take an action, you're going to sabotage yourself because in the back of your mind, you don't believe that you can become wealthy. And if you don't believe that you can become wealthy, you're going to take actions that will prove that you don't believe that you can become wealthy, which is why you have to start changing the way that you think. Now, if this is something that you're struggling with, go out, watch YouTube videos on personal development. Go out and listen to podcasts on self-development. Go out and read books on personal development and self-development and invest in this first, because you have to change the way that you think. And if you have this broke way of thinking, if you have this scarcity way of thinking, if you have this negative self-sabotage way of thinking, it is going to be impossible for you to succeed. And I can tell you that you can succeed, but you have to stop being your own roadblock. It's not going to be easy, but you can't be your own roadblock. The rest of the world is going to try to be this roadblock for you, but you can't be that roadblock for yourself, which is why you have to invest in your own education, your own self-development, your own personal development, and then start worrying about, okay, how could I now start taking the practical steps to be smarter with my money, to build wealth, and start investing my money? Let's start talking about that. And I do want to let you know that for those of you who do like the idea of staying up to date of what's happening in the financial news, well, my team at Briefs Media puts together an amazing newsletter every day called Market Briefs. Market Briefs is a 5-minute recap of what's happening in the stock market, the housing market, the crypto market, the global economy, and our own economy here in the United States. You can read it in just a few minutes every morning, and I promise you, you're going to love Market Briefs. And if you don't, well, you can unsubscribe at any time because it's completely free. So if you'd like to join Market Briefs for free, all you got to do is click the link down in the description below, or go to briefs.co/market. That way you can start getting your own briefs as well. Now, as you're working to change the way that you think, this is where now you got to change what you do with your money. And the very first thing that you got to do, if you want to start breaking out of the cycle of living paycheck to paycheck, the very first thing that you got to do now with your money is you got to go out and save $2,000 as fast as possible. If you do not have $2,000 sitting aside in a bank account that's there to protect you against an emergency, this is not money you're supposed to use as a down payment as a car. This is not money you're supposed to use on a new rental property or to buy a home. This is not money you're supposed to use when Amazon has a deal going on. This is money to protect you against an emergency. If you do not have $2,000 saved up, the very first thing you got to do is go out and save $2,000 as fast as possible. And when I say as fast as possible, I mean you got to cut back on anything and everything until you can get this $2,000, because if you don't have $2,000 saved up, you are in a financial danger zone. Any little thing can tip you over the edge and put you deeper into credit card debt. And once you start getting into credit card debt, it is very difficult to get out. And this is where right now you got to go out and save these $2,000 as fast as possible and put this money aside into a savings account that you don't touch unless there's an emergency. And so now you got to cut back, work to earn more, do whatever you got to do, and the goal is to save that $2,000. Once you save that $2,000, the next thing you got to do is you got to break out of credit card debt. That means you got to pay off all of the credit card debt or any other high interest debts that you might have, things like payday loans, things like your high interest rate loans that you've taken out. You got to pay this off aggressively before you start worrying about investing your money to the stock market, before you start worrying about should I buy a home, before you start worrying about all that other stuff. you gotta pay off this credit card debt and these other high interest debts, because these are things that are skinning you alive financially. These are things where you're making everybody else rich. When you're paying 20% in interest to your credit card company, guess what? You're the reason your credit card company has that beautiful office. You're the reason that the credit card company gets to fly around in private jets. You're the reason the credit card company is giving amazing perks to everybody else, including people like me, because I love using my credit card, but I refuse to have any credit card debt. And this is where now you gotta understand, you gotta stop making other people rich. You gotta get out of your credit card debt. And this is where now you gotta be extremely aggressive. What I like to say is, until you do this, until you have these two things, you should not be worried about spending money. You should not be worried about what car you drive, and you should not be worried about having a Netflix subscription as well. And you might say, wait, Justin, what the heck are you talking about? Netflix is only like $15 a month. What do you mean I can't have a Netflix subscription? Well, the purpose for this isn't so you save $15 a month, it's so you save 2 hours of your time every single day. Because if you don't have these two things figured out, you are in a financial danger zone. And if you are in this financial danger zone, well, a little thing can push you over the edge, and it can make your financial situation significantly worse. And this is where I need you to use these 2 hours a day to invest in your learning, take classes, read books, do things to invest in your financial education. If you don't have the money to spend, then watch free content on YouTube, listen to podcasts, rent books from your library. Go do something where you can invest in your financial education, learn how you can earn more money, learn how you can pay down your credit card debt, and figure out how you can cut back on your expenses, because until you have $2,000 saved up, and until you no longer have any credit card debt, you are going to be stuck in your financial situation, and you're never going to be able to get ahead financially. Now, I have tons of videos on my channel where I talk about how do you invest your money, how do you figure out a system of how do you put your money to work, how do you passively invest and actively invest. I don't want to go over that in this video, because right now, if you are living paycheck to paycheck, this is where you got to start. You got to start by now changing the way that you think, and then you got to save your first $2,000, and then you got to pay down your credit card debt. Start here. These are the first things that you got to do. Once you understand this, now you have the ability and the breathing room to actually go out and do things to make yourself rich. But in order for you to actually make yourself rich, you got to stop the financial bleeding, and that means you got to stop giving all your money to everybody else, which means you got to save the $2,000, you got to pay off the credit card debt, and you got to change the way that you think about money too. But you also have more risk. You're not guaranteed to make money in the stock market or with real estate. Sometimes the markets will go up, sometimes they will go down. You're not guaranteed to make 10%. Sometimes it's going to be higher, sometimes it's going to be lower. So more speed, more risk. And when you come down here to the business, where you have the most potential speed, you also have the most risk. The key is you need to... If you want to become wealthy or financially free, the first thing you got to do is right now, you need to start investing a minimum of 15% of every dollar that you earn. If I told you that I am budgeting my money right now, that way I can live off of $7,000 a year, you're probably going to think that I'm never going to eat guacamole again, or I'm going to live in a box, or I'm going to move to a third world country. But here's the thing, about 50 years ago, if you were living off of $7,000 a year, you'd be living pretty decent. I mean, $7,000 a year 50 years ago is like $50,000 a year today. This is where people think about building wealth and retirement and financial freedom all wrong, because people always talk about, okay, when I become financially free, my goal is to be able to live off of $50,000 a year. But your $50,000 a year that you're thinking of is today's money. $50,000 a year today is very different than $50,000 a year 50 years from now. Just like how $7,000 a year today is very different than what $7,000 a year was back 50 years ago. So when we're talking about building wealth and investing your money for retirement or this financial freedom or whatever you want to call it, you got to understand two things. One, you got to understand how your money works, that way you're using the money right way. And the second, you got to know how to invest this 15% and why you need to be investing this 15%. But before I get into that, I need you to do me a quick favor and smash that thumbs up button below, because the way the YouTube algorithm works, if you do not smash that thumbs up button, and YouTube is much less likely to show you and other people a financial news and education video. But the majority of people think of money, they relate it to stuff. How much stuff can my money buy me? If I make $1,000, what is $1,000 worth? If you ask the majority of people, you relate $1,000 to how many nights can I go out, how many vacations can I go on, how many nice clothes can I buy, how many times can I buy extra guac. So the majority of people, when you think about money, is what stuff can I buy? The reason we call ourselves the minority mindset is because we think differently than the majority of people. When I want you to think about money, I want you to think about money in terms of how many assets can you buy. An asset is something that makes you money. And so now when you have $1,000 or $10,000 or $100,000, I want you to ask yourself, okay, now that I have this cash, how many assets, investments can I buy, which are things that are gonna make you more money. When I was younger and I made money, the question that I had was, how can I use this money to improve my car? I started by tinting my windows, and I got new rims, and I got subwoofers put in, and I got all this other stuff put in, and it was always this kind of like balance of, okay, I made $1,000, what can I do to my car? Ooh, I made $2,000, how can I upgrade my car? So anytime I made money before, it was, how can I spend this money in a way that's gonna better my car or whatever I have? This completely changed when I started investing in real estate, because after I bought my first real estate investment property, it was making me something like $250 a month in profit every single month. And once I got it up and running and going, it was $250 a month pass-through, which means I wasn't doing any work. Every month, $250 was being deposited into my account. Now, all of a sudden, the way I thought about money completely changed, because now I'm thinking in terms of houses and real estate instead of cars. Because now in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, if I can make $250 a month per one property, that means for 2 properties, I could make $500 a month. With 10 properties, I can make $2,500 a month. With 100 properties, I can make $25,000 a month every single month passively without me having to do any work. As you grow, you'll start to realize that there's easier ways to do this. Like, you might not have to buy 100 single-family homes. Maybe you can buy an apartment complex, and some properties are going to pay you more per unit than others. But in general, that mindset is true. Now I'm thinking about assets instead of liabilities. I'm thinking, okay, when I make money, what investments can I buy? What assets can I buy? How can I use my money to make myself wealthier? How can I use my money to build more assets? How can I use my money to create more value, instead of just using my money to spend on nice things? You want to have your nice things, I understand that. But when you make money, I want you to think about it in terms of assets instead of liabilities first. Once you start changing the way you look at money, it is going to be so much easier for you to start investing your money and put more money aside to investing, because before, putting this money aside was a chore. Because now you are sacrificing a nicer car, you are sacrificing another vacation, you are sacrificing all these nice things, but now you're not making that sacrifice. Now you're working more towards your goals of buying more assets, because that's the way you're looking at money. Now you look at money as a tool to buy you more assets, which allow you to have nicer things. But now when you change the way you look at it, it's easier for you to make more of these sacrifices to buy more assets. That way you can have more freedom, have more wealth, and then ultimately have more of the nice things, the nicer cars, and nicer vacations. Now let's get into the numbers, because if you're subscribed to our channel, chances are you've heard me talk about our 75-15-10 plan, which says for every dollar that you earn, 15 cents is the minimum you should be investing, 10 cents is the minimum you should be saving, and 75 cents is the maximum you should be spending. Now, I'm going to go over that 15% investing. Why 15% and what the numbers actually look like when it comes to building your wealth. Here's the thing. Investing is the real secret to building wealth for regular people. It is not building the next Amazon. It is not finding the next hot stock before it pops. It is not winning the lottery. It's not having a job that pays you $1 million a year. Yes, these things can help, but they are the exception to the rule. They're not the rule. So if you really want to build wealth, the secret is investing your money. And the issue here is so many people are not doing this, even though I think we should know this by now. It's hard because on one hand, we're never taught about money. Like, we don't go to school learning about how money works, how budgeting works, how investing works, how to build wealth. And on the second side, we just don't really have kind of a good financial culture when it comes to spending, because we live in this debt culture where it is completely normal to finance your wardrobe. And so this is kind of the culture that we live in.